Level up, level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Ball. Waking up meant that he gave me a chance and I'm rolling the dice. I do it all, living like I'm trying to go for the platinum trophy in life. Who can you call? Really nobody, so you should just follow me on your device. And know if she chilling with me, then it's bound to be chemical X and the sugar and spice. Game in the system, but game is the hobby. I'm probably cocky, but hot as wasabi. I mean, if it's beef, then you know where to find me. My niggas is ready and so is my body. You should be running and telling your posse and what's in the speakers and what's in your potty. And she trying to kick it, but this ain't karate. Just keep that shit down while I'm watching Tsunami. I ain't saying I'm a super nerd, but I told you when we got involved, my idea of a perfect date is a PlayStation and some alcohol. I was role playing on GTA. I'm a good guy, but I got it all. If the world should end, be the first to leave, but the last of us acting naughty, dog. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. I wanna ball. Waking up meant that he gave me a chance and I'm rolling the dice. I do it all, living like I'm trying to go for the platinum trophy in life. Who can you call? Really nobody, so you should just follow me on your device. And know if she chilling with me, then it's bound to be chemical X and the sugar and spice. Game in the system, but game is the hobby. I'm probably cocky, but hot as wasabi. I mean, if it's beef, then you know where to find me. My niggas is ready and so is my body. You should be running and telling your posse and what's in the speakers and what's in your potty. And she trying to kick it, but this ain't karate. Just keep that shit down while I'm watching Tsunami. I ain't saying I'm a super nerd, but I told you when we got involved, my idea of a perfect date is a PlayStation and some alcohol. I was role playing on GTA. I'm a good guy, but I got it all. If the world should end, be the first to leave, but the last of us acting naughty, dog. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Level up, tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough. Never lose, should've had better luck. I'ma wake 'em up from a slumber. Money ain't nothing but a thing, and the level ain't nothing but a number. Life ain't nothing but a game. Level up, never lose, should've had better luck. Tryna see a check, I'ma run it up. Yeah, I do a lot, still ain't done enough.
What's going on, people? Fame Entertainment here from Lv1gaming.com, and we are finally towards the end. We're not quite there yet of 2024. So you guys know we have to do our annual celebration of games. We got an 8-hour stream of amazingness, some awesome guests, some super dope giveaways, awesome topics, some really fun games. We got a lot of stuff going on today. We're going to be shifting in and out because at some point, we got to get some food. You know what I'm saying? We got to get water. So we're going to be shifting in and out, but we're going to have guests coming throughout the entire 8 hours of the show. As you guys see on screen, we do have 2 goals that we would love to hit during this show. The first goal is to hit 10 new channel members. That helps us out a whole bunch. It helps us grow. We do amazing content for our channel members. different giveaways just for our channel members. It helps us grow and continue to do things that we love to do. And also, we have a subscriber goal, which is free 99 of 100. If we can hit those goals today within this 8 hours, it would be awesome, and we would love that. Also, hit that like button because it helps us grow as well. It is also free 99. If you enjoyed the content, if you laugh people one time, if you win a game, the least you can do is give us a like and subscribe to the channel. Before I introduce the current panel, because again, this panel is going to be shifting as we get guests coming in throughout the whole show. Before I introduce this current panel, I want to give a big thank you to our partners. And first and foremost, because we do have the lovely lady on screen with us today, I do want to give a big shout out and thank you to Dames for Games. Now, Dames for Games is a platform focused on sharing and uplifting voices of women and film identifying individuals in gaming. Whether you're a casual gamer or industry professional, they believe you deserve to be seen, heard, and respected. Now, they do currently have submissions open for their 2025 March showcase. Yes, that showcase that you guys seen on IGN, that you've seen on GameSpot, that Games for Games showcase, those submissions are open right now. So if you are someone in the industry, you are creating a game and you fall into, what the essence of Games for Games is, please submit your game to the wonderful Dez over here and the people over at Games for Games so they can get you hooked up, because there's a showcase you do want to be a part of. Next up, another one of our partners we want to thank you is PM Studios. Thank you to PM Studios. We are giving away a ton of games on PC, on Xbox, on PlayStation 5, on the Switch. We're giving away games thanks to PM Studios. Now, PM Studios has provided technical design, artistic leadership as a well-renowned game developer and publisher since its founding in 2008. Their iconic titles and branding have become staples in the industry for over a generation of players. PM Studios revolves around people hiring the best and the brightest and giving them tools to be successful. They always give before they receive and love turning their inspirations into actions. Thank you, PM Studios, for partnering with us and giving us some games to give away to people who want to celebrate games in 2024. So shout out to them. Last but not least, one of our newest partners, as you guys can see the headset that is on my head right now and also Barron's, it is Avid. They have recently created the Aviga, right? That is the headset that I am using right now with Baron currently. And I need to add this in the description. I'll probably go link to Baron to do this for me, Hug to do this for me, because today and today only, you can get this headset for 30% off and free shipping with the promo code CELEBRATE. I will get that link in the description here shortly because that's my fault. I should have that in there already. Promo code CELEBRATE with the link in the description, get 30% off this headset. Now, Avid, if you're looking for top quality wired gaming headset that won't break the pockets, check the Aviga headset from Avid. For $60, you can have a comfortable quality audio experience. And if you use the promo code CELEBRATE during this showcase, you will get 30% off and free shipping. The link will be posted in the description and in the chat. Now, on top of that, we are giving away one of these headsets for free. Thank you to our partners over to Aviga. Also, if we hit our member goal of 10, we will give away another Aviga headset throughout this showcase, right? So huge thank you to our partners for coming through and really making this a heck of an event. And listen, I want to get right to this super chat, right? Because before I even get to our panel, because this guy has been rocking with Lv1 Gaming for as long as I can remember.
Yep.
Or it used to be formerly known as Hustle and Motivate. It's Hindsight with Hustle with $10 super chat. He says, "What's up, y'all? Hope all is well, man. Thank you for a $10 super chat, man. That means a whole bunch. Not only on the super chat, just you rocking with us, man, and being a part of it, man. Listen, I'm gonna get with the introductions of the panel, and then I'm about to immediately start dropping some games because we got so many games to give away. I'm immediately finna start dropping games. You got to do me a big favor, hit that like button. But first up, my right hand, man, and the person that's making the show go off without a hitch, the floor hugger with the hardest of arts. What's going on, sis?
I am excited to spend the whole day with you guys. Y'all will see us pop in and out, but just hang out with us, grab some snacks, grab some drinks, grab Get your little apple juice if you need it, and just come hang out with us and come get some of these games, y'all. Come to the kitchen, get y'all games. We got too many up in here.
Next up, if your emails is popping and your DMs is full, that's because the communication director of Lv1 Game trying to get a hold of you, baby. Baron J67, what's going on, Chief?
You know what, man? It's a celebration of gaming. We are sitting here on a bunch of codes. We're sitting here on some dope giveaways. We got some amazing guests, and I'm actually glad this is happening on the cusp of everybody moving over to Blue Sky. Hopefully, we get a lot of folks from Blue Sky in here. We're getting a big following, but first and foremost, I really, really, really want to thank all the people who help keep the lights on here at Lv1 Gaming day in, day out. I want to thank all of our members. Much love to all of you. You guys are truly amazing people, and every dollar counts. And I want to thank our Patreon subscribers as well. And if you guys want to consider joining, support us. That's how we're able to do stuff like this. So we can grow it and make it even bigger. So please continue to support. Much love.
Next up, I mentioned her before. I'm gonna mention her again. You know, the founder, not Kofi, the founder of Dames for Game, one of the hardest working women in the biz. Blue hair and all. Des, what's going on, sis?
Hey, I'm super excited to be here, all the way from the UK. You know how to do it. It's like
global.
what time is it? It's like 4 p.m. over here, so let's get in.
We're global.
I'm probably gonna get a little tipsy. It's good.
So do
I'm
you have
excited.
beans on toast already?
Do I have what?
Did you have beans?
You already
on
have
toast?
beans on toast?
No.
Oh. Why not?
The
Why not?
disappointment in her voice.
I'm this close.
No.
I'm this close to grabbing some toast and some pork and beans and trying it. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Oh, you
I
ain't
mean,
never had
like,
it?
if
It's
you
good.
like toast and you
I've
like
had it.
pork and beans,
I mean, I'm
it's
all about it.
probably. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like if I had options to pick, it would not be beans on toast for breakfast.
What gets me, and I still gotta introduce that. What gets me is the beans on potato. Like
It's
a
not
baked
even.
potato.
The
On
thing is
potato?
like I had like one of those I don't know, I guess they call it English breakfast, and they'll have like
Okay.
pork and beans and all that. Their beans are not as sweet as like our pork and beans. It's more tomatoey. Yeah, because I thought when I was gonna eat it, it was gonna be super sweet. It's not. It's more like
Oh.
tomatoey. Yeah.
Oh
So
no.
it's yeah. Because I took a bite and I was like, oh. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna make it happen today after the show. As a matter of fact, after the show, I promise you
Do
guys
it.
gonna see me with a picture. I'm making.
I
me some
should
beans
send you
on toast.
guys some snacks from over here. They got some wild snacks.
Yeah, what you,
They
Yeah,
have like
good. You will.
pickle and onion flavored chips.
That sounds fire.
I'd eat them.
Pickle-
next time I
onion
come
flavored
there and
chip.
eat, I'm good.
Wow.
But they have some other stuff. I'll send you
Wow.
guys like some chocolate and stuff. You know, you'd be excited.
Last but definitely not least, one of the most talented people you will ever meet. He is the voice you hear every time you join us every Wednesday. It is DALLAZ.
Man, Baron got me traumatized, so I figured he was going. Man, so you know,
Already starting with the shenanigans.
Oh my
oh
god.
man, I was riding and jamming my own music because I'm vain like that. And
I mean, that's
and I came
It just means you like your stuff. You believe in
Yeah.
your music.
There you
I
go.
came across another nerd bar for y'all.
Oh.
So
Okay, let's hear
I
it.
said something like, love don't cost a thing, with you was never free. PlayStation love, me and you were never we. I realized how long
Let's
ago
write these down, right?
Hard.
That was good.
how
That was
long
good.
ago I made
Hard.
these songs. I was like, wow, I said that back then. That's crazy. That's wild. But yeah,
That-
You should
That's
probably be
hard.
posting music
That's
every
hard.
Monday.
I mean, now
That's
that I got
hard.
the big boy PC, I will be spending each weekend
Bars.
recording things. And once I got a
Really,
nice
it's
little batch of
different.
stuff to record, I'll just start dropping stuff every day.
You should like.
You
I'm serious.
better.
You should do like a level 1 Monday music, and you should drop a video like
That
cut
would be
There's no
fun.
reason why we shouldn't be using your music for the streams, Dallas. Just saying.
That would be fun. Actually,
When
I
are
know
you
what the
gonna make
first
me
thing is
some
gonna be.
music? You should make music. You should make our theme for Dance for Games this March.
Oh, I'm down. That's a bet. Matter of
Okay.
fact, I'll
Okay.
clip this and put that in there.
Yes.
That's a bet.
It'll be on IGN. I'll be like, yeah.
Hey,
Red Infamy says she
What?
wants snacks too.
My man.
Oh yeah? Yeah. I love her.
Red need to be
Joker,
bringing
he
us a
once
chopped cheese.
said- he once said, I'm a man of my word, right?
My word.
In the chat, boom, first game we're giving away is right there. It is on PC. Question mark. There's a question mark. The question mark is there's one of the greatest
LeBron
musician
James.
of all time.
Shut.
And he has
Mike
the
Tyson.
same nickname as the greatest basketball player of all time, according to some people, right?
Michael
M
Jordan.
and
LeBron
what's his
James.
last name start with?
James.
Y'all got it. Or LeBron James start with a J.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I wasn't gonna throw the letter out there. I was trying to find a cleverer way to put
Yeah,
that
you
out
can't
there.
ask trivia like questions in front of us because we
First
all have
code,
ADHD.
yeah, I got all the ADs and all the Ds and all that. The first game is Buckshot Roulette. It is on PC. Code is in the, if you get the
I
code,
need you to say that again.
Please let us know. Huh?
You gotta-
I
Buckshot
need you to say
Roulette.
that again.
Yeah.
Am I? What,
No,
does it
say
sound
it. No,
something?
you say it again.
Buckshot Roulette.
Yeah.
That is the most southern thing you've ever said.
Buckshot
Buckshot roulette.
roulette.
God,
Buckshot
dang.
roulette.
Gotta get the book.
That's like when Dallas says partner. When Dallas says partner, it tickles me. I'm like,
Someone got it. Oh Lord.
oh Lord.
What is? Oh, Shirley got it. That's what I'm
Shirley,
talking about. Shout out to Shirley, who was also a
Hey.
channel member. I still
Yes.
love tag. Shout out to you, Shirley, man. Listen, that's just the beginning. It's just we got all type of stuff to give away. But listen, the key that we're talking about throughout this 8 hours, not just 8 hours, but at least where we're starting off as we wait for our guests to get ready to start popping in here, right? The good, the bad, and the ugly of 2024, right? This is a celebration of games. This is a celebration of gaming. So I think it's best we start with the ugly and get that out of the way because we don't want to talk too much ugly on the day we talking about games, right?
True.
So I'm gonna start with you.
Mm-hmm.
Since you thank God you ain't too cool for the safe belt. You know, you able to open your mouth a little bit. You know, boost for breakfast and insure for dessert. You know what I'm saying? So you're ugly. You're ugly for gaming in 2024. And chat, you guys jump us in the chat. I'm reading those out.
I can't look at him.
Y'all don't understand. So that was one of the greatest Kanye West references, and it's because I can't fully open my mouth for them swollen up because I made sure to get surgery right before this showcase, and I'm over here fully chipmunk cheeked out. And I was talking like 50 earlier. You know, I was talking to my family, and I was like, "Hey man, you know."
Did you have to have a boost for breakfast and insure for dessert?
Yes.
Somebody order pancakes, he just sipped the scissor.
Just sip
Oh,
the
man.
scissor.
That right there could drive.
I wish I had the
dessert.
bottle of syrup right here because that would have been perfect. But yeah, so the ugly, and I feel like a lot of us are gonna bring this up, right? Look, I try to put on my serious face as I'm leaning. You know what? I talk so much crap
That was a bar,
that
by the way.
I can't even get mad because I truly give these people no peace. And I'm glad that they get their opportunity on the big stage to get their revenge. And it makes me happy. This is joyous.
We love you, Baron. We love you. I know this side of your face is heavy. I know you keep leaning this way. I know it's a little heavy, but we're here to help lift you up. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
They call me Eileen. But no, honestly, it's been the layoffs. And yeah. I know in some way, shape, or form, everybody's gonna bring this up, but I'm gonna try not to go too deep into it. But for me, the thing is, gaming being the most profitable form of entertainment on earth, and being enjoyed by so many to the point that companies like Netflix and Amazon got involved, but yet people who make the games aren't safe and solidified in their job. That's my big ugly for gaming.
That's a good one because it's something we're still dealing with right now. The constant layoffs and things like that. And I think one of the issues that corporate America has always had is it cuts its artistic talent short. Whether that be in the music industry, whether that be in the movie industry, the music industry, games, like they just don't get the same respect. And so that has been one of the biggest failings of the industry to this date. And I'm hoping that it will look better, in the future. I think the silver lining in this is that people are starting to band together to create their own studios. And when they're able to do that, you're able to see a lot more when it comes to stories and pushing the boundaries and things like that. So that's the only silver lining I see from that. But other than that, like, y'all need to get y'all stuff together because this is ridiculous. You can't keep treating people like this and acting like they're not important when they're your backbone.
Listen, I think that's probably everyone's number one, but I'm gonna give you one ugly that I'm ready to see change. Streamers. My God, every step we take, it's a stream. You remember The Simpsons? When Sasha Bob will walk and he hit when the rake in his head, he said it was too many.
yeah.
What did he do
constantly.
again?
He hit himself with the rake in the. I'm not gonna keep hitting myself for you, my boy. You understand? You understand the reference,
He always
right?
does.
But
He always good.
streamers, in a lot of ways, I know a lot of them are IRL streamers or like just chatting streamers, but a lot of them do a lot of stuff in gaming. So pseudo, they are gaming streamers, right? It's video games, right? When you think of streamers, even though they might be doing just chatting or doing IRL stuff, you think gaming, right? So a lot of these streamers, a lot of the biggest streamers on the planet put some really ugly stains on gaming this year. How do I say it? Nurse, I respect you. Is that the opposite of certain people's names, right? Nurse, I respect you. Like things like that, like constantly happening. And these people are tied to games. That was a big ugly stain on gamers this year. And yeah, it sucked because I had an entire bit. Baron knows this. I had an entire bit ready to go. All the props were bought, ready to go, and I canceled it because I didn't want it. Some stuff had just happened, and I was like, I can't bring this persona in right now because it's too close to this other stuff going on. I don't need nobody trying to say, so that was so ugly because it kind of had me step back from doing some stuff. So, man, who dropped the game in the chat? We. Who got the game? There's a game in the chat unsolicited. We didn't even know. Shout out to somebody on this panel dropping games in the chat. But yeah, that's my ugly. D, what you got?
Well, which one?
Yeah, which D?
Yeah, you're gonna have to pick a nickname today.
Dallas.
But it's just been a fair amount of ugly moments, but in the interest of not being as serious, because some of those moments like really affect people's lives, and they'll be dealing with the consequences for who knows how long. But either have done or like changed at the last minute or like interfered with in such a way that it could have been good, but it's no longer what it could have been. Games like I know there's a really convoluted way of saying like trash games, but I don't mean trash necessarily. There's been games that dropped that could have been really good games, could have like really survived, and just weren't handled well. Be it too similar to some other game, or
you could say the
it's
name
just
of the
one
game.
of those. It's one of I'll throw the one that's already been thrown under the bus, Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad could have been a really solid
Oh,
game.
that's not where I thought he was going.
That
but
came
I
out
forgot
this
it-
year.
I was
came out
going
this
where you
year.
thought I was going, but I didn't want to do it.
Well, I feel like that came out last year. That came out this year.
Did it come out last year?
I think so.
It's an example of what I'm talking about, but there Concord being
review
one of
on
those.
it.
I did.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Somebody.
That was Harris.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh.
say that was Harrison. I was like, I didn't do that.
Look at
Shout out
the
to
look.
shout out
Shout
to
out.
our team, man. We have grown so much of our team that
That
we
was
don't
this
even.
year.
Oh, Suicide Squad was this year.
Bro,
What planet are
that
we
tells
on?
you a lot.
Whoa!
That tells you a lot. It came out in
Whoa!
February. Arcade said he
There's a
liked
lot of games that came out this year that we don't even remember that should be those games that like we keep talking about, that we throw in the game of the year conversations. And there's just a handful of very ugly circumstances that led them to like fall way below their potential.
I thought you was gonna talk about Concord.
I did mention them, but yet Concord is the biggest example right now.
Yeah.
Concord actually could have been decent. There's no reason why they shouldn't have went free to play. There's no reason why they shouldn't have like put out those episodes as teasers or as ways to get you interested in the game. There's no reason why. And we've seen games do that and it worked. Some people don't care about that story, but look, Overwatch got a whole thing going on, and some people know what it is, and some people don't. But you can pick up the parts of the game you care about and leave the parts that you don't. And for that sort of game, at a $40 price point, when the game in that genre that you really want to play are free, you kind of like you stole this opportunity to do that. And that's not the only game this year that applies to. It's not the only game in the last 5 years. There's so many that applies to. I think that's from a creative standpoint, as a person who would make something and want it to be seen and experienced by the people I made it for. That's a very ugly situation.
You know, it's crazy how overall, when it comes to the ugly of gaming, it sounds like the big theme is corporate world taking over gaming.
Oh,
Greedification.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's what this is. They're profitizing well, I can't even monetizing to the max. That's the word, I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Profitation. In art. Like that's what they're doing, and it's really putting we've seen what it did to collecting. Like it's like good luck going out and buying your old favorite game you enjoyed as a kid. We've seen what corporate world did to that, and it's just Suits came in and suited up the gaming industry, and not in the best ways.
Listen, I want to give a big shout out to the Xbox Expansion Podcast. Shout out to Luke, man, who does amazing work on his channel, man. He's always pushing the line forward. Amazing interviews, man. He is our first channel member of the day. Thank you so much, man. He said, proud of you guys. Sorry I couldn't get that video up to you, but you guys are great friends and content creators. Thank you so much, Luke, from Xbox Expansion Podcast. We are 9 more new channel members away from us giving away a second Aviga headset. We're going to have details on how to win the first Aviga headset as our guests begin to roll in. But shout out to you, man. If you guys haven't already, please hit that like button. Geek Like Mike is in the chat. Shout out to Geek Like Mike, man. Part of that. Man, thank you so much. Again, shout out to Xbox Expansion Podcast. We are now 9 new members away from our second Aviga headset giveaway for the absolutely number cost of $3.99. Hugger, up to you. We're gonna finally get this ugliness out of the way. You're ugly for 2024.
Ugly would probably be there was just struck down a big bill to move forward preservations of video games, but like we've talked about and Baron pointed out, most of the corporations came in and said, that's not fair to us if you preserve the games because we can't like remonetize them. Because if it goes to public domain, people can do with it whatever they want. So a big bill was struck down that kind of broke a lot of people's hearts about video game preservation, although GOG is stepping up their preservation efforts. but it's just like the loss of a lot of the older video games. Like Baron said, if there's no physical media left, some of them are gone forever. A lot of games are just left in limbo. So the absolute brutality they seem to want to kind of like push out a lot of games that are the same, but not preserve the ones we're begging for, the Perfect Darks, or to preserve the original games. And it's kind of like, it feels very close to the 1980s all over again, where people got tired of everybody privatizing everything and then just decided, oh, we're just gonna play arcade games again. So we'll see how this goes. The corporate greed has been especially egregious this year. Like, blatantly egregious. And it's kind of scary.
Now, with the ugly out of the way, we're gonna get to something that's not as
I
bad.
get to say my ugly.
Oh, I thought you did right with Baron.
You did. Yeah,
No, I was just saying. I was just coming off of yours. My ugly. Okay, because I was waiting.
Apparently.
No.
Oh, she ready.
I wanted to talk about, we haven't brought it up, but kind of like what this new presidency is going to mean for gaming in general in the US. I don't know how it's going to affect other countries, but they already want to charge people $1,000 for consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's insane. And they're like, all of it, really conservative, like, people have always wanted to blame gaming for something. You know what I mean? So the next 4 years is going to be really bumpy to see how we are going to fight back as an industry and as a community. Yeah, because I mean, like, they're ready to just like make you pay out the wazoo. It's kind of like punishing you for wanting to play certain games. So I think that's probably one of the ugliest things that's come out of this, because we've never had to face the government in this sort of fashion targeting gaming in this way.
Last time the last thing I can think of that feels similar was like the whole Mortal Kombat thing. Where you had
and that was more like parents. Yeah, and then it got government. Now it's all and it's all games. They're wanting to like so we'll see. But that's my ugly.
It's a very real threat. Like I know we don't talk politics here, but that is folks.
The satanic panic of the 80s was very
Dungeons and Dragons. Like these are all real things. But now it's being held. It's potentially going to be helmed by the government itself, and not just the people.
Why would I pay $1,000 for a console that I can play my games on my Amazon Fire Stick? I'm not paying that money, dog. I'm just
freedom units. No, hey,
I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. But listen,
yes,
switching from the ugly to something that's not the ugly, but it's the bad, right? And I want to start this off because PlayStation Nation, y'all are my number one target for bad. Okay, you guys are my number one target for the bad, right? Because not only did PlayStation say, "Hey, man, we're gonna come out and do all of these games for service games," right? We got stuff like The Last of Us that was shelved before it even got a real chance to exist. And then most recently, and it kind of goes with the ugly with Firewalk being shut down, Concord is probably the ugliest thing. I think not ugly, right? Bad, right? It's the most bad thing.
The worst thing.
Help me with the English.
Well, because you're trying to keep it in the frame of bad, it's the highest level of bad before ugly.
It's the highest level of bad. You don't get any more bad than ugly, right?
It's pure bad.
It's pure bad. Okay. Concord lasted a week.
Yeah.
A week, right? And they didn't get a chance to, hey, let's go in the lab, maybe make it free to play. Let's go in the lab. Let's change some things up. It didn't even stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance, right? You guys remember that thing from Six? Stupid. Like, it never got a chance, bro. That's bad. It is now the rarest platinum game you could get on the PlayStation, right? I know people, even conquerors like Kofi, right, who was rushing to get that platinum. People went out and bought physical copies of this game just for memorabilia.
Yeah.
They knew it was getting pulled. They went out into stores who hadn't pulled it yet and bought it for memorabilia. I'm still waiting for it to pop up at Five Below so I can get one myself.
Yes, I'm waiting where you can see a whole wall of Concord.
I'm waiting for Five Below to have them so I can get them myself, bro. This was bad. This game, the marketing of it didn't quite make sense. We didn't know really what the game was until almost right before it launched. I'm not gonna really dive into what people's issues were because some of it was kind of stupid, right? But Concord and PlayStation, you do a lot of great things. You make a lot of great games. Over the shoulder, third person action adventure games with a little bit of stealth is your thing, right? But you dropped the ball massively with this one, and that's my bad. B Baron, because y'all can't hear me today, I'm gonna switch over to you. As I got one stuttering.
My bad is oh man, this is so it's weird because it's also going to be my good is the pricing of games. You think like what was Concord full priced? Or was it $49.99?
40, it was $40, I believe.
Okay. So here it is. This is the year where a lot of potential game of the year titles were under the new standard $69.99.
Nice.
Right? So how is it that in a year where a lot of potential games are under the new standard normal price game, you got $49.99 games, $39.99 games, $59.99 games that are going to be they haven't been announced yet, but they're potential game of the year titles. But yet you still have your standard games costing $69.99 American, which we already know up north that means it's $1 million. And it just like it. But this is how is this still a thing? How can people still have the nerve to justify these prices? And that's something that's my bad, is the fact that with the success of not full priced games, why is it that we're still seeing the $70 game? That's my bad.
Swing it.
Oh,
I'm right. No,
I was gonna say D, but that wouldn't have did anything. Dez.
I have two bads. One's a personal bad that I still don't have any of the really dope Xbox consoles because they're not selling them. They keep putting them out and doing these like
I forgot about that
collabs. They did like the Barbie one. I think they did a SpongeBob
X-Men.
one. They did X-Men. Like they keep playing with my emotions. And then my second bad is the mess up that Helldivers did. And people,
oh my god, they almost killed the game.
They almost killed the game. You guys remember that? Like, I had never seen people get that upset and review bomb a game that they loved. Like, that was immediate. I think it took them a couple of days to be like, yeah, we messed up. You know what I mean?
They made made a whole gear set in the game after the scenario. But my bad. Keep going.
No, that was my bad. Like, I mean, it turned out to be good because like they listened to the people. But yeah, like don't do that anymore. Don't do that because I think they got so many returns and Steam was honoring the returns.
Yep, it was bad.
It was bad.
Didn't it take a while for their reviews to get back positive?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, because it dipped so bad. Oh, yeah,
it did.
I haven't went back to Helldivers. Like me, Baron, and Johnny played that game religiously.
Just like
and then we just one day it was just over.
You know what it was? The difficulty factor, they spiked it, and then a lot of guns that we worked hard to get became not so strong. And then remember we were running Helldivers, like which was the top tier, and then it got to a point where we couldn't even run 5 and 6 tier. Like so, the top tier at the time was 10, we are 9, and we couldn't even get close to that anymore when we were running it. There was a few updates where they tweaked it, and so many games that came out this year too. Like it's still one of my game of the years. Like that Helldivers.
I'm gonna tell you this, B. I think people knowing that one person could determine whether or not, how we advance, I think bothered people. Because there's somebody at the studio that
Oh
can
yeah,
say,
the
"You know what,
director.
game
Yeah.
like the robots."
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think people like that. Like let the game decide and let us, you know what I'm saying? You can't say what people are
Mhm.
doing too good. Robots is taking over now. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I liked
Yup.
it, but then again, I like Dungeons and Dragons, so that whole
Yeah.
thing is cool for me.
Mm.
So, but yeah, that's a good bad because that was
That's
scary.
great.
That was
They really
yeah.
almost killed that game.
Because I wanted to return it, and I didn't even like. I played it with Jeremy and stuff, but I was like, "What do you mean I can't do what you said I was gonna do?" Yeah, so that was my bad because I remember all the controversy around it, and I was like, "That was stupid." I don't know why.
Which
they
is
did
more
that.
which is more accurate to say that's a good bad or that's a bad bad?
I think on
a
Sony's
good
part
bad.
that was a bad, right?
Yes.
I think on Sony's
Mhm.
part that was a bad for them to come in and just do that. I think the silver lining, well, honestly, they were just losing money because people were getting their returns, so they had to do something about that. I was surprised that Steam was honoring those returns because it didn't matter when you bought the
Yeah.
game. They were returning it to you. They were giving you your money back.
Does that not make it
So.
sound, though, like Concord even more was just a pump and dump to get some money out of the company? Because they fought for Helldivers, but not even a week killed Concord.
I
That
mean,
makes no sense.
that's what it looks like. They pulled a WB. That's what it looks like.
Just like
I
a
mean,
pump and dump.
WB, yeah, that's so sad.
How many players
Sad.
Concord had in that first week versus kind of like the hype around Helldivers within that first week,
that's a good
right?
point.
I think like when Helldivers dropped, it had such a big blow up. Like everybody was playing, everybody was talking about it, and there wasn't, from what I saw, there wasn't a lot of negative feedback about the gameplay or whatever. Like people saw what it was and they gave you what you were expecting, right? And
Yeah.
plus a bit. So I think Concord was something like it had a lot of issues that people just didn't like, and they didn't see the cells that they wanted to see. Helldivers saw the cells that they needed it to see, and then they
True.
messed up and they started getting those returns and had to fix that. So
Sony will
It-
stick by a bad product, though, let's be honest, because the way they try to
Oh,
force
yeah.
Madam Web down my throat, oh my god. Get away from
Oh,
me,
but
movie.
you mean the movie? Yeah.
Get away
Um,
from me, movie. Don't ever show up
I haven't
again.
seen it, but the previews didn't look
Don't do it.
good.
Don't do it to yourself.
Yeah,
I
the previews.
saw it
I wanted
twice.
to
thought that was
support it
bad.
though.
You think that's bad? Wait till Craven comes up.
Actually, that looks pretty good. And I'm
I
gonna
haven't
tell you,
seen the previews for
I'm
that.
gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. I know this is we're on shenanigans and we're talking about the bad. The bad about this is if you don't look too much into the story of Craven and the world of Spider-Man, this looks like a great, odd George of the Jungle meets a mob movie.
Oh
Like,
yeah, if you know nothing.
If you look at it
If you
that
know
way,
nothing about it, yeah,
you're gonna enjoy it. Like that's from what I'm
go for
seeing.
the entertainment.
Yes.
Don't be a super nerd about it. Go for
Yeah.
the entertainment.
Don't go in.
Because that's how I felt about
You know-
Ghostbusters, which is also a bad from earlier this year.
I
Clearly
wasn't
y'all
a
went to
super
see that.
nerd about Venom, but I thoroughly enjoy those movies.
Yeah, if you
Good.
if you go in just to enjoy it, they're not bad. But if you start comparing facts and points and how did you
Yeah.
get this far without
Then
Spider-Man being
that was
involved,
so
yeah,
weird because
Yeah.
that's not Venom. That's not the Venom that's not my Venom.
yeah, it's a month.
My group.
That's not the Venom we got at home, baby.
That's not the Venom we have at home.
But it's like it's not even Wish or Temu Venom. It's like unnamed company on Amazon Venom.
He didn't say Wish or Temu.
So
Wish
it's like
is-
it doesn't even have a brand name.
Yeah, it's
It's not a bad Venom.
Venom.
It's just
That's
not
Venom.
Venom. You know,
That's Venom.
It's still good
Like,
quality.
you
Like
want your
aspirin
Venom?
is still
Venom?
aspirin.
Yeah.
it's Anim because the V
Venom.
upside down.
Oh God, Venom.
Really quickly, there's a game drop above and there's a game drop right now. Another one on Steam. I gotta make sure I put the platform here because I might do some Xbox games here in just a second. Thank you to PM Studios. But another game drop to hit the chat right now, man. If you got it, please just let us know you got it. All we want to say is congratulations and we hope you enjoy.
Dude,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's crazy that we're already almost through the first hour. But keep going.
Yeah. We got guests that start popping through here in the next 20 minutes. That's why we're trying to get through this. Hugs, did you give your bad?
No, but my bad is just the gaming social media seems to be a cesspit, and I tried to come back to it, and I said absolutely not.
I'm not
So
Blue
just-
Go to
Sky.
Blue Sky.
Blue
Go to
Sky. Blue
Go to
Sky is much
Oh,
more
no,
positive.
I'm not doing social media anymore.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That's fair. But if you do decide to
It's
come
one of
back, Blue
those-
Sky is definitely the place. I promise.
Yeah. For now.
Yeah.
I just
I hate to say, I hate to
are-
be like that, but
But it's the
you know,
truth.
people.
It's
Yeah.
true. Yeah. For now. It's like every platform. I'm just we talk about pixels and hardware. We're not in the rooms. We shouldn't have emotional attachment to these corporations that wouldn't spit on us if we were on fire. So just to see people, and especially with the elections, it has been watching some of y'all tear each other apart for years-long friendships because of some stuff is like, wow, this ain't right. So
Don't talk
just
about my
go
Xbox
touch some
game,
grass.
and we won't have to
Go
fight.
touch some grass.
Don't-
Well, maybe
Your
get a
Xbox
PC and
is
we won't have
dusty.
to fight.
Listen, my Xbox is
Talk about
dusty
my-
because I ain't been cleaning it, but it gets paid.
Don't talk about my Xbox because and don't talk about my phone because that's also an Xbox. And don't talk about my
Yes,
laptop because
it's
that's
an
an Xbox too. Don't talk about my PC is
Yeah.
definitely an Xbox.
It's an Xbox.
My Nokia Engage is an Xbox.
Xbox.
Hey,
Xbox.
okay, let me tell you about
But
the
you know what's
Nokia
not
Engage.
an Xbox?
Oh.
Your Switch.
Oh,
Yes, it
Hey,
is.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I still think we're gonna get that because remember,
hope so.
the Switch was practicing, or they were testing out streaming. Remember, they were testing out streaming for a while. They had Hitman, they had Control. They were they were doing some big games, and all that in my head screamed Game Pass. But that's just me.
I'd be surprised if they did it because Nintendo is known for
Please
like
do it.
trying things and just being like, you know what, y'all dealing with a lot over there, so we just gonna nip it in the bud. You remember they had that console? They had what was it? Wasn't it a Sega and Nintendo?
We're all Xbox, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying. I think they had an Xbox a long time. I think there were like 3 or 4 prototypes of like where they were combining Sega and a Nintendo. Is that what I'm thinking? Is that the right? Are those the two right?
You talking about them pirate systems?
This is way no. Yeah, but Nintendo and Sega were working together at one point, and then they just nipped it in the bud. So I think Nintendo's from Japan. Japan cares about Japan and making its people happy. And right now, I'm pretty sure they know we're on fire. So they're not.
No, it's just a little warm. We're not on fire.
Yeah, it's a little toasty. It's a little toasty over here.
Shout out to Citizen Snips. That's just one of his favorite songs we own.
Really? I love Snips so much.
Shout out to Citizen Snips. We got 15 minutes for our guests are rolling in. We got one more Dallas. Bad. We gotta get to the good. We gotta get these guests rolling up in here. Dallas. You're bad.
We got 15 minutes of fame. Hey.
15 minutes of fame.
That's another one of Snip's songs.
Yeah.
But it's funny because Hugger's Ugly was my bad. But also another bad that's a thing for a lot of people. It's a big debate about it, whether or not it's that big a deal, but it's always that big a deal. Price hikes. I don't care if they incrementally climb every couple years or if some random event happens that makes it that much more valuable to people, and then they raise the price $5 at that point or whatever it is. It's our only real exception is Game Pass not letting you take advantage of like a super deal to play Call of Duty. That's like the only excuse there. But even then, eventually we'll be giving up our whole paychecks to play like 6 games a month. Some random. And
Bro,
yeah, like
you know what's crazy about that? We're kind of already there. Because most casuals only play 4 or 5 games a year, but they're paying for PlayStation Plus or Xbox Game Pass in order to experience these games. So we're low key already
and
in.
still are paying $100 per game, like for the games they purchase
Be
on
like
top.
super casual because I've never paid even close to that much in a month for games. But I really,
Because you don't
I
play
will say
Madden.
this: I
Like, you don't play
don't even
2K.
watch, but that's those games have always been expensive. Even like if you think about like the time, and we're not just talking about inflation, they have always been expensive games.
Facts.
Mhm.
But I mean, like
I'm gonna give
honestly,
you
like if you want to get past paying that much, there really are these indie games out there that are all top tier. Some of them you think are AAA and cost half of that. Half
Shout
of
out to
that.
Strange Scaffolding. They make some amazing games in like 9
Shout out
months.
to Wear Clothes that just came out
Yeah.
not too what like 2 days ago.
Yeah, that game does look amazing.
Incredible the reviews.
Yo,
Stop being
Warframe is
snobs.
free to play,
Indie games.
and it
really,
takes like
really
6
quickly, guys.
months to get
I'm gonna
through
get
the
to a couple.
intro.
Oh, we got some super
A
chats.
couple of things, and then we gotta switch to the good, right? So I want to give a big shout out to Geek Life Mike. We're now down to 8. We need 8 new channel members to give away a second of Vegan Headset. Thank you so much, Mike, for becoming a channel member. And then also $10 super chat from Jay Rambert. Shout out to Jay, man, always being a supporter of Lv1 Gaming. He says people bash Xbox for whatever reason, but at least they not Puff Daddying you for $200 for a few frames and a half-baked ray tracing. Seriously,
Sir.
Hugger right. People take the console wars too seriously. I miss the old console wars. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Jay, man. Thank you for coming out and celebrating games with us, man. Thank you for turning on the super chat. You're right. Console wars have been taken too seriously, and it made it no fun. They used to be fun.
They used to be fun.
Console wars used to be fun.
The commercials where they would go against each other.
Internet ruined the console war. Let's keep it a buck. The internet ruined it.
Content
SEO.
ruined it.
People ruined it. People
SEO.
ruined it.
Corporate.
The internet.
It's the suits. SEO. Tinfoil hat time. Because if the SEO was beneficial to positivity, but if positivity was making all the money, that's what
it's literally just people who have no time on their hands. And I won't say the internet ruined it. I will say the internet is a tool, and people have used the internet to ruin a lot of great things.
Like Pokemon cards in Teletubbies.
Yeah. Teletubbies.
I get it. I totally get it. Listen, we got a few minutes left to get these guests up in here. Then I got to tell people how they can enter to win the first Vega headset. I'm going to give away a few more games. I want to get to the good, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to start this off because I'm going to look the camera in the face. I want to look you all in the face, right? As you're hitting the like button on this stream. Because we're here for 8 hours, right? I'm going to look you right in the face, and I'm going to tell you this, right? COD is back, baby. COD is back, baby. Black Ops 6 is my good for 2024, right? And you would think, oh man, he ain't talking about the first Descendant. No, Black Ops 6 has me playing Call of Duty like I haven't played since a Black Ops 2. All right. I will say this. I said it once and I will say it again. And regardless if you hate them, I don't want to hear nothing, right? The NFL is better when the Cowboys are good. The NBA is better when the Lakers are good. Major League Baseball is better when the Dodgers and the Yankees are good. Gaming is better when Call of Duty is good. It is nothing but a win when Call of Duty is good, and it is great. We made COD great again.
Oh my God.
No puns intended. I couldn't figure out another way to get around that, but COD is back.
I love that.
Black Ops 6 is so freaking good in every way. The maps could be a little better, but other than that, and I ain't even got to the campaign yet, but I've heard nothing but
the campaign is
fantastic
fire.
things about campaign.
Yeah,
Shout
Hugger's been
out to
playing it.
Activision.
Yeah.
Hugger's playing it. That tells you a lot.
That
Shout out
tells
to
you
I had to
everything.
play since Ghost.
Shout out to
So-
Xbox because they delivered, and on top of that, so many more people have access to Black Ops 6 because of Game Pass. They didn't have to go
Mhm.
out and drop $70 to be able to play one of the biggest games of the year, play one of the top franchises of all time, right? They get into Game Pass for $15 or get a couple of months for 30 or 45, whatever case may be, and get access to COD and South of Midnight and Indiana Jones. But the fact that more people have access to Call of Duty is my big good for 2024. And Hugs, I'm gonna switch over to you.
I'm with you. I'm gonna piggyback on COD being good and just Game Pass in general, because COD being good is like, you know what you're gonna get. It's the same game every year, but it's like when that McDonald's burger is really good when you really needed it. That's what COD is right now. I needed that to be good, and it was delicious. It delivered. And Game Pass, again, games are starting at like $80, $90 here. I don't know about y'all. I'm not paying that. So Game Pass, thank you for allowing me to continue to play games like Yakuza. And if they would like to slide at like $10 in my pocket, I would love that. Thank you very much. But I just love Game Pass. It's probably the best service you can get with how crazy things are right now, in my personal opinion. That's the good Game Pass.
B,
Because we
I'm gonna
going
switch
broke,
over to you.
baby.
Guys, we get really close to. I'm gonna announce I'm announce the entrance how to win this
Okay.
headset, and then I'm gonna give away some games right before our next guest come in. B, quickly to you, you're good.
My good. I'm sorry, man. It's so many games been releasing, but the good for me is hashtag backlog barbarians. That like I know that's it's a little on the nose, but seriously, that has really changed the way I've played games, the way I've engaged with games that I've had for years, and much love to Geek Like Mike for starting that trend and helping me and us creating backlog barbarians, which we'll definitely get into a little more later. But yeah, that's been a big positive for me. I finished in the last like 5 months. I think I finished over 7 games, and like 3 or 4 of those have been RPGs. Like I'm really playing games in a completely different way, and it's helping me to finish more games. So I'm not just having
You've
them sit
inspired
around and
me.
collect dust. See, like it's been a year of backlog, even though there's so many freaking games out. But it's definitely been a year of backlog. But yeah, that's me. So going over to D, and whichever D decides to speak.
I mean,
You gotta have a
I look at
There
it
you
like
go,
this.
Dallas.
The best thing for me is that even though it's not completely lifted, the Baron curse has led up. The Baron curse on my gaming life has led up.
Mm-hmm.
And the games that I've been excited about, the games that I could not wait to play, the ones who I followed the development on, and I could feel what it felt like to play just from the footage, and I would hear stuff from people who got a chance, who got hands-on experiences that we didn't get, and then I got the game, the final version, and it was exactly as it should be. Shout out Black Myth Wukong. The Baron curse may be lifting, and I might be actually getting the games that I had hoped for. And thus far, 2024 has been exactly that. Let's hope that it continues. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is amazing, by the way. It's in the words of Fame, the one that's not orange. It's making anime arena fighters great again.
Oh my God. Sandra.
It's bringing back anime arena fighters in a big way, if you ask me, at least within the competitive communities and stuff like that. I'm just really like grateful for it. It's the type of stuff that warms my heart in gaming. As kids, we used to like open up Game Informer and be like, "Oh, I can't wait to see this game. I can't wait to play this game," and then not have the money for it. Now we got the money for it, and we can get the game, and it's even though we're not in the era of games just being complete when you get them, thus far, the games that I've been interested in have been complete experiences. I haven't had to buy anything extra. I'm able to just play the game and unlock all the secret weapons and secret endings. It's feeling like gaming felt growing up, and that's the best good that there can be in this industry, if you ask me.
Really quickly, I want to give a big shout out to Jay Rabbit with the 5 gifted memberships. My boy, that is love, man. That is absolutely love. That's super appreciated, my boy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, man. If you guys got one of those memberships, man, throw them Phoenixes up, man. Throw the Dash chicken up. Throw that up, man. Shout out to Jay. Shout out to
Not the
Jay.
chicken.
I hate
He
that.
like super chat. He says backlog barbarians is the wave. You already know, man. I am so excited. That's one of my. I wake up and I immediately grab my phone on them Sundays to get on backlog barbarians, man. You guys are the truth.
Man,
Jay again says fame. I'm doing a DM you a copy of Stalker 2 to give to the
Oh
fans. Make sure
shit.
you DM to remind me
Kebab
of
brain.
Sure, I'm about to
some
come hit
mushrooms.
you up, man. We're gonna make that happen for sure, man. Shout out. That's much love to both of y'all, man. Let's make sure hit that thing, man. That's love. We appreciate it. That keeps us motivated, keeps us going. We got guests getting ready to pop in here about the next 4 minutes. Who needs to drop their good? Dez, you're
Yeah,
good.
thanks. I think my good is that we're still here, thriving, and you know what I mean? I think level 1 has grown a lot since, not just because I joined, but since I've joined, I've seen you guys do a lot.
She said toot.
No. No, I mean, like, you've got this partnership with Avid now, you know what I mean? Like, you're working with PM Studios. I'm gonna low key say that was me. But you guys are doing incredible. Fame is out here getting in front of the camera more at these events. Baron, he's been streaming. He's been doing a lot on his own at these events. I've been seeing his face in different places. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I was on the panel.
Dallas came back this year.
Yeah.
Okay. And Hugger has been doing her thing with Bordy. And that has been popping off this year. She said, I'm behind. But y'all have been doing some incredible things. And it's been a tough year in gaming, period. So the fact that we're still here and the fact that we're even doing a year in celebration is really incredible, right? Because we could have stopped. Things have been hard with people's health, people's jobs. Just life has been life in. But we're still here, we're still thriving, and you can't keep us down. So that's my good.
It's super hard to be independent and trying to do what we do out here. But having people like Geek, like Mike and Jay and Ender Buckley and Stroley all coming through and supporting us, man, it keeps us motivated to keep going because it's difficult to be independent out here, right? INDEPENDENT. Do you know what that means, man? It means a lot, man. But listen, am I missing anybody for good? Because we're getting ready to transition. All right, so I'm about to do 2 things right now. Number 1, I want to give away a copy of Dragon is Dead on Steam.
Ooh.
Thank you to our partner PM Studios, right? So Dragon is Dead. This Dragon is Dead will be on Steam. Boom. Thank you to PM Studios. This is one of the many games they gave us to give away. The other one so far has just been from the Level 1 team. This one is from PM Studios. Thank you guys so much. So there's that in the chat. Also, if you want, we are 3 members away from giving away our second Aviga headset. But to win the first one, all you have to do to get entered in right now and throughout the show, go into the chat and type Aviga. Type in Aviga. I'm going to get your name down. We're going to enter you in the win. That'd be the first one. If we hit our goal, we need 3 more members. We would do another headset giveaway. If you want to buy the Aviga headset, use the link in the description down below. Or go to the website. Look for the Aviga headset. Use promo code CELEBRATE. You're going to get 30% off and free shipping. Type Aviga in the chat. We're going to get you in the win. We got more giveaways and everything coming up. We're gonna do a quick transition. Don't leave. We're gonna give a big shout out to our partners and y'all in there right now. I'm gonna get y'all in quick shout outs from our partners. We'll be back. We talking souls, baby. Do you got soul? We talking souls. We'll be right back, man. We'll catch y'all in a minute.
You had coffee?
I'm barely on my first. So
Wife used all the creamer. I got no coffee.
oh no.
Oh,
I didn't tell me.
that's
Oh
She gonna hear it when I
no.
come home.
Wait, are we live?
yeah.
I see a
Oh,
video.
hey, folks, welcome back. We're clearly, one of us is out of coffee, and we've definitely changed
my
the
coffee.
panel up just a little bit. We made a couple of adjustments, traded out some Pokemon cards. But yes, welcome back to the second hour of the Level 1 Gaming 2024 Celebration of Gaming event, and I probably butchered that name, but welcome back. So now for this segment, we have brought in two prominent figures in the Soulsborne space. We got
Prominent.
Erica. Yeah,
Prominent.
Oh, no.
Damn. Okay.
First off, let me finish my spiel and then I'll further explain. So, prominent figures in the Soulsborne space. Erica, better known as Eric Cuts for the Win, an amazing Souls content creator whose videos have helped me clear a few games, that's how we really connected. Shout out to Code Vein. Was it Code Vein?
Yes.
Yeah,
Was.
shout out to Code Vein. I legit didn't know how to beat a boss, and I Googled how to beat it, and the first video to pop up because of the strong SEO that is Erica Cuts for the Win popped up, and that's how we really connected. And then we got Keith, the head of the outerhaven.net, who has written many guides that, yes, have been scraped. We don't appreciate that at all, but he has written many guides and put in thousands of hours in Souls titles, and that's not being dramatic at all. If
way too much time.
Not clear, we are going to be talking about 2024 Souls-like games. Now, first off, we have Eric Cuts for the Win. Tell us a little bit about yourself and the content you create and where people can find and support it.
Hey, well, I just learned I'm prominent, so I'm a prominent Souls content creator.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome. I've been covering Souls since Bloodborne. I slowly was getting into that, and it just kind of became my niche and my lane, and I haven't really looked back. So, yeah, man, if you like Souls-like games, I do reviews. I play a lot of them, a lot of different ones, small and large, and I love it, man. That's my genre. I love Souls-like. So if you're into those kinds of games, I mean, that's what I cover. I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot of Elden Ring today because that was a big one this year. And we got to talk about them Game Awards allowing expansions in the race. So that's going to come up. We got to talk about that. But other than that, man, I've been at this YouTube thing a long time. I've been streaming a long time, and I love it. I have a 2-year-old now, so it's making it a little bit more interesting as far as like my schedule. But I still do it, man. I still love it. So that's me. That's what I do.
And where can folks find your content? We did
Eric Cuts for the Win everywhere. Yes. So I'm not on Twitter anymore, but you can find me on YouTube by that name, which I'll put in the. I mean, you have the links.
We
right
put
there,
it. Yeah,
so.
we dropped it in there. We got you
right there. Yeah, there you go.
We're semi-professional. We kind of know what we're doing a little bit.
For sure. On it, man.
Next up, Keith, our shadow hacker, as I know him. The great and wise Keith. Keith, you know what? I'm shocked we don't play Dungeons and Dragons because I feel like you're a mean DM, but we're not talking about that.
The stories I could tell you from back in high school.
I knew it. I totally knew it. But okay, that's beside the point. Keith, tell us a little bit about you and the content you create and where people can find and support it.
Well, you can find me anywhere but Shadow Hacker, literally anywhere. And if it says anything other than Shadow Hacker, they're copying me. Ignore them. You can find me over the outerhaven.net, and also now I'm also over Blue Sky because I got rid of that dumpster fire that is Twitter. You will not find me over there at all because I hate that place.
Love it.
That place. For me, obviously, as you know, I've run the Outer Haven. I started that outlet 13 years ago, just because I didn't see a lot of people like myself. And I wanted to translate over from my original website, which was a gaming website about a gaming and music website called shadowhackers.net. Go figure, that I ran for 10 years ahead of that. And it was kind of funny because today I was on Blue Sky and somebody was like, "Are you the same Shadow Hacker that ran this site many, many years ago?" I was like, "Yeah, that's me." So people are still finding me. Just like Erica, I'm a big fan of Souls-like. I love them. I don't make as much Souls-like content anymore because since I run the Outer Haven, I have my hands and everything. But as Baron can attest, anytime I sit my butt down, usually I'm playing a Souls-like game for way too many hours. Way too many hours.
You know what? This genre, right? It's so, and we like I said, we had this talk last year. This is our second, and I think our third actually. This may be our third.
Is it?
Because I think we had. Oh, never mind. It's our second thing. Okay,
we've had podcasts.
Technically.
There you go. No, that's what I'm saying.
We had a separate podcast.
Yes. So we obviously play a lot of Souls games, and it's funny because for me, I play them, don't necessarily beat them, but I will play them and enjoy the hell out of them because I am stubborn, I'm competitive, and yeah.
Oh, look at that. She just called you out.
Look, it's bad, man. All right, look, man. I think I started getting into the Souls game simply because somebody was like, "Oh, you wouldn't be able to do it," and I'm like, "What do you mean? What does that
petty
mean?"
like that.
Like,
let's go.
Pettiness.
I was like,
that's what I'm talking about.
and then when you beat that boss, that feeling of when you beat that boss who smacked you to the ground 100 times, and you beat him that one time, and now I'm a god. And you're trash, and you were always trash. Like the toxicity levels rise when I'm playing Souls games, and I love it. I feel like it's such a.
There's nothing better than beating a boss that's been kicking your butt for like the last 3 hours, and you're like, I give up. I give up.
Yeah.
And then you come back. Like the thing I call, and I think I told you this, Erica, a while ago when we talked. We were talking about Lives of P. We were playing a game. And I call it Souls-like fatigue. And it's basically you're fighting a boss. You get so close like the first 2 times, and then every other attempt, it's terrible. See? And then you go, you know what? I'm going to walk away. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to come back later on. And then it's like, gotcha.
It's... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we need a phrase or something for that moment when we get so close. There's a sliver of that boss's health, and then we die. And then we could never come back to that for like another 2 hours. That happens all the time. It's a mental thing, dude. Yeah, it's trauma. We'll just call it that.
It makes no sense at all. How did I just almost beat you and now you're just kicking my butt up and down? What's going on here?
It's like you forgot it's like you had that luck at first and then it never comes back. It's the weirdest thing.
You know what I compare the love for Souls-like games to? I compare it to the love for spicy food. Like, it hurts.
I don't know about that.
And seriously, like I would compare it to that. Yeah, because spicy is not a flavor, it's a pain receptive. Like it's your body telling you this hurts. But you're still enjoying it, and you chase that dragon, you chase that next spicy thing. And that's what the Souls-like experience is. Like, this hurts.
Me drinking milk.
Why can I remember? I can dang near remember the first few hours of Dark Souls 2. Why can I almost right now, out loud, talk you through it?
Wait, so did you die at the very beginning of Dark Souls 2?
Of course.
So you got that achievement, welcome to Dark Souls.
And then you go to the left and there's the troll sitting down and you think you got an easy kill. How do you drop such a difficult look? Okay.
That's from software right there.
But
that's exactly where people play the game and they go, you know what? I'm done. And they literally just stop playing the game.
Yeah. And that's such a good warm up. Or what was it? Was it Dark Souls 1 where you're walking through? It's like the tutorial and then the boulders rolling down and then the skeletons are coming out. Like, why can I remember that? I haven't played it in years.
It's that trauma.
It's the trauma.
It makes you remember
that.
Anytime you play a Souls-like game, specifically from Software, there is always a sequence or a boss fight that you will remember. You will not play that game forever, and you're like, you know what? I remember. Like a good example. I'm pretty sure Erica's gonna laugh at this one. Dark Souls, when you're in the area with Pinwheel, and you're in the dark, and you're just walking, and then all of a sudden a giant skeleton comes out, no one just kicks you off the cliff.
No.
And you're like,
damn, yeah,
what?
that's Dark Souls.
I didn't even see you. How did? And you're like, okay. And he keeps doing it repeatedly. Yeah. You forget. Oh, he's right here. He's right here. I forgot.
You're talking about patches or something else?
No.
You're talking about the other thing.
When
Yeah.
you're going towards the instance in the graveyard and you go into there, there and there. I think after you beat Pinwheel, you keep going further down.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Every game has that.
Yeah.
Every game has that. It's crazy.
it just the thing that I love the most, and this goes into the next point, is there's a lot of moments that are extremely difficult, but for the most part, a lot of these games are built fair. Like there's very few times where I felt this is impossible. It's just I'm not moving right. I'm not good enough. I'm not fast enough. I don't have the proper build to capitalize on the scenario. But for me as a casual, I consider myself a casual in this space, even though I've played most of them.
I would agree with you 99% of the
That's
time.
what I'm saying. That's why
there
I
are
said
some fights
most.
that are like, you know what, screw you.
Yeah.
We're just going to mess you over.
The final boss,
Especially
Remnant 2.
Oh, Remnant 2? Yeah. That
The
boss
final
was
boss.
nuts.
Yeah, that was
Did you ever
not
beat
fair.
it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Keith carried me because
I
it was.
hate that boss.
Hey, no,
That
that's
boss
one of
was
the worst.
nuts. Annihilation? You're talking about Annihilation.
Yeah, how do you
the
transition?
hardest boss in the game.
How do you
Absolutely.
transition mid attack to a new world? Like it's and then
It's like you're in
that
Tron
world-
and all
Yeah.
the things are just coming at
They're
you.
constantly. It was just like you know what, we're going to mess with everybody's brain. So you're in the middle of a fight, you do something, and then all of a sudden, oh hey, you're over here, and then it gets worse as you're fighting it, and it just keeps going back and forth, and it's like, all right, look, I'm just going to eat the damage. I just want this guy down.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It gets to that point.
See, I love
That
my
was the
life.
first
I
time
don't
I
need
used
that
the item.
trauma.
Hugger's like, I'm good. You feeling good right now. I
Well-
don't need this.
I do
Well,
not
this-
need that.
This actually rolls into the first topic that I want to have some fun with you guys. So this next segment is called Souls-like or just has Souls-like mechanics.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
Hugger,
Good topic.
I don't know how you, oh, there we go. Look, there we go. Okay. So, first
Watch
up,
stream.
we're starting off with a good one that I did not get to play, but I know a lot of people were excited for. Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. Souls-like or has Souls-like mechanics. Now, I want to hear from you guys before we dive into this one. Erica, starting with you. What is a Souls-like game?
What is a Souls-like?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're gonna be here for 3 hours.
Okay. What are
Nah.
what are some core features that are required to be a
features.
Souls-like game?
Okay. Definitely retrieving your souls. So you die, your souls drop, you go get your souls back. You have the one shot to do it.
Yes.
Sometimes they'll give you more shots. It depends on the game, but basically you're gonna lose them if you die again, kind of thing. That whole thing. There's smaller elements I feel that people forget sometimes, like the shortcuts, I can't open this door from this side. That's a Souls thing right there. I know that's not just exclusive to Souls, but I feel like that's a big thing. What else? Stamina is a big element, but it's not always in Souls-like. So that one's a little, it's getting to where, and I'm sure we're going to talk more about it. The lines are blurring a little bit because Souls is evolving. So it's not just like one thing and that, okay, that's a Souls. Because we saw that with Stellar Blade. Oh, she sat down at a bonfire. That's a Souls. And it's
we'll talk about that.
I know. We're going to get there.
Yeah.
We're going to get there. But this year, I think this is a perfect topic because this year, those lines were blurring a lot. But when it comes to the main Souls, obviously, just like I said, dropping your souls, stamina is a big one. Builds, I would say, is part of it too. I'm still working on waking up, so I'm struggling to think. I don't know if Keith wants to help me, but
hey, no, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just so folks can get a gauge for what, like when you answer yes or no to these games, where you're coming from, and some just to set a baseline because it's different for everybody else. Hardcore checkpoints, something that feels like an old action adventure mechanic. Now would be classified as a Souls-like mechanic. Like, post FromSoft, before that, it was just, that's a save point. That's what, that was just what it was. But now it's evolved to a Souls-like mechanic.
Right.
And
The
that,
bonfire system, the checkpoint
yes,
system, and
yeah,
then also I think what you do at that bonfire can distinguish what is an action game or what's a Souls like. Because sometimes you're at a bonfire,
mhm,
but you're leveling up a skill tree. And that's something that was, skill trees weren't really in Souls games. So you have to kind of think, and it's getting, like I said, it's getting more blurrier. But I think the more you play them, and we'll talk more about that, like you just you just know it's a feeling. It's hard to describe sometimes,
yes,
but you just kind of know, like, yeah, this is Souls, and then this is not. This is more of an
yes.
action game, or this is more of a Metroidvania, or like what's that? Hollow Knight. For the longest time, people thought that
Everybody
was a
can call it a
Souls,
Souls game.
but when you play it, it's a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
So and it's got the little elements,
So
So
would
it's
Metroidvania be the first Soul? No.
that's an argument
That's
too.
the conversation.
I mean,
Because
that's
there's a lot
real,
of
yeah.
there's a lot of inspiration for Metroidvania. So that's why I feel like, honestly, Metroidvania and Souls, I love
Yes.
the combination. That's one of my favorites. So, I just think it's great we even have this conversation, because that just means Souls is growing
Yeah.
and it's evolving. So but it is getting a little messier to determine what's what. It definitely is. It's getting blurrier.
So Keith, what are some key factors for you to make something a Souls like?
One of the biggest things that used to be what will make a Souls-like game is the fact that the difficulty is set. Now we've seen like in games like Another Treasure that you can actually change the difficulty now. So
Yeah.
it depends on the developer, but that's that. Methodical combat. One of the biggest things with a Souls-like game is
Methodical.
you have to dodge,
Yes.
and more recently now you have to block. Or I'm sorry, you have to dodge,
Parry.
dodge and parrying. Or as you
Yeah.
saw in Bloodborne, that was the key feature of the game. In fact, if you were good enough to parry and get your life back, that was a big thing. The methodical combat comes in with once you attack, there's no canceling. You're stuck in place until that attack finishes. That's the big thing that separates an actual Souls-like game from, say, an action adventure game or a game like, say, Devil May Cry, because those games are built around attacking and canceling and doing something else. You can't do that in a Souls-like game. When you die,
have to commit. You're committed.
yeah, you're committed. When you attack, that's it. Losing your whatever currency it is in the game when you die. But see, on some Souls-like games, that's not the case anymore. You don't always lose that now. So again, like Erica says, the lines are being blurred, but we all can acknowledge that what makes a Souls-like as well is when you die, and it tells you, hey, look, you died. You literally died. And it's not like, I know it. No, you die, homie. Just keep that in mind that you died.
Yeah.
And challenging bosses. I know that's hand in hand with most games, but Souls-like, it's
a different
they're
beast.
constantly up in the ante with these bosses. Before, which is like, oh, you fought this boss, he was hard. Okay, great. And then, we start playing these From Software-like games. You're like, wait, I got the boss down. No, you didn't. Now you see my second phase. Let's go.
Second phases, yes.
Let's go. Or in some cases,
third
phases. Let's go. And you're like, wait, what? What happened here? I just killed this. No, you didn't kill this guy. I'm ready to go. Or even though it's not a Souls-like game, Sekiro, when you fought the monkey boss. You're like, I got him. And he's like, oh no, let me just pick up my head and we're gonna go fight again. And it's like, come on, man. So there's that, the stamina system, but then again, there's some Souls-like that don't have a stamina system. So
it's getting wild. It's
getting crazy.
So
no, you did. Go.
Can be.
Yes.
If I can interject really quickly. Not a Souls game, but I do want to give away a game courtesy of PM Studios. This one is for Xbox. The game is called Xphobia. I'll put it in the chat right now. I just want to end it and let you know we're giving away a game for Xbox, not Steam this time. This is for Xbox, Xphobia.
The one that just dropped? Because you put Steam in the...
Nope. That's the thing. I'm about to do an Xbox drop.
Oh, you're about to do another drop. Okay, got it.
Just want to put that in there.
We got a lot of stuff to give away, folks, so please tune in. And if you guys can please make sure to like and share this, it helps us out a ton. Please share this out. Let folks know we're giving away a bunch of games and we're having a good time. So just to preface, just to kind of set up the tone for these games that I'm showing you, these are the games that Google listed as 2024 Souls-like releases. So these are not this. Hey, I'm just letting you know. I'm just setting the tone. So we're starting with Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn,
No, it's
Souls
not
like or has Souls like mechanics. Go ahead.
has
Keith.
Souls like mechanics, but that's cheating because I actually talked to the developer and I was following the game. I've been following this game since it was announced.
Ow, ow.
And he was
He's
like, and they
"I'm
were
gonna
like,
die."
no, it's not a Souls like, but we were taking a lot of Souls like mechanics, but also mechanics from action games and putting into this game. So it's not a Souls like.
Just
From the
mechanics.
developer's mouth, it is not a Souls like.
Look, well, that kind of kills the mood for the first one. Thanks. Sorry, he's so connected.
Let me
Well,
say
wait,
too.
yeah,
Like,
Erica,
Souls like Thursday, man, let's
What's
go.
your thought, Erica? Yeah.
I'm gonna kill this even more because I didn't play it. This is
yeah,
one of
see-
the few I did not
Me
play.
neither. I
So
didn't
yeah,
play it either.
Me
so I
either.
can't speak on it. I've
Fame,
seen
did you
it.
play Flintlock?
I'm gonna be honest. Flintlock was on my list to play.
It was.
I've been anticipating for a very long time. What had happened was I started playing a game called The First Descendant.
Oh,
and
there you
it's
go. That's it.
up in Game Pass. And
Yeah,
never
we
went
know
back.
your love with that game. We know it.
So the waifu's got you over there.
Yep.
I got
what
you
it
over
was.
there.
That's what it was.
That's what happened. Hey, I'm not shaming.
We don't judge.
You know what it is.
We don't judge.
Chef don't judge. All right, next game. Ooh.
Hades.
2.
That's a rogue.
Souls like or just has
No.
Souls like mechanics?
Not even. It's just a rogue.
I wouldn't even think there's mechanics. I
Yeah,
just
it's
think
just
it's
a
a rogue.
roguelike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People think hard.
Very
means
hard game
Souls-like.
though. Hades. Wait, what was
Yo,
that?
hey, hey, Mega Man
People
2
think
is a
hard
Souls
means
like.
Souls-like nowadays,
Yeah.
though.
Lion King, the Sega version, is a Souls.
Ugh.
Lion King,
Shut
the
up.
original Souls.
Don't even talk about that game ever.
Bad
Original.
dudes. And
Oh, Bad Dudes.
Battletoads.
Gaiden.
Battletoads. I was about to say
All these
Battletoads.
games are Souls like. They're so hard for you new gamers. I got you.
Hades
Oh
is
my God.
brutal though. I played a lot of the first one. It is brutal.
Hey, if
I
you guys
struggled.
like Hades or Hades 2 and you want to play something that's not as brutal but just as fun, definitely recommend you checking out Windblown.
I've heard. Okay, I've heard
Check that
about that. Okay, we'll make note of that. I have heard about that. So next game. Thank you, Hugger.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
awesome. No
Definitely.
rest for the wicked. Erica, let's Souls like or just has Souls like mechanics.
Absolutely Souls like. It
Yeah.
has it's got like a survival element to it as well.
Yes.
The best way I describe it is Breath of the Souls. It's got like
Yeah.
some Breath of the Wild, you cooking stuff, it's survival, so your heals are limited and things like that. You got to upgrade your stuff or you're going to get your ass kicked. Like it is That's a tough game. I played a lot of it and I was getting my butt kicked. But it's definitely a Souls. The rolling mechanic, the dodging, the losing your souls.
The
I
build
believe
that
you lose
have
your
to-
souls.
you need to have certain builds. Yeah, it is a
The
Souls.
builds are a big deal. Like if you just go in with that same sword and you're expecting to just no, it's not gonna happen.
And you know
It's-
what?
it's
The
tough.
explorability of it too, like the whole way the
Yeah.
map would connect and kicking, like accessing the ladder point that takes you back to that coast in the first area, like all of these things, and then rewarding of exploration. I agree. No, and you know what? I love that mix of claymation, Tim Burton. Like it had that.
It's a beautiful
vibe.
game.
It is a
Beautiful
I gotta go
game.
back
very,
and play it.
very
I stopped
beautiful
playing
game.
it because it's an early
It's-
access, and they
yeah.
keep updating. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait till you're finished, and then I'm
Yes.
They
gonna play it.
update a lot. Yeah, I kind
Yeah.
of put it down too. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait. But
wait
it's got
for
some
the one
ARPG elements too. They kind of they marketed that way, like, oh, it's gonna be this ARPG with Souls stuff. But it kind of turned out to be more of a Souls game with some
Yeah.
ARPG sprinkled, top down, gameplay. It's a good game. It's cool.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm kind of geeked out at how well this is working. Like this is like I'm nerding out a little bit. I'm
Well, I
having-
mean, when you bring prominent people, the
yeah,
Souls
prominent
like,
people within this
we know what
space.
we're talking about. Come on.
Like y'all do know. This is why I always reach out to y'all because you guys seriously know what the hell you're talking about, and you guys live this genre. Like
That's
so,
all we
next
play.
game,
Sadly, that is mostly all I play. Help me, please.
Oh yeah.
and Notria, the last song,
Souls-like.
Souls-like or Souls-like
Souls-
mechanics.
Souls like.
Souls like.
So I got to play this one with the actual devs. I'm just saying.
Okay. All right.
And I got to the final demo boss with the devs, but they were actually really proud of me because they told me halfway into it because they were like, "No, you're actually really getting close, but this boss is broken." and there's certain moves that you can't get away from, but you're actually doing really well. And I was like, you don't understand. This is the biggest compliment I've gotten. Like, I feel like somebody just told me they love me.
Yeah, he didn't tell me it was broken, but I ended up stopping halfway in because we were talking about the game, and the guy was really cool, but he was frustrated because he was like the Souls-like community wasn't really taking the game seriously. So we were literally talking about why he felt that way and what's going on, and him going like, I'm not. They're talking about how come certain things don't mesh right, or how come a certain weapon isn't stronger than another weapon, and I'm like, dude.
Yes.
This is the community. This is Souls-like players is one of the hardest communities. You cannot appease everybody. You can only do what you think is right and keep making the game. And then once the game comes out and there are issues, fix them ASAP.
Yes, Erica, what you think of?
I was so curious about your guys' experience with this game because I was set to get a review code for this game. I was back and forth with PR, and then it came and went, and I never got a code.
Yeah.
And I played the demo. I played it enough to where I was making videos about it. I had some criticisms about it. I did feel certain weapons were weak, or certain bosses were janky and things like that. So I don't know. I doubt my criticism went that far, but I never got a code. So I have not played the full game of this. But that demo I went hard with. I think I beat 2 bosses. And they were tough.
Yeah. The demo
They
was
were
great.
tough. It was a good demo. You know what I loved about this game was the traversing. You had to use like those I don't even know what it's I don't want to say it was like a teleport, but it kind of you had to like
You had to
right?
Yeah.
And you had to like break down floorboards to like get through, and like that was to me a little spin on it, to where I thought, oh, they're making this a little bit different, and I like that. So I was liking it for what it was, but I did feel it needed some work. But I mean, it is a Souls-like. Let's answer that.
Yeah,
it definitely is. This is probably one of the, I guess, most Souls-like indies that came out this year. Yeah, I'm gonna get around to it. It's just I was hoping for that opportunity, and it just didn't happen. And I was playing something else, and
And the thing that got me about it was the scale, and I think that's a big part that wasn't really pumped out there to the world. It's a big game. And
the setting's awesome.
Yeah,
I love the folklore, Italian folklore. Can't say that word, but beautiful. It's awesome.
Yes. But yeah, No Tree is definitely Souls-like. So next one, Hugs. We turned Hugs into Vanna White.
Hey,
good old Deathbound.
I was like, and I really like Deathbound because I really the game itself was a little rough. The concept though is amazing. The fact that
love it.
You can play multiple characters. You have to. It's Souls-like you can set up different builds, set up different weapons, and then continue from there. And here, the characters are your builds. And you need to pay attention to how you're playing and swap out. And I don't remember the actual name of the mechanics, but you could the meter, and then you can do stronger attacks. You can do faster dodges. It was a great idea. I do think they need to put a little more work into the game, but it's a fun Souls-like. Definitely a Souls-like.
Yeah, definitely.
Erica.
I reviewed it. I beat it. Awesome. It like Keith saying, the concept of switching between characters, and you had to strategize like 2-3 steps ahead. Okay, I'm going to use this at this time, or this character's getting hurt. I got to switch to something else and then get that health back for that character. And you had to really, they called it like Baldur's Gate meets Souls because of that, because you're switching and strategizing between your strengths. Because one character will have like a huge sword or something, or a spear, and you might need that. Need that for certain things, and the other person has magic, so you got to do some long distance stuff or something. So it was cool, man. Very rough. There were times where I felt, man, some of these bosses are rough, dude. Like, they were hard, but because they were janky, or because it was just not polished enough. So that's what made it hard. Yeah. But I beat it. I beat them. It's just, it was frustrating in that sense. Not because
it was like if people thought that From Software games were clunky, this game was clunky.
This is clunky.
Like, oh my god, you don't have to emulate it that much, guys.
Yeah, but because of what it was and the concept and the gameplay loop, we stuck with it because they had something really good
Also,
here.
you know, your characters. You also had to balance your characters because there was a system within the game where if
skill tree.
not the skill tree. Basically, if you put certain characters along other characters, they didn't like each other.
Yes.
You would get
debuffs.
debuffs. Or if you put other characters along other characters that like each other, you would get buffs. So it's like, all right, I need to manage this. I kind of want this character in my group, but this one doesn't like this character.
And
it was cool, man. It was
there
cool.
was a lot of communication between the characters too.
They talked a lot.
Yeah.
They talked to each other. It was there. I'm gonna be honest. Deathbound introduced a lot of mechanics. I mean, even the healing mechanic, which was more frustrating than anything, it added a layer of difficulty.
I hated the healing.
Like when you healed, other characters were damaged. Like
I'm gonna heal my character, but I'm gonna screw you over. But
it would take a little bit of health up. So for everyone listening, just imagine you have 4 characters. You're switching between them, and let's say you have to heal one of them because you need them. You want them right at this moment. It will take off a bit of health of the other ones if you heal that one with your health potion. Yeah. So it was wild. It was a wild concept for sure.
A lot of moving pieces for sure. And then there was the whole thing of the skill tree. And there was just a lot there that surprisingly fit. Like I was kind of shocked at how it was a lot of mechanics that I was not used to seeing in the Souls-like genre, and it fit. Like it didn't feel horrible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It worked, and it was cool to see a developer take such leaps and risk with the genre. Like in my opinion, that was a big positive.
I want to see more of this. I want to see other developers do this because it's cool. Because there is a story, right? Yeah, and you have these characters that they communicate with each other, and depending on their values, they don't agree with each other sometimes. Why is this villain doing this? Well, I could, they're disagreeing with each other as they go, and then that's what brings in like what Keith is talking about, how they don't work well together or they do work. So it was interesting for sure.
And then the storytelling, that's a big thing for me because like with a lot of the original Souls games, I missed a lot of the story because I was fighting for my life and just trying to survive. Yeah. So, I mean, just being honest, like there's a lot of story. There's so much story that I've missed, like Destiny level missed of story.
It's like you're picking up an item. You're picking up an item, but you're running away at the same time. I'll look at that later.
Yeah, and then come to find out, it was like this loved one's spirit forged into this weapon, and it's linked to the final boss, and like but you don't know because you're running for your life.
I feel like in the beginning, From Software did that because they were new to the whole storytelling thing. Because if you ever played some of the earlier games, like Kingsfield, they did the same thing in those games as well. But I also think as the rise of YouTube, I'm pretty sure they were like, you know what, we've got these lore people out there on YouTube that are doing all these things, so we're just going to keep doing our thing, and they'll figure it out. People will go to YouTube and watch the videos, which we did.
Labor, they got free labor out of everybody. But no, so let's move on to the next one. I'm sorry, I'm eating up. Deathbound was a big one, and it's gonna come up again in a later topic. Okay, another crafts treasure. So Souls-like or just Souls-like mechanics?
Souls-like.
Baby's first Souls.
Yeah,
but that's not a bad thing.
This was if you've never played a Souls-like game before, you play this game now.
Bro, that game hard.
This is your introduction to playing it.
It is tough at times. It is tough.
I came in. I was like,
not the
I was out.
This is where we're talking about with the difficulty because there was an option in this game. So hey, I'm getting my ass kicked. Okay, now you can enable certain things, and the kicker was, as you can play Naz's Got Myself a Gun, you can give your main character a gun that literally kills everything.
Like, I mean,
it was a cute game. It was cute. I like the little play on words, the sands between. You walk in there and it says the sands between. It was cute, cute as heck, man. I loved it.
Didn't they have like cute cuss words too? Like,
it was.
There's some jokes in there. So that's
there was a lot of colorful jokes in that game. Yeah, it was good.
Okay, next one.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm Vanna.
Yeah, you're Vanna. Rise of the Ronin.
No.
Souls-like mechanics. See, this is where I'm gonna disagree with you guys.
Okay, let's hear it.
Extremely difficult combat. fast-paced parrying and dodging. When you get killed, you lose your renown, and you get to go back, and you get an opportunity to go back and claim it back by doing enough damage or
Okay.
killing your enemy.
Mhm.
But stamina. There's a stamina system. There is I don't know. For
It's got
me,
mechanics.
this is
It takes a lot of mechanics, but it's still not a Souls-like. And then again, that's that thing. Like, how much does a game need to have to be considered a Souls-like?
That's why I really was excited for this one, because I feel like it definitely rides that line between
A little blurry.
action adventure game and Souls-like. Now, where I would say it's more of a action adventure game, if I'm being honest with myself, is the difficulty factor.
That right there.
Difficulty. It is a lot of cinematic storytelling.
I also think it takes a lot from Sekiro, and Sekiro's not a Souls-like.
Says who? No, I'm just playing.
See, there we go. 'Cause a lot of people, I say it's not a Souls-like, but
Yeah.
everybody's like, no, it's not.
Sekiro is like the poster child of like, we think it's a Souls, but it's not technically. But people, every time I see a Google article, something, it pops up for me. Oh, top Souls-like, hardest Souls-likes ever, and Sekiro's always in there.
Always.
And it's just like, it's frustrating because they forget all these other games. They don't mention Code Vein. They don't mention, they don't mention
Code
those.
Vein was
So it's always Sekiro.
Definitely. It's that game that is like, it's the piece of candy laid out, because you're like, oh, if I beat this, I can get into the other ones. It's the crack laid out on the street. That's what it is.
Sekiro is
If you
freaking
get
hard,
Sekiro,
so I can't hit on that. Yeah.
You know what's the
I got
biggest thing
this.
about Sekiro is the game holds value. That is
it's a great game.
Amazing game.
Oh no, I'm literally talking about the value. Like right now, the cheapest I've seen it in the past couple of months is $30 digitally.
It's because it's Activision.
Yeah, it's an Activision game.
Yeah,
You remember that.
Technically, yeah.
Look.
So that's why.
But yes, so next,
Rise of the Ronin, though, I was gonna say it's more of I would say in the vein of Neo meets Ghost of Tsushima or something. It's kind of in there. Yeah.
That's
I love
So it's got elements, but same thing with Stellar Blade. It's there's a couple little things, but it's an action game. This one's an action game.
The game was inspired off of Nier Automata. Guys.
Yes.
Character action, is that what we're calling this one?
Yes.
It's I didn't play Stellar Blade. When I seen it, and it did remind me of like Nier Automata. I don't like character action games. Like, I'm not a big
what?
What's that
like
one?
Devil May Cry, Nier? Really?
Hey, you don't play any of those? Come on, man. Those are great.
Wow, it's crazy.
Nope.
Bayonetta?
Yeah, I'm good. Look, hey, I'll wear that shame with pride. But but yes, so obviously Stellar Blade. When I seen it, I was like, oh, that looks cool. And then it was the fast pace and everybody moving around and then wave of it. I was like,
we thought it was Bayonetta, remember? When we first
that's what I'm saying. And I was like, I'm good.
I'm good.
No, thank you.
So the Stellar Cheeks didn't make you want to get in there? That's so wrong. But you know what I mean? Like, I thought her character, just the design of the characters are beautiful. Beautiful characters, man.
Great. No, she looks great.
Yeah.
Badass. But no, I'm good. No, thank you. I'd rather not. Just like
I love Stellar Blade. This is my game of the year, by the way. This is my game of the year.
Really?
I love Stellar Blade. Yeah.
Is it? Even though another game might be able to be game of the year?
Wukong is like right there. But unless obviously Shadow of the Erd Tree, if that counts. But Stellar Blade was I loved Stellar Blade. I loved it. So
Hugger, did you like Stellar Blade?
Didn't play it. But I liked it. I'm a simp. Like, what are we doing out here?
To me, Stellar Blade had the feeling, like we talked about Sekiro, not a Souls-like. I feel like Stellar Blade's more in the vein of Sekiro. The timing of your attacks, it's more of a rhythm. You see the blue attack coming, you got to press A to dodge, get around them, or X, whatever it is, to get
Yeah.
around the enemy. And it was timing. It was all about being on cue with things and all of that. And it wasn't so much patterns like a Souls game, because Souls games, I feel like you could memorize those patterns. You know what's coming. You just got to get better at it and see it enough. Stellar Blade, it was chaotic. Like, you didn't know what was coming at times. Same thing with Wukong. I'm sure we're going to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
It was you had to react with the proper counter at the right time. So
Yeah.
that's what it was. More like in the vein of Sekiro
Look,
with
my
the
button
deflections and
mashing
stuff.
is not built for that. But yeah, Hugger, next, please.
I'm pulling
It's
up a
got
Black
difficulty
Myth
options
picture
too, by the way.
because you didn't give me one, B.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Is it
So
the
we're gonna talk
monkey?
about Black Myth Wukong. Yeah.
Yeah.
The monkey.
Pull
Yeah.
up a picture.
Let's see. So yeah.
Black
So
Myth
we're talking about
Wukong.
Black Myth Wukong.
Great game.
Souls-like
No.
or Souls-like mechanics?
Souls-like mechanics.
Or
I'm trying to think what
final-
is the
that's your
Souls-like
final,
mechanics? I'm trying to think.
Is that your final answer?
Who, me?
Yeah. Yes, you.
Yeah.
Are you gonna?
That's my final answer, Alex.
Why, sir?
I'm trying
Why
to
Black
think
Myth
right
Wukong
now.
not
What are the mechanics? I'm trying to think. Because there's
enemies
skill trees.
respawning in the world after you kill them.
True.
That's the only thing, because I haven't played it yet. This is definitely on my.
Wait, you quizzing me, but you ain't play it.
Yeah, I'm a good host.
That's crazy not playing Wukong this year. That's
Well,
wild.
no, because I became a backlog barbarian, which is our next hour that's coming up in a few minutes. And when I
Backlog.
became a backlog barbarian, I have legitimately been playing through my backlog. And there's a few games that came in to ruin my backlog, but that's beside the point. And then I was going to pick this up during Black Friday, and I'm glad I waited because there's a physical version coming out thanks to one of our sponsors, PM Studios. They're publishing and putting out, I believe, globally, the physical PlayStation 5 edition of Black Myth Wukong.
I think the biggest thing with this game, though, that qualifies it as not being a Souls-like is, again, the combat is fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that because I would like to see a fast Souls-like, but then again, if you see a really fast Souls-like outside of Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, you'll have people going, well, it's not supposed to be fast-paced. Okay, I don't want that. But also when you dying is definitely less punishing in this game.
Oh, for sure. Plus the fact you can respec things and all that.
Free? Like, no.
I'm trying to remember. Was it? Or am I getting confused with Timesia? Dude, speaking of backlog, I went back and played Timesia, beat it. That game's freaking awesome, dude. I waited a couple years because it came out literally a week before I was due with my son. So I went back and played that and beat it this year, dude. Great freaking Souls-like.
That card magician fight was legendary. I watched Old Man Logan play it.
Talk about man, that was fun. Just the combat to learn, and that's another thing I would personally for Souls games. If it's fun to learn that combat, and oh my god, to me that's really important with Souls-likes to make me like them better than the other. You know what I mean? So, anyways, threw us all off tangent.
No,
love that game.
That was a good
Black
one.
Myth. It's a great game. I did feel the last chapter fell off a bit because it went open world and the pacing was a little off for me. And I think that's why it's not my game of the year. But I love the game. It's difficult as hell. I think for some of the bosses, there's some of the bosses that just completely destroyed me. Because again, it's that reaction time. It's that using the right skill at the right time. And if you completely whiff it, oh, it's maddening. It is so. This game pissed me off a lot because I would have this move that I'm like, I got it in the tuck. I'm about to use this move. And then it would just completely miss. And then I'm out. I'm waiting for a cooldown. I'm dead. It was wild like that. And to me, Souls games aren't like that. I'm not using a skill and letting it build up. And then there's and then I'm going to use it like an an ultimate move. And then it has a cooldown. We're not doing that in Souls games. This is more of an action game. You're building up your meters to get those moves and use them at the right time. And that's really what Black Myth was. And I think that's why I struggled with it, because that's not Souls.
Gotcha.
It's kind of funny. I describe it as like, if this was a Souls, I would not have died that much. That's how I know.
Okay.
Because I was
Okay.
dying just because I used the wrong skill at the wrong time or something. You know what I mean? And that's not
because
Souls
of
to me.
you as it. I got you.
Yeah, it's different. And the bosses are so smart in this game. The way
They
they
are.
react, they will
See,
try
that's
and
scary.
stomp on you if you're right by their foot. They will switch up their move depending what you're doing.
Yeah, that's
So that's what is different.
Ooh.
It's
Could you-
wild.
okay, Hugger. Can you skip to the last one that I wanted you to do, just for the sake of time, and then that actually rolls into a little So Souls like mechanics.
We
I'm gonna
gotta talk
kill
this
you.
before we go, you know. Is this the Souls like?
Or Souls like mechanics. You guys let me know.
What game is this again?
Never heard of this
Elden Ring,
game.
Potential
It's a
Goatee.
tiny indie title.
Yeah, small,
Indie? Oh,
small
okay.
team.
I don't think I got around to this one.
I heard they're kind of
Probably
soft.
not. You probably missed it.
Yeah, it's about trees and forest stuff. It's a real foresty game.
Damn. Shadow
yeah,
of the
so-
Urge stream.
Yeah, so this is for this point, right? This is probably going to win Game of the Year and piss off the whole planet. But
I hope so.
They're allowing expansions, they said, and they're
Yeah.
focusing on that. I've seen them talking about it in the media. So
and we all
are they setting us up to expect these in the nominations? You know,
people
Elden
are
Ring.
so pissed. I'm laughing. They're getting people are so butthurt about this. They're getting so mad.
I'm gonna laugh if it happens. I'm gonna laugh.
I think it's going to be hilarious because the numbers wise, the engagement wise, it's going to be a strong contender for sure.
I'm actually
Oh,
writing an article
yeah.
about this, and there's one guy in here who's going to get very pissed off because I used him as an example, and he's like, it shouldn't be Game of the Year because it's a DLC, and I'm like, why? Because you can beat the game faster than you can beat the main game. I'm like, so what does that mean?
Yeah,
You can beat games. There's some games of years were very short. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Look at Astrobot. Astrobot's like a 15-hour game.
I didn't even know it was that long. I thought it was shorter. But
People
no,
You could play it shorter. You know, you could do it for good.
I think the problem is that Elden Ring has the same stigma as The Last of Us, and people are like, I'm tired of The Last of Us winning.
Yeah, that's fair.
Naughty Dog. Yeah.
But okay, I gotta ask this, so I'm skipping ahead for the sake of time, and that's my fault.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
What mechanics did you guys see this year or would you like to see going forward within the Souls like community? And I'll start. For me, drop in, drop out multiplayer. If you're gonna have multiplayer, go ahead and allow drop in, drop out. Remnant 2, which is surprisingly we didn't talk about.
The DLC, yeah.
Right? Remnant 2 with the last DLC added this. There is drop in, drop out, where we even cheesed it a little bit, me and Keith, where we were in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, the new DLC. That new DLC is amazing.
And Keith jumped in as I was fighting a boss and popped up, because the way it used to work or with most other Souls likes, whenever there's a multiplayer element, there's a specific time and place in which you go and access that person and bring them into your world. But on now, with the final DLC of Remnant 2, you're able to literally at any point in time, boss fight or not, just jump into the world on somebody who's playing. And I think that is a way to get more people to play the games, because I know I wouldn't have beaten Elden Ring without multiplayer, without co-op.
Mm-hmm.
I would not have beaten it. I was ready to quit at the final boss in the core game. I didn't play the DLC, but in the core game, I was ready to quit at the final boss until somebody came in. Shout out to Lady Infamous of Grown Women Gaming.
Nice.
She carried me to a win.
Nice.
I was ready to quit. I was like, well, it was fun while it lasted.
Here we are.
But yeah, so real quick, you guys give me a mechanic. Go, Erica.
I could agree with what you just said. Just making it a little bit more seamless. You know, with Elden Ring, it wasn't too bad. You just use an item. They use an item. You might mark it down on the ground, touch it, and whatever. And so I wouldn't mind it being at the bonfire, or, you know what I mean? That's the grace point, whatever. Let me bring in this person. Boom, we're here, you know. What we talked about earlier, too, with Deathbound. I like that mechanic of switching characters. I would love to see From Software do something like that. I think that'd be sick. I think they would do it even better. Just something different, I think, in that way, where it stays Souls, but it transitions it to something that makes it just its own thing. That's why I love Souls likes. It's because they do that. They'll add a different element in there, and just to have more quality of life. I think is always good. Obviously, not easy mode, but just make things a little bit more seamless. Quality of life things. Elden Ring, I think, did a good job of like doing that with certain things. But other than that, man, I don't know. What I want to see is just new things introduced and have them work with the genre. I'm just down for it. Anything, really.
Keith?
I think what I would really like is the ability to respect either right off the bat or not as like in most games you have to get to a certain point and then you can respect. And the problem is a lot of people is if they spec their character the wrong way and they can't beat a boss, then they end up going to power level. And then if they power level, then they cheat themselves out of the experience because everything becomes easier. I think allowing people to actually respect without requiring you to get to a certain boss or a certain part of the game or a certain item will make people realize that, hey, they can do things without power leveling and just destroying the entire experience for themselves. I also liked what Liza P did, where you can take an item or a weapon and upgrade to a certain way or combine it with another weapon and make it completely different. I love that
The
because
handles and all that.
it changed the entire characteristic of the weapon. It wasn't that it looked different. You had different different attack powers, you had different abilities. I really like that one. And I would just sit there and go, all right, which weapon can I make to be the cheese weapon? Which weapon can I use the cheese of balls? And I did make a couple of them because they were really cool. It's like this right here was amazing. I know a lot of games. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say that would be sick.
That would be pretty
just
cool.
to take the different weapons, like some great swords or whatever, and then combine it with a different handle or a different something, and it just makes it different. Yeah.
That's what on a random note, that's what Sands of Aura did. I don't know if you guys checked that out. It's an action adventure game. It's pretty cool. I think they just hit 1.0 last year. It's worth checking out. As you craft your weapon, depending on what you attach to it, it changes the attack speed, style, name, everything depending on what you add to the weapon.
Remember Bloodborne? Bloodborne kind of did that. Sorry, I know we're pressed for time with the workshop, and you would like kind of add different stuff, but they could take that further. I think absolutely.
And I just want to say a special thank you to you guys for taking time out and hanging out with us. And I want to, and Ender, yes, if you go back and watch earlier, they did address, do y'all find the distinction between which attack triggers and bound by animation, timing versus fast-paced attacks? They did talk about that in the beginning of this section.
The triggers and bound by bound by animation, like the commitment.
Yes, we did. We did talk about that. But folks, Erica, let them know where they can find you one more time.
For sure. Yeah, Erica's for the win. Just look me up on YouTube. It'll pop up. And yeah, if you want more Souls, I'm there. I'm still making Souls content. So
prominent in the Souls space.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that. I've loved seeing the channel grow and talking with more gamers who love Souls. I mean, it's the best. So thank you guys. Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Yeah. Oh, dude, always.
Keith, yeah. We got to do it again.
Oh, you come on. You know we are. And Keith, let folks know where they can find you.
You guys can find me over at theouterhaven.net. We got a lot of great gaming stuff over there. Definitely check it out. Also, you can find us over on YouTube, over at The Outer Haven on YouTube as well. And also, you can find me at Shadowhaxer on Blue Sky, because screw Twitter.
And we're going to get Eric Cuts over there to Blue Sky.
I got to start posting more. You guys got me motivated. I'll be on there. I'm getting on there.
It has been a very positive place so far. I'm really enjoying it.
We are about to transition.
Yes.
If you have not already, please type Aviga in the chat. I will enter you in for a chance to win the new Aviga headset. Also, we're still giving away a bunch of games throughout the day. Thank you to our partner, PM Studios. And again, thank you for the headset from Aviga. Keith and Erica, thank you guys so much. We're going to run a quick little, I guess you can say, break from and with messages from our partners. And we'll be back. That's you.
Yeah, I got this one, man.
Okay.
Tell me when.
You good?
Oh, I'm good. Hey guys, look, you see me stretching. We are into our. Is this our third hour?
It's our third hour.
Man, look, and I'm doing a lot of talking like my face ain't halfway stitched up. Look, folks, I'm talking through the wire, through the stitches, not through the wire. But
Your face gonna be so sore later.
oh, it's so bad,
Yep.
bro. It's bad now, and I'm doing all this talking and giggling and heeing and hawing. And Mike, I did send you the. If you check Twitter, I did send you the just a straight up background.
All right.
Okay, but folks, welcome to a special episode of Backlog Barbarians. See, y'all thought y'all was getting away from having to come out here and spread your shame and let everybody know which games you ain't been playing, but you bought a bunch of. I'm talking to
Your
myself.
shame sounds dirtier than intended.
It really is, and it is that dirty because you spent that money that you worked very hard for, and I'm talking to myself here, and you bought that game that you was really excited for, and it's still in plastic. And once again, I'm talking to myself. So Backlog Barbarians, a show centered around what games we are playing and what games we need to finish, because most gamers these days have massive backlog of games. Now, I know we usually do this show early in the morning on Sundays, which normally we would have had this episode tomorrow morning, but it's the Level 1 Gaming celebration of gaming, and we have decided to make a small pivot. And as usual, we have Geek Life Mike from G Style Magazine. But also, we have the host of the Level 1 Gaming podcast, all our usuals that are here for those who are here on our Wednesdays. I don't want to introduce them all because they're too much cooler than me, and they're already used to being introduced all the time, and they're super fancy, except Fame. I'll introduce Fame because he looks like he's not paying attention. Famous Entertainment, yeah, the head and president of Lv1 Gaming. My boss, he doesn't like to hear that, but that's what he is. And we have an extra special guest, the master geekstress herself, Red Infamy.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a lot of y'all in a long time.
Yes.
So I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Red, can you tell the folks a little bit about yourself and the content you make and how folks can support it?
Sure. So the content I make, I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist for 10 plus years now. I'm a variety streamer. I always say through the medium of streaming, I love to pretty much have my audience see what I'm talking about or what I'm reviewing to give transparency. I think in the industry, there's not enough transparency when it comes to reviews. We've seen countless reviews that it's like, oh, how did you get to that? But that number equated to that. Like, so I just love to take people along the journey of my gaming experiences. I love to have fun. And due to that, due to me being a journalist, a content creator, it has stacked up a lot of the games in the backlog. And I call myself like the backlog queen. I get made fun of from my audience of it. But where you can see my content, everything is read in for me across the board. I'm also the founder of Geek Game Tight, so you can check out my content on there as well, reporting and things and such. And then, of course, I'm a huge advocate of our people being involved in the gaming industry,
Yes.
especially our youth as well, and just pretty much shining a light on us when people try to cover it up so much. We do exist. We are curators and precursors and such in this whole industry as a whole. So I do love to pretty much explore those avenues and make it as a whole for the whole world to see.
And going off of that, that's going to be a big portion of today's backlog barbarians as well. We got a whole section set aside to talk about that because there has been a lot of positive movement and inclusivity within 2024. But before we get too far into that, Geek Life Mike, the originator of the backlog barbarians hashtag, the man
Not at
who
all.
started this movement.
Not at all.
Tell the folks a little bit about yourself, your content, and where the folks can go and support it.
Well, I am Geek Life Mike, part 2 of the world famous Backlog Barbarians with my brother Baron. I have been a journalist covering gaming, tech, and media over 10 years for gstylemag.com. That's the gang. And I've been everywhere. If there's an event, I've been there. If there was something that had to do with games, I've been there. So I've been doing this for a long time. I've been gaming since the 80s. I'm the old head here. So, I love this thing that we all love. And, I'm just here to talk about it. That's why we did the Backlog Barbarians. It's really an appreciation of games. It is platform agnostic. We do not do Xbox versus PlayStation there or Nintendo versus the world or anything like that. We talk games. It doesn't matter the year. We want to know what you're playing. We want to know why you're playing it. And we want you to uh share your shame with us because a lot of you guys have backlogs that you are holding on to and you won't let go of it, meaning play the games. So we are your therapists. Let us help you.
Yes.
Hi, Des.
There's no shame here, guys. That I'm gonna go around the circle and I want folks to what is that game that was released this year up to date? Because of course we still got the other half of this month and some December titles. But what game that was released in 2024 that is shockingly still on your backlog? And I'll start with myself. Metaphor Refantasio. As somebody who used to be called the RPG gamer, I have not even touched. I don't even know what the start screen for Metaphor Refantasio looks like. That is currently on my backlog. And I'm gonna swing it over to the wonderful head of James for Games, who is next to me on my screen, Des.
Hi, Des.
I don't. I'm. I'm so bad at this. I don't even know if this game came out this year or last year. But Sea of Stars.
That was
Oh
a
my
couple of years
God.
ago. But there was an update to the accounts. There was a big DLC and update.
That was just last year. It wasn't a couple
It was
years
last
ago.
year.
last year. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So you
though.
know me. I don't like buy games as soon as they come out.
Yes.
Right. I get really excited about them, and then like after the hype kind of dies down. Like I might pick it up, but I'll be busy working. It's really not because I don't want
We
to play
know.
the games.
We know.
I just be busy working, and so yeah, that's one that I really wanted to get into. I supported it when it was doing like its Kickstarter thing and fundraising thing, and I just haven't played it yet. But one of these days.
I'm in the same boat for that one, and I even bought the art book to go with it.
There we go.
Yeah. So we're gonna move on. Swinging down next to Famous Entertainment. What game that was released in 2024 is shockingly in your backlog?
So although we tried our best last night to watch the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. Netflix was utterly trash, and
That joint was a
it was
Sega
like
Genesis
before a
trying to
punch
watch.
landed, it was buffered, and then we came back and the round was over. We saw an old man bite his gloves, and we saw a young man trying to beat up on an old man. That's a long-winded way to say that I am really into boxing, and I am
Ooh.
so shocked
Boxing too.
that Undisputed has yet to be fired up on my console, and I have it, and I haven't fired it up yet. And I feel really bad about it because I've been anticipating this game for a long time. I played,
We interviewed the
the-
devs.
yeah, I played the lights out of
It's
Fight
even
Night
worse.
back when it was out, right? And I have Undisputed, and I haven't fired it up yet, and I feel so bad about it because I love boxing. I fire either the console, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go play COD or I'm gonna go play First Descent, and I've yet to fire the Undisputed, and I feel terrible about it because I love boxing.
They
By the
don't
way,
make that fun.
Netflix, I want a refund for this month for not letting
Oh,
me
easy.
really watch that.
Oh, they owe
They,
everybody
they do
money.
need the grant. They do need the
Terrible.
grant refunds this month for sure.
No, that was bad. I couldn't even log in on my computer. I had to go to a part of the
Oh,
house with
I
a TV
thought
that was
I
already
was
logged in.
upset because I thought our internet was acting up. Like I
See?
was flipping. I thought somebody, like one of the neighbors, was ciphering or
She
something.
was
Like, I was
she was flipping
Knocking
too.
on
He was
doors like,
"What's
hey,
happening?"
I was
booting
like,
everybody
changing this
out.
password.
Yeah.
I was like, I told everybody I'm changing the password because I don't know what's going on. Like, so I was pissed because Mike Tyson's like one of my favorite
Oh,
boxers of all
yeah.
time. And I was like, yo, why does it look like Sega Genesis right now? Like, what is going on? And I thought it was just me. I thought it was just us. Like, we had everything set up. We had a skinny popcorn, everything. Like,
Oh,
Not the skinny pop.
skinny pop. Look, hey, that kettle corn is fire. But moving on. So I do have to acknowledge that the last two games mentioned are definitely on my backlog as well. So moving on to Geek.
Undisputed, you haven't fired it up yet?
No, because I got the stream set up for us with our faces so we can
Oh,
fight
you
each
want
other.
a box?
Yeah, I'm trying to throw hands, bro. I'm not playing with you. Like,
I've been trying to box for a minute too.
look,
let
we
me
got
know
this.
what platform y'all on.
I
So
want,
Okay.
I want some of that smoke.
Okay, I'm on Xbox. Look,
Fight
plastic
Night was
button.
my game.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want
hey,
some of
man.
that
Look, I was
smoke.
up in there wheat. Hey,
I'll buy that
Bobbing
game
and
right,
weaving.
right after the show. I want the smoke.
okay, Mike, what game that came out this year is surprisingly on your backlog?
All right, there's two. one of them you ain't gonna believe. But one of the games I'm damn near finished. I just didn't finish it yet. But one game is Shadow of the Erdtree.
Ah,
Still sitting in my backlog. And the other one, believe it or not, is Astrobot. I have not finished that yet.
really?
Yes, I have not
I haven't
finished
even
that.
played that yet.
Oh,
I thought
bro,
Mike would have been destroyed that one.
Nah, I didn't. Yo, I got too much going on. So I'm damn near done though. I'm finished with most of the planets and most of the content. I just didn't roll the credits.
Ah,
But since it's not done, it's in the
Listen,
backlog. Yeah, I'm finish it. But
finish it.
I'm literally in Endgame. Literally
Yeah,
in.
you almost
I'm
Played
literally in
it.
Endgame.
Like most of
yeah.
the games you
We're
mentioned, I
all
haven't
shaming
even.
ourselves.
I
We
haven't
don't even
even
open
played
the
it.
box on.
I didn't even know that was. I
Right,
didn't even
but
know that
hold
was
on
an
though.
option.
Yeah, but hold on. It's a but he said surprising game of
Yeah,
2024.
yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, I have not finished it. You know, I am a Team Blue member. You would think that it would be kind of mandatory,
Yeah.
but I have not finished it. I have played it. I have not finished it. I am a backlog barbarian, so that counts. That's why we're doing this in the first place.
No
That's
shame.
fair.
No shame.
That's
It's
fair.
all love here. The
So
master geektress
Shame.
herself.
yes, sir.
What game that released this year is shockingly on your backlog?
Shockingly, bro. I'm trying to. You know what's the hard thing? Like going from January to where you're currently at because so much releases in 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prince of Persia.
Mm,
I
okay.
haven't started that out. Rise of the Ronin. I haven't
You
started.
missing out.
I made
Yeah.
Darren play that
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
I made him play that game.
I didn't touch nothing else until I finished Rise of the Ronin.
It's wow. Yeah, I didn't start it. Like See, I started it and then I didn't finish it because it has a character creation. And I take a long time with
Oh,
character.
And you
same.
got to craft 2 characters. That's what they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have to
you got to
craft
craft 2.
2, and then
Yeah.
sometimes I like to make characters look exactly like me, so that takes
Yeah.
even more
Same.
time. So nowadays, like I did it with Dragon Age, which I did start, and I'm
We're going to talk
want to
about that
make
later.
sure. Okay, I want to make sure, like I'm doing a playthrough on my channel, so I'm trying to stay disciplined to actually playing it every week for everyone. But I was like, I'm not gonna go in this time because I could spend like 5 hours trying to create myself, being a game designer. Like, but the next game, like Stellar Blade, I did start. I didn't finish. Astrobot would be the surprising one because that was like my most anticipated game, really. So I would say Astrobot. I started it, I streamed it, I did not finish it. So I would say Astrobot is going to be one of those, just like with Mike. But I didn't get as far as Mike. I need to
Right?
give
He
him
at the
more
end of the
time.
game, like, I'm trying to
Yeah, he
100%
at the end of
it.
the game. He
Yeah.
didn't finish.
He's like, I got 60
But,
hours in a 16-hour game, but I'm not done yet.
But
because
yeah,
because
that
I was trying to finish the secret levels.
See, I told y'l I was joking.
I'm
But
going
look-
into like with Mike. I'm trying to go into it. Like I want to really complete the game because I just love Astro. But I'm so happy they answered what we asked for, which was to have a full game from what we got as something that is literally on. That's your first PS5 game, you know, because it's literally embedded in the system. But what's another one? Name of the game, the Kenzara game. Am I saying that right? 'Cause
yeah,
Zal
Tales.
Kenzara. I
Yeah,
Tales of
didn't finish
Kenzara.
that. Yeah, I didn't finish that because I got stuck. I got lost.
That
But
happens.
yeah, I would
Yeah,
say for
you
that.
need a therapy session with us.
yeah.
Oh,
Welcome
we
to
can
the
have
Backlog
it. We
Barbarian.
can have it. We could, you know, exchange therapy. You know, we can
Yeah,
exchange
Hmm.
therapy. But yeah, I got a lot, my brothers.
You named a lot. I didn't put myself up there like that.
no, and that's
I
funny
didn't put my-
because like what came. There's a game that came up earlier, Suicide Squad. I didn't realize Suicide Squad came out this year.
Yeah.
Like I thought for some
Yeah.
reason I thought that was last year. And there is a lot of games that have released. I mean, even just last month, it was like 5 games that released big titles. Everything
It's
from
too much.
Dragon Age to like it's a
I need
lot
to
of
play
games.
Dragon Age. I want to.
Just to check out the hair, which is something we're going to talk about on the second part, because they really went in and they even did a dev diary about it and all that other fun stuff. But
Not too many spoilers though, because I got to get back in.
Oh no, we're not going to talk story at all. Hugger, what is a shockingly 2024 game that is on your backlog?
I mean, I don't know if I've really been playing much of that's come out in 2024, I'll be honest. Because I've been like you, I've been trying to hit that backlog, so... Because 2025, unless it's for like a review purpose, I'm not gonna try to get any new games, just whatever comes out on Game Pass, and I got
said that for this year.
So many games
Yeah.
to finish.
I still have to finish Baldur's Gate 3.
You ain't told us not near a game,
dang,
Hugger.
same.
Come on, get a.
Well, I know it's gonna fall to the backlog already. Stalker 2 is probably gonna fall to the backlog. I'm probably not gonna be able to finish it all in the time I want.
Same
So-
here.
100%. That's fair. Same.
No. We're not giving you that. That game ain't even out yet. Now,
Yeah,
lady,
but I know it's
what's in
not.
the backlog? What's in the backlog now that you supposed to have played but didn't?
I can answer this because I've been watching her streams. She hasn't finished the Call of Duty story yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wilding out.
Yeah.
But she's currently streaming
Neither
it.
have I.
To be fair, I had a bug for the first 2 days that it was not saving any of my campaign data or my multiplayer data, so nothing happened. So I didn't play it because I'm like, it's not going to save, and now it's saving. That's my reasoning.
I
it's
thoroughly
so good.
enjoyed that campaign.
I'm just hooked on the multiplayer. I'm almost the 3rd prestige, but I'm gonna move on.
You
Dallas,
need to play the campaign.
I need help. Dallas, are you there? Okay. So this is the next portion. How many games do you guys normally keep in rotation? Like that's something that I know I struggle with. Like right now, I currently have 3 games in rotation, and that's low for me because I'm usually one of those people who are constantly jumping around a bunch of different games while I'm getting nothing done. But as I became a backlog barbarian, I have strategically moved. So on my ROG Ally, I'm playing Marvel's Midnight Suns. On my console, I am bouncing back and forth between Call of Duty and Dragon Age the Veilguard. Those are the only games that I've been playing. That is what I'm working on. And Call of Duty's eating up my time. So, Des, how many games do you usually keep in rotation?
I play a lot of multiplayer survival type games. So right now I think maybe 4. And then I know this doesn't count. Yeah, because it's like Core Keeper, we just picked up Asuka, then I play this isn't like survival, but I mean there are survival aspects to it, but Once Human. I mean like I play like a lot of just you die if you don't thrive kind of games.
I've ran a few of those games with her, so
Yeah. But I know this doesn't count, but I have been spending a significant amount of time because I don't want to play all of the Dragon Age games leading up to this one. So I've been watching one particular person because there's no commentary in their gameplay. And I put in about 60 hours for the first one. I just finished watching that one.
Damn.
And
Heck yeah.
and now I'm watching Dragon Age 2 and I'm almost done with that one. So I'm weird.
People. I was gonna say.
Well, I'm weird like that because I know I'm not going to play them, but I want to understand the character and the story. So I will watch an entire. That's what I did for The Witcher, so that I could play the last one. I watched somebody else play. That took me like a year because there's just so much stuff. But so I probably won't get into Dragon Age until like next year.
Hey, Mike, I'm not that bad.
Hold on. No, you're not that bad. I have a quick question. Des, how many $50 popcorn boxes do you keep in rotation? That's what I want to know.
Bruh, I have about 5 of those mugs.
That's what I want to know.
Like that.
Hey, popcorn buckets became the new Funko Pops.
They are dope.
Hold on. I want to say this in front of everybody. Because right now, I have this ongoing beef with Des that will remain because when we went to PAX East, okay, I'm gonna tell the story really quickly. We went to PAX East, all of us here, me, Dane, Baron, Des, we were in there. So we went to go see Ghostbusters, which is the worst movie ever.
Yeah.
I just went there to get popcorn and a drink and watch my movie. And Des somehow made me feel as if I wasn't getting the total experience if I didn't buy a $50 popcorn bucket, which I did, by the way.
That bucket
now,
is fire, though.
Hey, I got my ghost strap.
No,
I got my ghost strap.
I wanted that.
Do not enable her. Do not enable her.
Yes, bro, it's cool. What are you talking about?
Dope.
It is so dope.
Every time.
I was jealous because I wasn't at PAX East to see y'all, and and then I didn't get the popcorn.
Only thing that's missing is it don't make noise. If that bad boy did the noise, it would be perfection.
You know what other one I bought? I just bought I think it was the 85-year anniversary for Batman. So I bought the Batman signal.
I know the one that I told you about.
You're talking about it. I went into the movie theater and I was like, look, I'm not trying to see any movies. I don't want any popcorn. I just want to buy popcorn buckets.
That's bad. That's bad.
Really quickly, if you don't mind, since we're halfway through this segment, I do want to release a code for PS5. Yes. This is Exphobia. Thank you to our partners over at PM Studios for allowing us to give this away.
You're
going to put a question mark here. That question mark equals here. This is Exphobia for PlayStation 5. Thank you to PM Studios. We got a lot more games to give away.
Yes.
But that code that is for PS5. I guess I should have made it.
You will be. Get that workout.
And to the people in the chat. Yeah, to the people in the chat, tell us what games you haven't played in 2024. And don't
either.
Yeah.
If you get the code, let us know, by the way.
And be real, man. Because look, I know we're going through game rotations, but I also want you guys to keep in mind your most shameful backlog game ever. And for me, mine, and I don't think I've ever said this out loud. The last bombshell I dropped was Super Mario. But this is a
That
big
one
shame.
took off.
Hey, but I thought I was alone. I didn't realize how many people have never beat a mainline Mario either. Like, no, a lot of people haven't.
Yeah, when I seen that on TikTok, I was like, I'm very surprised.
Yo, that post blew
A
up.
lot of people haven't.
Mad
I thought I was
people.
about to get drugged through the mud, to be real with you.
No.
Yo,
I was
mad
ready for
people
all the
dropping
smoke.
confessionals.
Hey,
I
yo,
was.
Yo,
you fine. I never beat a Zelda game. Like,
See?
never beat a Zelda game.
Okay, so
You
we'll
never
we'll
beat a
use that as
Zelda
your
Oh,
most,
really?
we'll use that as your most shameful because that's a big one.
I just now,
Not
I
even-
just now, I've never beat a Zelda game. I just now completed a Final Fantasy game.
Hey,
Which
let's-
one? Which
Honesty
one?
hour. Honesty
Which one?
hour.
7? Okay.
Seven.
Okay.
I did 7, 9.
Technically, I
Mike is
didn't
so
beat it
broken
because
over
it's
this.
going in. It's broken up.
Yeah,
I've said
that's
this years
fair.
ago. I've said this years
Yeah.
ago. It's been out there.
Look, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike.
It's out there, bro.
I have a shameful
out there.
secret. The only Zelda that I've actually played is A Link to the Past. I have not played
at least you
any of
played
the
the
other
best Zelda
ones.
game of all
Like,
time.
That's what. Yeah, a lot of people do say that.
that's the only
With
one.
Sega, like I didn't have Nintendo until a certain time, so I only had like a Game Boy. But
I was
like,
a Sega kid too.
Sega does what
yeah,
Nintendo
I
don't.
grew up with Sega
Don't.
and then PlayStation after that. So
I was
Same.
definitely a Sega kid.
I had all of them, but I'm
Oh.
old.
Of course you
So
did.
Now,
yeah, because I started out with Atari
now.
800,
Me
Oh,
too.
700.
20. I had the 2600
Sometimes I
with
forget.
Yeah,
with the
started out with
joystick.
Atari.
Pause.
Hey,
You
Yes,
forget
Ruby,
what?
never will.
I know.
I forget you're not in your 20s. Like,
She just
Ruby
runs
tells me
the
about I started with the
she
Atari.
runs
Just
the
like,
game.
Ren had the same. She had the same reaction
Nope,
when
nope.
she met me in real life. That
I
was
got
funny.
mad for a
No,
hot
it
second.
was
I
just
was like, what do
funny.
you mean? You weren't there. Yeah, you were.
Yeah,
You were.
like
was
look,
there.
I was there.
like,
Hey, but no.
funny. I don't care what
Okay.
nobody say.
So my shame, and then we can continue because I want to work this in because I also want to talk about the positive advancements made with inclusivity in gaming, for this, especially this year. But even though I've bought it 3 times, I have still not finished The Witcher 3.
That's okay.
It's a lot. That's a long game, and there are a lot of side quests,
there's
and
no
there's 2
shame in
whole
that.
DLCs
Okay.
which are like their own games.
It's
So
a shame that you bought it multiple times.
yeah, like 3
Yeah,
times.
that in itself, that in itself is
Let me
crazy.
breathe. Let me breathe.
For him, like
Let me
what?
breathe.
No, breathe twice.
Oh man.
Yes, times.
I bought it digitally. I bought the original when it first came out with the sleeve and everything, and then I bought the Switch version just because I was like,
Why?
well, let me tell you why I bought the Switch version, because my bigger shame was that I did not beat Skyrim story, the full story, the main story, until I bought it on the Switch version. So I was like, in my head, don't ask, I know it's horrible.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, since I finally beat the main story for Skyrim on the Switch, maybe I'll do the same thing. And then I believe, you know how in Fallout bottle caps are the currency.
Therapy. Okay.
But no, this is therapy for me. Y'all don't understand. Like Backlogs Barbarians is for me. Like,
You gotta stop gaslighting yourself.
We should do
God
like a
dang.
game shame podcast where we just talk about our shameful.
That's gonna be the name of the next episode.
Yeah, game shame.
Damn shame. I have a confession.
oh,
I mean,
let's go.
Oh, okay.
This one I might get killed in the comments for this one. You know what I'm saying? Aside from the fact that I have 6 popcorn boxes that I don't need. Down with Dez. Boo. But
Ow, my face.
Oh, B, you can't be out here laughing.
Oh, my face.
I got nowhere to put them either. Nowhere. I've never beaten a Mass Effect game.
Oh, wow.
That's okay.
Here's where it gets worse. Never played one either.
Oh, wow.
Okay, for me,
I've never played a Mass Effect game either.
I never
That's
played
okay.
a Mass Effect game. Never.
No.
There's like 9 of them. I have not participated in one.
best games ever.
I don't like the talking head thing where it just zooms in on their heads. It really bothers me.
So you didn't like
That's fair.
Oblivion either, huh?
Nope.
That was creepy. The way it'd be like,
That
hello,
is very
citizen."
creepy.
Yeah, it was like super weird. It was
they'd be
very
back here,
jarring.
and then it's like, hey, I want to talk. Hello, citizen.
I think Des would love Mass Effect story. I think you would.
Yes.
Oh, you would.
I think I would really be down for the story. I think I have to watch somebody play it though, because I just felt like it took me out of the gameplay when it was zoomed in like that, and it happens so often.
That's funny.
But I was.
You don't like
That's
people
funny.
in your space.
Hey, that's
I don't.
Absolutely not.
Hey, that is a
Yo,
legitimate.
Fame, you
that's a
over there
legit-
quiet. I know you got a dirty
Oh
confession.
yeah, what's your
somewhere.
dirt? Yeah, talk, Fame.
You sitting over there like
Look,
Daddy
look.
Cool. I know you got
Like
Okay.
peasants.
Okay.
Look
Pull
at
the
him.
mic
Look.
closer. Yeah.
I'm ready to bear my shame.
Yeah.
I never completed because I never played Skyrim.
Oh, you've never
That's
played
That's not
Skyrim?
that crazy to me.
That's
Not that crazy.
That's a niche
Yeah.
to me type.
Yeah, that game takes
cool. I
like
don't
2
feel bad 'cause-
lifetimes.
Why y'all
to
letting
play.
him breathe? Y'all was on my head.
Because Skyrim is not
Three times, bro.
Skyrim is not normal. Skyrim is not normal. Like if he told me like he never played a Mario game, then I would say cut his mic and camera
That
off.
would be
You
Yeah.
never played
Yeah.
Sonic
Well, I will
or
say
something like
I
that.
never completed the original Mario Brothers game.
A lot
A lot of
have.
people
Yeah.
didn't.
A lot of
Okay,
A lot of
have.
people
we
didn't.
good then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We good.
But if
I don't know if
Fam
it's
wanted
just
me to be
never
shamed
shameful.
on the
played a
show.
Mario game, if you told us you never played a Mario game,
Yeah.
we gotta
That's
cut your mic
Yeah.
off.
It's worse, Baron, because you buy it multiple times. Fame's just like, I ain't
Yeah.
never bought it.
Never.
Like,
Yo,
And you know, I can't even talk mess because I do got 2 copies of Sea of Stars and the digital because they gave
I
it.
think
that right.
You gotta
Des got
PS5
Des got to
copy.
play that right away. I think that is the game for you, Des. You got to play that when you can.
What, Skyrim?
No, Sea of
Sea of
Stars.
Stars.
Sea of Stars.
You
I do
got-
need to play Sea of Stars.
You
I actually
gotta
want a
play that one.
copy of like the Ghostbusters game that came out specifically for PS5 because I got a PS5. Jeremy to this day is still like, when we gonna play? Like,
Poor
I don't
Jeremy.
know. Yeah. I don't know if this is shameful, but I used to have this thing where I couldn't play sequels to games if I didn't finish the first one. Like, I needed to go in order. So when I was
That's
like
not
in my
shameful.
20s or whatever, I had Castlevania on Game Boy Advance and I got stuck at one part. Like, I couldn't find the shoes that make you jump double high. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
I have not played another Castlevania since like 2002.
You're missing
Sorry.
out. There's some good.
Low key, Castlevania games are hard.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
If anybody knows where the shoes are, just tell me, because this was before.
Cheat code central. Cheat code central. Cheat CC.
This was before you could like easily look stuff up online. Like, it
Yeah,
was a
no, for real.
struggle. Yeah. So
Hey, wait, so you got to experience calling Nintendo for help though?
yes.
I've done
But
that.
it was expensive. To call Nintendo for help was expensive. I had to get permission from my dad and everything.
I've done that.
Oh,
Hey,
see,
can I make a? I'll make a small point, and it's somewhat of a small transition as well. We started this
Yeah,
segment
I'm
talking
sorry.
about games just going into our backlog.
Yes.
You know what game that will not see the light of day in my backlog? It won't see the light of
gotta
day
hear
in my
this.
backlog because it's going to get played and beat immediately. South of Midnight.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
Good pivot.
crap.
Good pivot.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah,
about
yeah.
South of Midnight is it
Can't
makes
wait.
me happy. It gives me joy. I am already in love with Hazel. I am so excited for this game. And
Me
please,
too.
people on the internet, do not go to that subsection of Twitter that's telling you not to play this game for one reason or another.
Ain't nobody
This game
paying
looks
attention to that.
fantastic.
Yeah, ain't nobody paying
My bad.
attention
I'm
to
gonna
that.
shift back to you, B.
No, and thank you for
No,
that
that's a good
transition.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So advances in inclusivity, and I'll actually start with South of Midnight. I know we're running a bit on time. It's my fault. But South of Midnight, for those who don't know, it's made by Compulsion Games, the same people who did Talk to Me. Yeah,
We Happy Few.
And it is they actually had a deep dive that they just released, and that's the reason we're talking about it, because yes, the game is not out yet, but they just Xbox just released a whole deep dive, and that plays into the inclusivity part, along with not only the game but who the big publisher is behind it. So South of Midnight is a Southern Gothic dark fantasy. And as the head director said, it is a love letter to the South. And I mean, everything from, I don't know if you guys watched, did everybody here watch the mini documentary they just released, or at least clips?
I saw it.
So there was the part that really stood out to me outside of the character design was the fact that the character's voice actress is Black, and the motion capture actress for the character for Hazel is Black, and they had the cleanest designed aunties I've ever seen. It looked like I was at a family reunion down in Bama when they showed the aunties and the elders she was interacting with in the game. And I look, I got goosebumps. Like, that's how on point. Hair blowed out, like on. I felt like I was looking at aunties, like real life. These are my family, and it's very rare that we see these things in this medium. And to see it being made by one of the big three, one of the big companies and parent company in Xbox, it is awesome, and that's a positive sign. And before we get into that, just to highlight too, the hair. Hair is a huge thing, and that's something I mentioned earlier, and that really stood out with South of Midnight, but also within Dragon Age: The Veilguard. EA, and I'm bringing these up.
Yeah, they went in.
They went in. I mean, there was a whole meme about the Jerry curl, and they kept moving the character. Yeah, and the hair moved, and it flows, and it drops. My character in Dragon Age Veilguard has hair just like me, like legitimate twist, and it looks exactly like mine. Like, my wife came in and was like, "Oh, you really made your character look like me, look like yourself." I was like, "Yes," like hair and all.
Baron is also in another game, if y'all haven't realized. I sent him pictures of it, but if you check out the latest Life is Strange, I don't know who knew Baron, but they literally took 360 pictures of this man. It is Baron. It is Baron. Got the gap and everything. My guy is in the game.
But no,
you
guys,
have to find it.
But guys, it's so amazing. And let me read this bit. So now is the time to highlight some of the positive steps taken in gaming when it comes to inclusivity. From indie to AAA games, there has historically been a lack of inclusivity within the plot and design of games. The absence of Black hairstyles and gender options in RPGs is just one of the big examples. But in 2024, it brought in some much needed change. So we brought up some of these things, and we mentioned earlier South of Midnight. So how did you guys feel when you first seen South of Midnight?
It's about time.
Nice.
That's how I felt. Like, there's too many of us who play the games, who are contributing to the industry in a professional way, for you to keep sending us out here with the same Killmonger hairdo in every game.
Yeah, that. I would say for the most part, it's one thing to include Black characters, but also to include Black culture.
Yes.
So when I seen actually Mike and I, we did a show just going over. We was doing a live reaction of the showcase together, and when when it came on, I was like, "Yo, you can feel the Southern culture." Them including, I was like, are they including something of hoodoo into it? Like, it's one thing to have like, okay, we have Black people in this, but actually including culture. That's when you get to see it, because a lot of people think they know. I know Black people and they have a Black friend, but don't know nothing about the different cultural aspects. There's a whole diaspora of when it comes to Black people. It's not just one monolith of, okay, there's Northern culture of Black people versus Southern culture of Black people, or West versus East, or if you're Hispanic, you're Black Hispanic or anything like that, Black Latino, or you're Indigenous, of course. Like, there's just so many different things. So them including the Southern culture, I think, was like, wow. It's just showing a cultural aspect that we don't get to see it's always something stereotypical or of that nature that think that that's something that's supposed to be coincide all the time when it comes to us as Black people. So I was like, wow, that makes me want to
Yeah.
see what this is all about. Of course, I know about, Southern culture and especially Louisiana and things of that nature in the bayou and stuff, but to just get more in depth with it, because I didn't grow up there. So, just to see and just to see that the voice acting, the characters, the art style, I love this the stop type of art style that's in there. We got to see, of course, Spider Verse kind of
Yes.
explore that more for people to accept it at a larger
Yeah.
frame on a mainstream type of wavelength. So I can't wait for this game to come out. So yeah, I might be with you, Fame, with that. That can't be in the
Oh yeah.
backlog. That got to get
It
played
can't.
first.
It can't. It looks way too good. It feels way too good. Like I can't wait to get my hands on. I'm about to be blowing up Pika's DM here and
Shout out
I'm
to
like,
Pika
hey,
Palita.
Um,
I'm about to say, hey,
Pika.
let us in on this. But that game looks way too good. It feels way too good. It feels I know this might sound weird, but it feels personal. Does
Mm.
that
Uh-huh.
It
No,
like
doesn't
it
sound
feels
no, it
weird.
does.
Like
I think
Right.
No,
I
it
think
you
really
feel like
does.
that's
everybody
why
here gets it.
representation matters though.
Yeah.
Like wherever you
Mhm.
see it, that's because like you need to feel connected. We have felt so disconnected from our society and our media because we aren't represented enough. So the moment you see something like this and you're like it feels personal, and when it's done well, you know what I mean? When it's not just a caricature of what Black people are supposed to be, or what, and I'm sorry to say this, I'm not sorry to say this, what white people think Black people are supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, that's why I get tired of like GTA. You know what I mean? Not that it's a bad game, but like we are so much more than that. We are so much more than like basketball players. We are so much more than like football players. There's so many nuances to being Black that I love that we're doing that now, right? And I was
Yeah.
going to ask a question, like, and this is how I personally feel. I feel like with the success of Black Panther, it really has opened up the media and the industry to feel like, in some ways, and not us because we always knew we would be successful, but others to be like, oh yeah, no, we can do this and we can be successful at it. Because before that, there just weren't a lot of games. There was a lot of push for these games, but a lot of like just ignorance surrounding what we
Yeah.
really wanted to be there.
listen.
Yeah.
Uh,
Didn't see
We
the
got a
Black
Black
and
Panther in the
fantasy
first Descendant.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
well, what I was gonna say is, when Red and I were watching the actual showcase, because it was my favorite game in the showcase. For me, I think, just based on the overall aesthetic of the game, the overall point of the game, the cultural aspect of the game, um, all those things considered, I think this game, I'll say it now, is gonna have and should have the game of the year implications without the tokenism.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely.
and what I mean by that is that it's a game that it's actually, from what I can see, is going to be a great game that is getting, kind of the proverbial flowers that it deserves, and because it deserves it, and not just because there's Black people in it.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
Mhm.
because sometimes that gets pushed out, so they can meet the Black quota.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
All
Mhm.
right, we gave you a game, leave us alone. You know,
I mean, strawberries are
so
good, but strawberries are better dipped in chocolate. That's all I'm gonna say. That's
absolutely,
my metaphor. That's all
Hold
I'm gonna
up.
say.
you
Wait,
might you
hold
might
on.
you might not you might not eat strawberries any other way, punks.
Hey, oh
You know,
Lord. Oh Lord. He said, well, why you think they
but
in the grocery
but
store next to it, the little dips?
yeah. So
But no,
so
hey.
for me, I can't wait. We are the culture. Ain't nothing on this world dope unless we stamp it, and that's it.
Hey,
Mm.
and you know what? And this is further leaning into it, right? Hair. And I know we briefly talked about it, but just seeing the advancements that were made in hair mechanics. And it's funny because on Twitter, I want to say this year or for sure last year, there was an artist who made a pack for sketch artists. It was like, hey, here's a toolkit for different curl
Oh yeah,
patterns of hair.
You have a
Like
whole
here,
library of it.
they
yeah,
have a whole library.
yeah,
There's a doctor. I can't remember her name, but she's the one. She put together a book about it, and then you also have people like Ebonics
yes,
who creates
and Mira,
black hair
yeah,
for Sims.
yeah,
I remember when Nintendo was getting a lot of slack for when they had Animal Crossing and there were just not enough
hmm
hair variations. Like
yes,
people are
Yeah.
starting to listen, which is
yeah,
really really nice because I mean like it's not like we haven't been saying this forever.
Forever, forever, ever. But
Yeah.
you have the afrohairlibrary.org.
oh, okay,
Yes.
So it's different game, just developers who have added to the hair library. You had, like you say, Bonix, who has had countless different mods. Of course,
Mhm.
Mira.
Yeah, Mira, shout out to
Shouts
her.
out to the sisters over there who have been uh trailblazing the path of not
Absolutely.
waiting for these
Yeah,
developers, but actually
And making the
modding
change themselves.
and learning game development, like
yes,
actually
Yep.
learning game development and learning the tools to make something inclusive for their people to be included in.
yeah,
So I love that, not waiting for a yes, making your
yeah,
Hmm.
and
And shout out to Dez.
yeah, out there
yes,
leading the charge, James for gang,
Oh,
Right? Shout
yes.
out to her.
putting on whole
thank you.
showcases across all the major networks.
Let us not forget.
It
Let us not
needed to be
forget that.
done.
Yep,
Needed to be
Let us
done.
not forget that. Dames for games and Dez, baby.
and
Red was one of the first hosts on there with me.
hey, let's
Yes.
go.
Helping lead the
Yeah,
charge.
like I mean, for years, just me speaking out on it when it wasn't cool to speak on it.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
was out there and still have, speaking on these different things and implementing for the support of Black game developers. You cannot ask for certain things and then you don't go and support the developers that's
Yes.
actually
Yeah,
struggling out here making their games. Like I always say, have you ever seen Naughty Dog's first game? It was horrible. So like, it
Yep.
was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yep.
struggling, but the
Yep.
more and more they kept progressing and getting help, then they was able to give you these classics that we have now. The same thing is said when it comes to Black game developers. So you may not be so in tune with their game right now and they going through it, but the talent, a lot of these developers are
Oh,
self-taught. So yeah, definitely support the Black game developers, the different funds, women who have developed games, like of course Dames for Games, Black Voices in Gaming and
hmm
such, Black in Gaming. Like support these organizations and people and just different developers that you see. They might not be a part of these different organizations, but if you see their projects, like support them and see what
yes.
they're up to next.
humble bundle.
Everything that you're
Support this
saying.
Support it.
too.
Yeah,
Support this too.
Support level
yes.
1. Support Black people in the culture,
Support this
period.
too.
Yeah,
Right?
We
support
work
Black
Because it's
hard,
just
man.
we're gonna bring it
We
out.
we
grind out here,
do. We
baby.
work
We work
really hard.
hard. We work
Yeah.
And
hard.
we get a fraction of the support from the government, from like sponsorships, from partnerships. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be up there in the millions when it comes to like content and people following us. There's no reason why there shouldn't be more Black faces on IGN.
Look,
There's no reason why there's no reason why there shouldn't be more Black games that are selling.
yes,
There's no reason why there shouldn't be more Black people winning Academy Awards for the incredible work that they do. Like, just keep talking about it and keep supporting us because we are amazing. We've known we're amazing. We have people who take things from us and take it as their own. Like, I hear this all the
Give
time. Like,
so
you
much.
love
We
Black
help
culture,
so
but
much.
you don't love the people. Yeah. And it's
We help.
you
exhausting.
love
we
our
help
rhythm, but
everyone
not our
out.
blues.
But not our
Yes.
blues.
Yeah,
But
Listen,
not our
Yep.
blues.
really
Look,
quickly,
guys.
if I can.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Really quickly, if I
Rap,
can.
yeah.
Two things. Number one, there's a poll that I have up, and 50% of the people who said they haven't entered to win the Aviga headset, just type in Aviga in the comment section. That's all you got to do, and we're gonna get you into the win. We have a lot more games to give away. So the headset is thank you to our partners over at Avid,
Yes.
we're now 2 members away from now doing 2 headsets, I believe. Thank you, Soli, for that gifted membership. I believe the Sly Crow got that membership. We got a lot more games to give away. Thank you to our partners over at PM Studios as well. I want to give a big shout. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, Mike, let folks know where they can find you and
Yes,
support
that's what I
what
was
you
about to
do.
do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, good.
Well, since you jumped into it, Geek Life Mike on everything Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, and I'm on the Backlog Barbarians. We are twice a month, me and Brother Baron and Lv1 Gaming. That's what we do. We talk these games. I ain't hard to find.
Red Infamy, let the folks know where they can find you and support what you do.
Sure, Red Infamy across the board. Also, geekgametight.com. And I'm on Blue Sky now too. I finally signed up for Blue Sky, so y'all can
Welcome.
follow me over
Welcome.
there as well.
It's plush over there. The air's crisp.
It is.
It's
It's
very
nice.
very nice. Good spring water over there.
Yeah. Hey,
Shout
but
out
no.
to Mike.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Mike and Red Infamy for coming through and rocking with us. We're going to take a
Thank y'all.
small break. You guys going to see some messages from our partners for the show. Once again, make sure you guys go check out these people, man. Some of the greatest people in the industry. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. I knew I could do something in this industry once I got a follow from Red Infinity. That's a tweet that will forever live on my Twitter. You can go look it up. Red is a real one, and I love her to death, and I love to see her grow and to see what she's doing over there. And Mike is my guy. Shout out to Mike and everything he's doing over G Style Magazine. We'll be right back, guys.
Yes.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, and we are back for hour 4. And since Baron hosted the last 2 hours, I am back to take back over the show, which I'm really excited about because I have 2 amazing new guests with us for this hour. Before I introduce them, first I want to give a big shout out to our partners for the show. Number 1, Dames for Games. You guys see the beautiful Des is still with. I can't tell what side she's on for everybody, but she's kind of over here for me. Maybe she's not there for you guys, but she's still rocking with us. Shout out to Dames for Games, who has an amazing showcase coming up here in 2025. And submissions are still open. So if you're in that space and you want to get your game submitted for her upcoming showcase, please reach out to Dames for Games on social media, Blue Sky, Twitter, everywhere.
Yeah, we're everywhere now.
Everywhere now. So make sure you guys reach out. Also, if you have not entered to win the Aviga game headset, our partners Avid is giving away a headset. Please type in Aviga in the chat. You'll be entered to win. Also, we are 2 new channel members away from giving away a second Aviga headset. So shout out to you guys for becoming members of the channel. Last but not least, big shout out to PM Studios, who gave us a bunch of games to give away, and we still have a bunch more to give away during this hour. So make sure you guys are tuned in. Good luck to you. Let us know in the chat if you receive those games. Hit the like button, hit that a whole bunch, subscribe per usual. Before we get going with the introductions, I do want to do a switch. Can I speak English anymore? Do want to do a quick switch over because we do have a message from one of our friends at the Iron Lords podcast, Lord Cognito. I think we do.
All right, and we are not live. Lord Cognito, not in the flesh, but I had to pull up Level 1 Gaming, the celebration 2024. Salute the fame, salute the Baron, salute to the whole Level 1 squad. I see I got some big names on the docket, so I had to spread some love to celebrate gaming. 2024 has been amazing for me personally. You know, so many games I played and I beat this year, and I was just thinking about my Infinite Wealth, my Tekken 8, you know what I'm saying? Kunitsigami Path of the Goddess, currently Metaphor. Man, it's been so much. You know, Veilguard, about to start that. And then thinking about the end of the year, you know, obviously COD was amazing for me. Black Ops, the campaign, sick. I'm thinking about Stalker coming, you know, the list goes on. It's just so many games in this year that in a year that we think, okay, last year was like the pinnacle. But this year, you know, it's going to be light. And it comes to find out we still got a lot of hits out there, man. So it's just really cool to get together. I love what you guys do in the community. I love the grind. I love the work from the media standpoint, the podcast standpoint. Level 1 is always outside doing their thing. And I had to spread some love to talk about gaming with some amazing content creators in the realm of Level 1. So salute to y'all. Salute on this accomplishment. I love these type of discussions. Again, apologies I couldn't be there. It's the birthday week. It's the birthday week. So I might be, you know, a little little, fluids in the system. But I had to go through show some love, and again, to celebrate the thing. The reason why we do this, that's what the thing people lose track of. We may disagree with different opinions and points, but the reason we supposed to be together as brothers and sisters is we're supposed to be lovers of games. That's the unifier. People have to get back on track with that part. So put all the violence down, all that foolishness, get back to the game and get back to having fun and enjoying gaming, and that's what it's about. So salute to, again, Lv1. I love this type of stuff. Love to be a part of it. And everybody enjoy your day. Peace.
Shout out to the Iron Lords podcast and my brother Lord Cognito. Fun fact about Lv1 Gaming and the Iron Lords podcast: we used to be under one umbrella back when Tick Games Network was a thing. We podcasted side by side on different days on the same channel for a very long time. So we've always been really close with the Iron Lords podcast. So shout out to Lord Cognito for his special message as we celebrate gaming in 2024. But I do want to introduce our guest for right now. First off, my brother who's always prepared to talk about it. He does amazing work in the industry. He does amazing work at Lv1 Gaming. Yo, Nut Game, what's going on, brother?
Hey, thank you for having me back. I'm excited. I saw the list of what we're talking about today, so I got my thoughts ready and I'm ready to go.
All right. And then last but not least, my man who I love to get every flower to every chance I get. It's because he is an amazing person. He does great stuff in the space. I've been following him for a very, very, very long time. The host of Podcast Unlocked, put some respect in your name, the Ryan McCaffrey.
I am so grateful to get invited back to celebrate with you guys for another year here. I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to this hour. This is going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. I do still have with me D Floor Hugger and Diz. And you guys know last hour we talked about our backlog. We've been talking about games. I do want to make a slight shift, and I want to talk about consoles because a lot of things have been happening in the actual console space in 2024. And I do want to start with Xbox, right? Because one of the most recent things that we got confirmation on was a long-standing rumor that Xbox will finally give us that Xbox handheld that so many people have wanted. I know personally myself, seeing what Xbox is doing with their games and going pseudo third party in a lot of ways with the no red light thing, which we'll talk about. But having that Xbox handheld, I think is really awesome. Ryan, I want to start with you. Phil Spencer did come out and say, hey, the handheld is a couple of years away. That could mean 2026. It could mean 2027. But your thoughts on us finally getting that Xbox handheld that so many of us wanted for a long time?
Well, number one, I'm excited about it because that will add to my gaming time. Because right now, if I'm away from my console, away from my PC, I'm not gaming. And I know that I've got Game Pass Ultimate and I can do the cloud streaming stuff. Maybe I'm just old, but that just doesn't appeal to me. I just don't really want to play that way. I want to play on a native proper gaming device. So this handheld, whenever it comes around, and I'm sure we'll talk about this because I am surprised that it's as far out as it is. I thought it was going to be much closer on the horizon. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, it's Saturday. My brain doesn't work on weekends. But yeah, I am thrilled about this because it is just going to be purely additive to my gaming time. And it's going to allow me to dip into Game Pass more, get through my backlog more effectively, like you guys were talking about last hour. And so, yeah, I don't even really care how much it costs because it's going to do something for me that it's going to fill a gaming need for me. And so unless it's insane, unless it's like $1,000, then I'm in. Like, you don't even really have to tell me what the specs are, what the price is. I'm pretty much in automatically with some limits, but yeah, I'm really excited about the prospect of this.
It may just be me, but I need it to be somewhere around where the Xbox Series X is.
Yeah.
As far as fidelity and stuff like that. Does that really matter to you, Ryan?
It does. I mean, I bought a Steam Deck at launch, and I'll be honest with you, I ended up selling it It mostly sat around. I didn't end up traveling with it nearly as much as I thought I would, mostly because it's huge.
And it's
Which brings,
heavy.
I knew going in, like, I'm not trying to blame anybody but myself here, but I just found that it's just a massive, and I know that it's Valve didn't like want to make it that size. I'm sure they just had to. That was to hit the specs they wanted and the price points they wanted, and that was the size it had to be. So I think the silver lining for me, or at least one of them, there are a couple, but the main one in terms of having to wait 2-3 years for this thing, according to Phil, is that it'll allow a couple generations to go by in terms of like what the Steam Deck's doing, what the ROG Ally is doing, and hopefully Microsoft it'll be interesting to see the choice they make of, are they going to stay in that larger form factor and aim for more power? Or are they going to do a little less power but shrink the thing down? Because they're probably not, I'm not a hardware expert, but they're probably not going to be able to do both. It's each one comes with trade-offs, but I do think that that's the silver lining of waiting. And I know I could buy a ROG Ally right now before anybody comments in the chat. But I kind of want I just want an official like Xbox device. Nothing against the ROG Ally, but I'm curious where this thing will land in terms of the size and the form factor. But yeah, I think you're right in terms of the horsepower. I mean, it's going to arrive almost certainly in Xbox's next generation, because I just don't think the Series X/Series S is going to continue for 3 more years. I think it's going to be 2 at the most, just the way that Microsoft is kind of tracking with this stuff and how they're taking more of a PC approach, more of a smartphone approach of just, we have various devices at different price points and different horsepower levels. So yeah, I think Series X power is a reasonable expectation. Now the resolution is probably going to be a lot lower, and that's fine because on a 8-inch screen, you don't need 4K. It'd be a total waste to put 4K on an 8-inch screen. So they can lower the power that way and still deliver the same effective performance as a Series X. But yeah, I think that's a reasonable expectation on your part.
Does the Xbox handheld do anything for you? As someone who likes to buy stuff and not open it, does that Xbox handheld do anything for you?
I mean, like, are they gonna do cool customizations for it? Am I gonna get a Black Panther one? Am I gonna get a Barbie one? Then maybe.
To win, maybe.
I mean, honestly, if it's not heavy, I'll try it out, because this is like one of my gamer shames. I bought the Steam Deck. I did the opening of it. I posted a video of it, and I've not turned it on or played it since. Because when I picked it up, it was just so heavy. So I immediately went back to playing like my Switch. So I think if it's something that's like easy to carry around, something I don't mind traveling with, then I think that would be perfect. Like, basically, like bouncing off of what Ryan said, I think it fulfills a need, and I don't mind having I honestly think going mobile is the smartest thing to do, especially when you're not just thinking about Western countries and you're thinking about Eastern countries where they don't have the same kind of space. A lot of gaming that they do is on mobile, unless they go to like a gaming cafe, which is still very popular over there. I think this is an easy access point in, as well as like Game Pass. I think this is very smart for them. So yeah, I might get it if I could get a Black Panther one. Denzel Washington's supposed to be in the new one. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm done.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited about that. One of his films before he retires, which I might take off work that day. But Nug, I want to
absolutely.
right? Because are you shocked at all that we possibly are going to get an Xbox handheld before we get a new Vita? I know PlayStation has the Portal. I know it has the Portal, but I do not count that because of what it really is.
No,
Are you shocked at all we're getting an Xbox handheld before we get a new Vita?
No, look, here's the thing. As great as we all remember the PSP and the PS Vita, it's all nostalgia, right? And I say this as somebody who is working in video game store and retail. People come in, they get these old things and they realize, it's not as cool as I once remember. And so a lot of people crapped on the Portal at first because it wasn't the PSP, but now the Portal is starting to kick up in hype and popularity because people are realizing, you know what? I'm actually around Wi-Fi a lot more than I think. So I think that based off what I've seen with this Xbox handheld, they would be smart. I'm gonna switch it up here. Maybe not to go towards that ROG Ally route or that Steam Deck route and start getting a little bit closer to that Portal route because it cuts the price in
Really?
half. Yeah, well, so for me, I like my Portal. I take it everywhere with me. I find that remote play is much better than the cloud gaming. The cloud gaming experience on the iPad and the phone is really laggy, but that remote play is tethered to my PS5. So as long as I have solid connection, I'm able to game. If Microsoft can find a way to kind of get in the middle, you still have some power with like Steam Deck. Maybe you can download the games to play them offline. So it's not fully Wi Fi, but it's also doing some remote play kind of stuff. They can really knock it out the park with this.
That's interesting because I'm be honest, I would be so disappointed if it was a Portal like device. Like I want it to be an Xbox console on the go.
Well, I can lend some reassurance here because Phil Spencer's last big comment on handheld was back at IGN's IGN Live event that we put together down in LA. It was right after the Xbox showcase. I had Phil on and I interviewed him live. There were a bunch of IGN fans in the room, and that was my last question for Phil. I snuck it in, and I was actually surprised at how candid he was. He all but confirmed. I mean, it's kind of that Phil speak where you have to like learn to translate Phil speak into like proper gamer English. But he basically confirmed that they are doing a handheld, and then my last question, my follow-up was, well, would it be a cloud-based thing or would it be a native like on-device thing? And you can go back and find the video, but he basically says, paraphrasing, that no, it would be an on-device handheld if we do that. So yeah, they're not doing a cloud thing.
That makes me happy because I'm willing to pay that money. Go ahead, Nug.
I think if they do that, it's going to be close to that $1,000 price range. Because at least for me, with the Steam Deck and ROG Ally and those, they have an issue playing AAA titles. Those bigger games, those games that I really want to play on the go, they have issues with that. So if they do it as that type of console, I would prefer that you go ahead and go full out, but it's going to be through the roof as far as pricing. I'm wondering how they're going to be able to get us to play any game that we want to play in handheld form for a budget friendly price. That would be my concern.
But you got to remember, if this is 2-3 years away, things are going to advance a lot. Prices are going to come down.
Oh yeah.
And, it'll be a more realistic than you think it is, I think.
Okay. But I'm all in.
I mean,
I think technology
you make a
is
valid point.
But I think technology is, I think they say that it updates every 6 months, and maybe less than that. So like in 2-3 years, we have no idea where we're going to be when it comes to that.
Very true. Very true. I'm all in though. I'm with y'all. I'm all in because I currently don't play much on Xbox because I can't play it away from the house. I'm getting it either on Steam or PlayStation if I can get a review copy because I can play it multiple places.
Hugs, I'm gonna switch it up. I know you are a resident, like PC is your thing, right? But you love Game Pass, and this is would you be interested in this at all? At least for the Xbox Game Pass, non-streaming on the go.
Like Des says, if there's customization, probably, but it is not enticing enough for me right now to be like, yeah. But if I can like get that Barbie or put some skins on it, design it in the design lab.
Yo, the moment that they put those out, yeah, I want to be able to customize it. Like you can customize your PC. Why can't I customize my Xbox?
If I'm spending that amount of money on something, I want it to look like mine. I want it to be mine. You know?
I get that. I just don't think. I think Xbox is done with themed consoles.
I don't think so.
I
don't think so at all.
With consoles, I've been telling you.
I think they're done with consoles. We've been saying this for a while. I've literally been saying this for a while.
Is the handheld a console? Is the handheld a console?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is. But I think it's different. I think it's different than having a console that you plug in at home and you can't take with you. right? Like they're
Yeah.
still customizing controllers. So I don't think that they're done with customization completely. I think this could open
Ryan,
up a whole new gateway to customization.
you believe in that at all, Ryan? Because I mean, Microsoft just came out with a new campaign, which some people love, some people dislike. That this is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. Like everything is an Xbox now. You believe in the they might be done at least making high end hardware anymore?
No, not at all. I mean, Phil just put out a quote. I forget which. Phil was on a little kind of press tour here over the last week or two. I'm not quite sure what the. I guess maybe it was in support of this marketing campaign, but yeah, one of those quotes from one of those interviews was, "Yeah, we're absolutely not done making hardware." I mean, I think are we inevitably moving to a complete cloud-based, like just plug in a USB stick to your
Yes.
TV and then have your controller? Yeah, I mean that's not a new idea. I think we've kind of all seen the writing on the wall for that for going back to last generation, that's probably the end game for all of this. But yeah, I don't think we're there yet. Not with the horsepower that these consoles are putting out. And they're like the PS5 is still enormous. And the Series X, while smaller, is like it's very dense. It's like a 10-pound. It's we're not going to be cloudifying that kind of horsepower on a mass scale quite yet. So I do think we've got at least one more round of proper hardware. Not to say that won't be supplemented by cloud stuff. It already kind of is. But I don't think we're done with the set-top boxes quite yet.
I gave it 5 years.
Okay.
I have a
And I just want to come back to this whenever we do our podcast and like in 5 years we're still on it. Because you're always like, Baron, you said that. I want you to, in 5 years, I want you to be able to say, Destiny, you said that. 5 years. I give it 5 to 6 years. That's it.
I have a small and very unlikely theory that when we get to that point, we're going to get a Samsung device powered by Xbox, Lenovo device powered by. Like I could see with Xbox being everything, right? And I think I might have said this. Did I say this last year? Like I could see Xbox becoming Android. You have a Samsung device, but it's running Android.
That's
Gaming is
solid.
a medium that that's never going away. It is the number one medium in the world, in my opinion. I could definitely see a world to where we're getting the software on different hardware.
I hear y'all, but I feel like as a gamer nerd in 2024 going into 2025, I want hardware now. I want something I could put my hands on, and I think a lot of people share that sentiment. Like we want new Xbox hardware. They did do the refresh of the Series S and the Series X, and I like that they're talking about the future. But what about the short term? What about even though the PS5 Pro I'm not a huge fan of, they gave us some extra hardware to kind of sink our teeth into, and I would like for Xbox to kind of do the same. That's just me. I like having things to kind of get around with.
That's fair. When I think about the general consumer and just where we're at with money, just realistically, I think they have to take that into account too. I just don't think a lot of these places within the next like 2 to 3 years are going to be pushing a ton of hardware, just because people can't afford it now. So that's why I think the Fire Stick has blown up so much. And I mean, they've been talking about making it an easier entry point into gaming, and the Fire Stick has done that at a lower cost. And is still making them tons of money because people are getting Game Pass. So I do think this is a transitionary period where we're going to see a lot of changes. That's not to say they're going to get rid of all hardware, but I do think it's going to the bulk of it is going to come down a bit.
I wonder if the handheld, since it's 2-3 years out, if the handheld might end up occupying the space that the Series S does now. Like if it might actually basically be a Switch, assuming Nintendo doesn't have any sort of weird patents on that. I mean, I guess they don't. You can plug a Steam Deck into a TV. Yeah. So yeah, I wonder if that could be a thing where the handheld kind of is the entry point hardware wise into the next generation of Xbox, and then there's still a high end 500, 600, 700. I mean, let's be honest, it's going to be $700. That's the floor now, thanks to the PS5 Pro and what it's up to. So I could see that being something that comes to fruition in the next couple of years.
So
That
I want to ask the panel because we're talking about everything that happened this year. We're celebrating, and there's a subsection of gamers who are really celebrating because even though these games have been out for a very long time, there's a subsection of gamers who haven't played games like Halo, haven't played Gears, haven't played Forza, and they are celebrating now because it seems as if those 4 games that Phil and Sarah talked about are no longer 4 games, and there's no red line and possibilities when it comes to Xbox games going to PlayStation, right? So there are a lot of PlayStation gamers who are so dedicated to their hardware that they haven't bought anything else. They are really excited at the possibility of being able to play pretty much all Xbox games at some point on their PlayStation. This marks, even though we all kind of saw this coming, I think this marks a big transition into what we're used to of the big 3 and everyone kind of just standing guard and there not being any type of crossover. This sort of muddies the waters a little bit, and it kind of like, hey man, it doesn't really matter where you want to play. You can play these games. Nug, I do want to start with you. There's this red line thing, which I think we heard this a while back. I believe it was either on IGN or Windows Central. I can't remember which one what I read it from first about, hey, this red line thing, the phrase first started, right? And it's like there is no red line. Nug, I want to start with you. So should the PlayStation gamers really be super excited because to me, seeing Halo on a PlayStation is like seeing Mario on the Xbox. It's weird,
right.
but it's cool for a lot of people. Your thoughts, Nug?
I think there needs to be a balance, right? I think that some games it's good to have them on both platforms, but I still believe that competition breeds innovation, right? So I think that there needs to be some things that each side have exclusive to one another, that way they can kind of still compete. Because I think if we start meshing everything together, it becomes more of a monopoly type of situation to where what's the point of why would you pick Xbox or PlayStation if they all have the exact same games? Unless you just have like a hardcore, I guess hardcore love of a controller or something. But I think maybe like your smaller titles, like your MLB The Shows, maybe your Forzas, maybe your Halos, you put those on both, and like you have like your Spider-Mans, your Fables, or who knows, maybe your Call of Duty in 10 years on each side. And because at some point you're gonna have to say how we're gonna make money, right? What's our
Yeah.
selling point? Why am I gonna buy into these consoles or these services if there's nothing on the other side for us to go with? Why would I choose Xbox over PlayStation if you're telling me that, well, everything you can do here, you can do there? So it's really weird. And I know that sounds like not really consumer friendly, but to a point, if we still want games, you have to get some money in it.
Mm.
Uh-oh. Dev. You see?
No, no, I respectfully disagree. But I think it's because I come back from an era where there used to be the same game on different consoles, just slight differences. Like I come from an era where like The Lion
Mortal
King was
Kombat.
on every console, right? And it just had slight
He said back
differences.
in
But
my day.
I'm just saying, and I think the competition is changing in a way to where it's not just AAA against AAA companies, it's like AAA against indies as well, right? So I think they need to think about things differently. I don't know where that's going to go necessarily, but I think the consumer will always buy the games. And that's why I do think that like Xbox and Microsoft are being really smart about where they're going as they're like, in my opinion, pulling away from like having like all of this hardware focus and moving their games onto places where people have easy access to them wherever they're at. I think that's really smart, just business wise. I don't ever think it'll be like a monopoly because, PlayStation will have its specific games that'll probably have exclusivity for a month or two, and people will buy those. And Nintendo will always have its games that they keep on Nintendo. But I do think that like there is a place where we can have these games on different consoles and it'll be fine because we did it before. We did it when games first came out and it wasn't such a big deal. I think the community has made it a big deal.
Well, when you said before, when before and what games are we talking about? Because there are some games that have always been exclusive with each like
So
an
I think
Xbox
there have
product.
been characters and icons and mascots that have always been exclusive. Like Sonic has always been Sega. Mario has
Right.
always been Nintendo. But back in the day when you would have games that when everybody was trying to get into the gaming, right? You'd have like, let's say an IP. For example, Barbie has literally had games on every platform since they started making games. Okay. Let's say Looney Tunes. They're an IP who have literally had games on every system. Mascots are iconic and they are locked to whatever they're doing because they're the mascot of that, right? But you have so many other games, so many other IPs out here. We're making games based off movies, we're making games based off comics, and they're not locked to Sega and they're or locked to PlayStation or locked to Nintendo. So I don't see an issue with them being on different platforms for people to play.
Okay.
That's kind of what I was saying. If
So
that makes sense. I hope that makes
you're saying
sense.
like the mascots are still should be locked, but the other things should be more loose.
I'm not saying they should be. I'm just saying that's the way it's been. Like the mascots
Mm.
have been locked to specific things, but the games themselves have been in other things. For example, Kingdom Hearts. You had Disney crossovers in Kingdom Hearts. You had, you know what I mean? And Kingdom Hearts was available on multiple platforms.
Okay.
So that's what I mean. It's always been like Mario's always been on Nintendo because those two things are interchangeable. When you think of Mario, you think of Nintendo. When you think of Nintendo, you think of Mario. Same with Sonic. When you think of Sega, you think of Sonic. When you think of Sonic, you think of Sega.
I
But
think
when
of
you think
Xbox.
of
When
Madden,
you think of, I was about to say, when you think of Xbox, you think of Halo.
but I don't play Halo like that. So I don't think of Halo when I think of Xbox.
Okay.
So I'm talking about the general consumer. When you guys are talking, you talk about the hardcore gamers. The general consumer is not thinking the same way that we're thinking when we talk about video games, which is why having the Fire Stick and giving people access to like an entry point, they're doing it for the general consumer, not for the hard. They already have you guys.
True. They have us.
Ryan, I do want to switch down over to you. Is it a true cause for celebration? Should PlayStation gamers really be excited? Is this no red line thing? Is this in your heart of hearts? You believe Master Chief may someday make his way over to the blue team for the Halo fans out there?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I talked about this on Podcast Unlocked, but I think this part of this sort of studio rebranding from 343 Industries to Halo Studios. They've changed leadership. You know, Bonnie Ross stepped aside a year or so ago. They've got new leadership there. They're hiring a lot of new talent. Like, they're effectively rebooting that studio. And Halo Infinite was supposed to be a platform, which they would build other Halo stuff on top of.
Mm-hmm.
That's all, as far as we can tell, and this isn't like me reporting anything, but like that, my guess is that's all out the window. And I think, they're switching to Unreal Engine 5 because the tools are just too much of a pain in the ass with slip space. And Unreal Engine 5 is a super potent engine that a ton of talent in the industry knows how to work with. So I think the next Halo is one of two things. The next Halo, and by the way, the next Halo won't be for a long time because they're still hiring. We're a ways out, like probably 4 or 5 years. But the next Halo is probably, this is where I would bet my money. Like, if you listen to Podcast Unlocked, I like to make In-N-Out burger bets because it means win or lose. If I have to buy the In-N-Out or if somebody's buying it for me, I get to eat In-N-Out. So it makes me happy. So one of two things is going to be what the next Halo is. It's either going to be a reboot of the series, which I know a lot of Halo fans, they get their hackles up about that because it's like, well, we've got 20 years of canon. We can't do that. Yes, we absolutely can. Because if we're starting over on multiple platforms, we're trying to welcome in PlayStation fans, we can absolutely reboot it. Especially when the story, like, I've played every Halo game. I love Halo a lot. The story's gotten pretty convoluted. Like, they tried to walk it back and reset it a little bit with Infinite. But if you were to try to jump in, if Infinite magically got ported to PS5 tomorrow, there would be no it's not that they wouldn't enjoy the game on PlayStation, but PlayStation gamers would kind of just be like, what's going on in this universe? What is happening?
Yeah.
So a reboot makes perfect sense. The other way they could do it, I think it's going to be either the reboot or an Unreal Engine 5 remake of Halo 1. And they'll sort of start over there. And then where they would go from there, I don't know. Whether they also remake Halo 2 and Halo 3 and just do it that. I don't know. That feels a little lazy to me creatively. But I don't know how they'll go. But I do think it's going to be... I don't think we're getting Halo 7, a.k.a. Halo Infinite 2. I do not think the next Halo is going to be that. We know how troubled Halo Infinite's development was. It turned out great in the end, to the credit of Joseph Staten and the team that shipped that game at 343. I reviewed the campaign for IGN, and I gave it a 9, and I stand by that. I think it's a fantastic Halo campaign, a nice redemption from the absolute disaster campaign that Halo 5 was. Infinite was excellent. You know, the multiplayer on Infinite's great. It's had its ups and downs in terms of trying to find its footing as a free standalone live service multiplayer game. But I just think with this switch to Unreal 5, the rebranding of the studio, that the next Halo, whatever it is absolutely coming to PS5 or PS6, whatever's out at the time. It's coming to PlayStation, particularly when Phil's already said there are no red lines. Like I also think, by the way, that's why we're not getting Gears 6 that picks up the cliffhanger from Gears 5 and finishes Kate's story. That's why we're getting a prequel with Dom and Marcus coming back, is because it's going to be on PlayStation. And you don't want to throw PlayStation gamers into Gears 6 when they'll have no freaking idea what's going on. No, you start them in the very beginning with E-Day. So I think the writing is all on the wall for this stuff, and fans aren't going to like it. Some of them aren't going to like it, but games are getting more expensive to make. They're taking longer to make. Gen Alpha does not give a shit about tribalism. They don't care. They are not like, I'm PlayStation for life. That's not who this generation is.
Yeah.
I have a 13-year-old daughter. She's got a Switch. She plays on phone and iPad and my, like, they want to play, like, look at Fortnite, look at Minecraft. They just want to play their game on whatever
wherever
device,
they can play it. Yes.
right, is most convenient to them. If it's their phone right in front of them, cool. If it's a computer or laptop, great. If it's a console in front of the TV at home, great. So this idea that I'm a 40-something, not everybody here is, but the idea that my generation is hanging on to of this tribalism, it's just not the future. And
Exactly.
And it's now Sony, for any of the Sony fanboys listening, y'all won. Like, Phil Spencer even said it a while back. He said, we lost the most important generation, which was the last one, PS4 and Xbox One, because that's when everybody got entrenched in their digital ecosystems.
The library.
Yeah.
And so it's over. And we've seen that for the first 4 years, because these PS5 and Series X just turned 4 this past week. Xbox isn't gaining any ground. They're gaining 0 ground. Even though the console's selling pretty well, PlayStation 5's selling great, but the console market's not growing, games are getting more expensive, the next generation of gamers doesn't care about where they play. This strategy for Microsoft, they have waved the white flag. Like, it's congrats, Sony, you guys won.
Yep.
And Sony's gonna, clearly, we've just seen from Sony's actions, they're going to try and hang on to this old model as long as they can. But even you can see it happening in real time. They're shipping things on PC later, but then, like, Helldivers 2, day and date. Now, that's not a, like, internally owned PlayStation Studios game like a God of War is, but that game wouldn't have been half as successful. It's one of the biggest games of the year if it did not ship day and date simultaneously on PC. The fact that it was PC and PlayStation, you needed both of those things for that game to be as big as it was this year, and continues to be a big game. So Microsoft they have walked off the battlefield, acknowledged the defeat, and they're saying, okay, what makes sense for us? And I think that PlayStation will eventually have to follow them. Now, you can almost, and I'm going to shut up in a second because I know I'm going on like a
you're
huge
good.
monologue.
No,
here.
no, no.
But like you can kind of look at the two companies almost philosophically in the sense that Sony is a hardware company, right? They're a consumer
Yes.
electronics company. Their DNA is building hardware, things you can buy, devices. Microsoft's DNA is software. And they're both
Thank
kind
you.
of leaning into that right now, just in this weird like their visions of the future are each sort of reflected by that DNA of Sony is clinging to we make cool devices and make things for those devices. That's why they ship the PS5 Pro. Like we're a hardware company. We're making this cool new PlayStation that's more powerful. And Microsoft said we're a software company, so we paid $69 billion for Activision Blizzard, and we're just gonna put our games everywhere. And if you want to pay $70 full boat retail price for Call of Duty or Halo 7 or the Halo reboot or Gears of War E-Day on PlayStation, cool, we'll take your money. That's great. We're happy that you spend money on it. But if you do want to play on a PC or one of our hardware devices that we're still going to make, and you sign up, you want to pay us $20 a month for Game Pass Ultimate and get it day one, we're thrilled with that too, because we're a software company and we're building software and services. So it's these two different visions of the future. And again, Microsoft lost, but I think the next chapter of gaming history, I genuinely believe that Microsoft is on the right track. And this, like Microsoft's made big bets before. Like, remember the original Xbox had a hard drive in it, which at the time was like, what? Why? And it also had an Ethernet port in the back because they had laid out their intention to create a broadband-only online gaming service in the days when dial-up was still king. People are like, what? Nobody even has broadband. You're going to build a broadband-only gaming service? That's insane. Well, those bets paid off, and now every gaming console has hard drives. Every gaming console has Ethernet ports and broadband online services, and they might be right about this too. They might be right about it. End of rant.
I think they are.
That was a lot.
No, that was a really good rant because I feel like everything you said is things that I have been saying. Like I agree with everything that you just said. And for like I said, for the people who are stuck on like hardware, this is no hate, but like the new generations don't care about that. And Xbox and PlayStation already have you. So they're looking to the next generation, and the next generation does not care if they have an Xbox if they can play it on their TV or their tablet or their PC. And that's really just the way it is.
Nug, I'm gonna switch over to you because Ryan did bring up he brought the PS5, right? The PS5 Pro, which was our only big console release for 2024. So I gotta ask you, because I didn't get the PS5 Pro. I am happy with my PS5. I don't quite see a need for myself to get a PS5 Pro. So I gotta ask you, Nug, did you get a PS5 Pro? Number one. And number two, your thoughts on that $700 price tag? Because to date, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is that not the most expensive? Well, how much was the PS3 when it originally was announced?
$6.
Was it $6? Right?
$599 US, if you'll remember the name.
Yes. So PS5 Pro is now the most expensive console we've ever seen. Do you?
Are we taking into account inflation since when that was released till now? No, right?
No,
okay.
No.
I'm not a math person, but I was just curious.
Your thoughts on the PS5 Pro? Did it move the needle at all for you? Because unfortunately, it didn't for me. I don't feel like I needed to upgrade my PlayStation.
In fear of sounding like a hypocrite here, despite being a hardware fan, I wasn't a fan of the PS5 Pro. I didn't buy one. I was looking into it and it hit me. I didn't even have a 4K TV or monitor to take full advantage of the thing. But I had issues for a lot of reasons. Based off what I've seen, just for the people who did buy them, you can tell the difference. There is a visible difference, but the difference, in my personal opinion, just isn't worth the extra $200. I'm also not a fan of like the Apple method of nickeling and diming us for every little thing. I bought my PS5 Pro at launch. It came with the stand, both vertical and horizontal. It came with the disk drive. It's $500. Now the PS5 Pro, it's $700 plus $80 for a disk drive plus what 20 or whatever for a stand just to have
Oof.
both vertical and horizontal. So now I'm at $800. Just not a fan of hardware in that case. I think that the Pro also upsets me because I remember again with that launch PS5, they had 4K, 8K on the box. We never even
Yeah.
sniffed 8K at all. We barely hit 4K on most games, and now you're trying to sell me on an upscaled 4K. I don't see what the vision is. The only thing I can kind of maybe defend it is for somebody who doesn't have a PS5 currently, is looking to maybe jump in this holiday season and you want the latest and greatest thing. But even then, man, it's just going to be really difficult because not only do you have to have this console, you got to have a TV or monitor that can take advantage of the 4K. And it just, I don't know. I see what they were trying to do, but I don't think it's going in a great direction. And sales, from what I've seen, these aren't even selling out. You can still go get one today. So
It's not how the PS5 was when it launched. Like but I want to say Sony purposely made a point to make sure they had way more PS5s out
Yeah,
to
this
purchase.
time. Yeah.
And again, I see this daily just with like working. Like, dude, people are coming into the store looking for regular five, saving up for regular five, saying I'm gonna get a five this upcoming Christmas. So how could you tell people who are saving up for $500, hey, here's a $700 model? Well, what does that do? Better graphics? Okay, I'll get this one. Like it just
Mhm.
like Dad said, that's something for the hardcore gamers and content creators, as
Yeah.
opposed to being something for the regular consumer. So I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know what that vision is.
Did that needle move for you at all, Ryan, with the PS5 Pro?
I'm on record, and I will continue to hold to this. I am only going. I am going to buy a PS5 Pro, not yet, for one reason that many people will find stupid, but so for me, it's because of Grand Theft Auto 6. And I think that's going to be. I think I won't be alone on that. Not saying that's going to be everybody by any stretch of the imagination, but I have always since GTA 3, like real quick, there are probably I could name 4 or 5 games in my gaming life that I would say were paradigm shifts where I played the game and like my whole world changed about like, whoa, I did not know a video game could do this or could deliver an experience like this. Halo 2 with the online multiplayer was one of them. Certainly the original Super Mario Brothers, which is what got me into video games in the first place. But GTA 3 was one of those games for me where I was just like, I had played it on a friend's PS2, and it was a killer app for me. I went out and bought a PlayStation 2 after that because of that game. And ever since, I've just been, to me, Grand Theft Auto games are extremely special. And as we've seen, they've also pretty much all been 10 out of 10s. They are games that raise the bar in the industry because there's this incredible talent at Rockstar that gets put into these games. There's literally unlimited budget that gets put into Grand Theft Auto games, which is not the case for pretty much every other game. So anyway, all that is to say, I mean, I think GTA 5 for me is one of the 10 greatest games ever made, maybe even top 5. Like it's that good to me. And so all that is a rambling preface to say GTA 6 is going to be a borderline religious experience for me personally because
Yeah,
it's
100%.
been over a decade. We got Red Dead Redemption 2 in between. Red Dead doesn't hit me the same way.
Nope,
But
not at all.
6 is it's just going to be such a moment for me in my gaming life, and I hope the game lives up to it. History says it will, but you never know these days, right? I mean, one of the Hausers left and Leslie Benzie's left, so who knows? But I want the best GTA 6 experience I can get, and it looks like that's going to be on a PS5 Pro because they're not shipping a PC version at launch. And so when it gets closer, when GTA 6 gets a real release date, which This is another conversation. I don't think it's going to be next year, but when it does finally get close, if PS5 Pro's the best way to, if that's the way to get the best GTA 6 experience, I will trade in my launch day PS5 for whatever I can get at the time, and I am willing to pay hundreds of dollars in the cost difference to get just for that one game. So I know that makes me ridiculous or whatever to a lot of people, and that's okay. That's just
totally
I own
fine.
it.
That's not
Hugger, I
ridiculous
know
at all.
you love GTA. You love GTA more on the RP side, right? And we know how Rockstar can be, and we don't know if GTA is going to release on PC day one. They could do the whole.
No, it's not. They've already confirmed. Yeah, it's PC it's PS5 and Xbox at launch.
So Hugger, you willing to make that jumperoo for GTA 6? Because Ryan said he all in, baby.
Girl, no. PlayStation Pro starts at $960 here. Absolutely
Canada.
not.
Canada.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait until like July, August, when mom and dad are tired of their kid playing on that their PlayStation, and maybe I'll go to the pawn shop and see what we can get. I know that sounds awful, but that pawn shop, you get me $100 PlayStation 5? Because Timmy wouldn't stop playing it at 3 a.m.? Give it to me. Give it to me. I just can't afford it. It's too expensive. And knowing that GTA 6, as much as I want to play it, it won't be ready for RP, but I cannot justify spending over $100+ just for the game, and then $1,000 plus for
Dang, when you say it out loud,
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Just okay.
But I'm not gonna lie, for GTA,
I was super lucky to get
See,
a
that's
Switch
what's
sent to me, but this is $1,000 here in Canada. Like that's
what's crazy to me. That like you're like, I don't know, but $1,000 for GTA? Absolutely not. Absolutely, I would never, ever, ever spend that much money. I will wait. I will wait for the experience.
I'm in the same boat with Ryan, where GTA for me was just revolutionary, and even now when we talk about GTA, we don't even compare it to other games. We compare it to other GTAs. That's how we.
My best experience for GTA is not on the console for me. My best experience is on PC.
Fair. That's
so I would
also
rather
fair,
wait.
but
I spent a lot of money on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you that whatever console is out for GTA 6 is going up. So I think we're going to see a surge in everything. And if they come out, like Ryan said, and say PS6 or PS5 Pro is the best way, I'm probably going to do it. I'm not going to, because I've waited 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years. I was what? Yeah, it was a long time ago when it last came out, 2013. I might as well make this an experience because I feel like
that
it's
makes
been
sense.
so long.
Yeah, because you're a huge fan of it, right? So like, and the way you guys talk about it is the way I would talk about a relationship. Like, we haven't been out in a while, and I just can't wait. Like, and I get that there are just some games that like bring that out of you. It's an emotional experience. It's not me trying to make fun of you or anything like that. So it's worth the money because of the experience and the connection you get with it. But I'm just saying, for the average person, like I think I'm just the average person. I would never. There's no game in this world that has ever made me feel that way. And I don't know if that just makes me.
Hey,
if there's any game that reaches the average person, is Grand Theft Auto. That is the most popular game that everyone on this planet knows.
Absolutely.
What it is. And
I think it's definitely popular.
Oh yeah,
but I don't think everybody's going to pay that.
You'll be surprised with this one.
You're gonna be I don't think everybody's going to pay that.
I want to give a major shout out to Slow Mo Backslap and Blaine 158. We did just hit our new membership goal for the channel. So thank you guys so much for the support and rocking with us. So with that being said, we do still have our giveaway for everyone if you type in Aviga in the chat. But now we do have a separate giveaway just for our channel members. We're giving away another Aviga headset. For us hitting our goal today of new members. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Slow Mo Backstop and Blaine for putting us over the hump. And Blaine also gifted 5 memberships on top of becoming a member himself. So that's you, man. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to get those winners announced here pretty soon. But if you did not win, and if you want to check out this headset, our partners, Avid, did put a code CELEBRATE with the link that's in the description, also in the chat. You guys can get their vegan headset for 30% off and free shipping if you use our code CELEBRATE. I want to give a big shout out to Yo Nut Gaming and the Ryan McCaffrey for coming out and rocking with us, man, and having and talking our console chaos. Ryan really went in this segment, and that's super appreciative. Ryan, thank you for all that you do. Podcast Unlocked has been one of my favorite podcasts of all time. Nug, keep being the greatest taco that's ever been made in the history of tacos, man, because you are great. I have such a good time at these conventions with you, man, and I cannot wait to see what you do in the console space. And back to you, Ryan, again. I cannot wait to see what you guys do with Podcast Unlocked as you guys continue to move forward, because it is the premier podcast for Xbox, and I've been rocking with it for such a long time. I just want to say thank you guys for rocking with us, honestly.
Yeah, thank you for having
Thanks
us.
for
as
having
always.
us.
Everybody better be at IGN Live next year.
Yes.
Better.
All go out. All hang out.
I'm going
IGN
Everybody better be at IGN Live next year.
I'll
I'm
put it on
going to be
on my
there
calendar.
for sure. Before
I'll
we
look-
transition, we do have some new guests getting ready to pop in. Before we transition, for those who missed it, we do have a special video from Lord Cognito of the Iron Lords podcast that's going to play, and then a quick word from our partners. And again, thank you to Ryan and Yo Nut Gaming, and we'll see you guys in a few moments.
All right, and we are not live. Lord Cognito, not in the flesh, but I had to pull up Level 1 Gaming, the celebration 2024. Salute the fame, salute the banner, salute to the whole Level 1 squad. I see I got some big names on the docket, so I had to spread some love to celebrate gaming. 2024 has been amazing for me personally. You know, so many games I played and I beat this year, and I was just thinking about my Infinite Wealth, my Tekken 8, you know what I'm saying? Kunitsigami Path of the Goddess, currently Metaphor. Man, it's been so much. You know, Veilguard about to start that. And then thinking about the end of the year, you know, obviously COD was amazing for me. Black Ops, the campaign, sick. I'm thinking about Stalker coming, you know, the list goes on. It's just so many games in this year that in a year that we think, okay, last year was like the pinnacle. But this year, you know, it's going to be light. And it comes to find out we still got a lot of hits out there, man. So it's just really cool to get together. I love what you guys do in the community. I love the grind. I love the work from the media standpoint, the podcast standpoint. Level 1 is always outside doing their thing. And I had to spread some love to talk about gaming with some amazing content creators in the realm of Level 1. So salute to y'all. Salute on this accomplishment. I love these type of discussions. Again, apologies I couldn't be there. It's the birthday week. It's the birthday week. So I might be, you know, a little, you know, fluids in the system. But I had to go through, show some love. And again, to celebrate the thing, the reason why we do this, that's what the thing people lose track of. You know, we may disagree with different opinions and points, but the reason we're supposed to be together as brothers and sisters is we're supposed to be lovers of games. That's the unifier. People have to get back on track with that part. So put all the violence down, all that foolishness, get back to the game and get back to having fun and enjoying gaming, you know? And that's what it's about. So salute to, again, Level 1. I love this type of stuff. Love to be a part of it. And everybody enjoy your day. Peace.
Oh, she's calling me hot. I appreciate that.
You are
I mean,
hot.
I agree.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get like Jeffrey Grubb
Saying
over here.
you
But
know
you
he's a beautiful
Okay.
man.
listen, we are back with our 2024 celebration of games. So thank everybody who has rocked with us so far. We still have a ton of games still left to give away. We did hit our membership goal, which is absolutely awesome. So our members will be entered to their own raffle to win the Aviga headset. For everyone else, if you type in Aviga in the comments, we will get you entered to win the other Aviga headset. Shout out to our partners for this show. First off, Dames for Games. They do have their submissions open for their March 2025 showcase. The woman who makes that happen is on the panel right now, Des. So make sure you guys, if you're in the industry and know someone, please have them reach out to Dames for Games to get their games submitted for their showcase. Also, shout out to, again, Avid, who is helping us with this show and giving out the Aviga headset, which you see me and Baron both rocking for this show. Last but not least, thank you to PM Studios, one of the best in the business. They gave us a bunch of games to give away for this show to celebrate gaming in 2024. Now, we do have a new guest with us for this hour-ish. It is the man who cut his hair and no longer has the greatest locks of all time, Jeff Grubb. What's going on, brother?
Not much. Happy to be here. Yeah. I cut the hair, raised some money for charity not too long ago. A couple weeks ago, they gave me a mullet, and I say a grown woman in a gingerbread suit came at me with scissors and just chopped it all off. So yeah, it was a good time though. We raised a lot of money for kids. It was excellent. But now I'm here talking with y'all. I'm happy to be here.
Wait a minute, how does it feel to be God's favorite? You can cut your hair and it just grows back. How does that feel?
Yeah, that is what I said. It's just hair; it'll grow back. And then all the balds that were there looked at me like they mean mugged me. Yeah.
All the balls.
My hair is disgusting balds.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I cut my hair and it never came back. So yeah, you're God's favorite.
My wife does say that might happen to me eventually. I keep doing this. I'm like, I don't know. It's been fine so far. I think I'm all right.
Listen,
We gotta clip that.
I think we have Jeff on the show at least once a year, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here rocking with us, man. We appreciate you taking the time out. We're gonna have some fun, right? Because we are celebrating Game of the 24. So Dallas, the animated man up top, the voice you every Wednesday, is going to test our might to see what we actually know about games in 2024. So,
oh no, I'm a games journalist. Is there an easy mode or something like that I can get? Maybe?
So Dallas is about to take over, and he's going to give us bits and pieces of games, and we're going to use our names as our buzzer to be able to call out whether we know what the game is. And if we don't get it, he'll give us a little more. So I believe he should be blowing up if he's not already. And we were going to go on teams, but this is now a battle royale, every man for himself, Warzone style, or Fortnite style. And D, I'm gonna let you take over. Show that screen, Bucko.
First,
First.
Jeff, can you give us an example of how
Yeah.
we're gonna call in?
Yeah. So we were supposed to say our names, and I asked if I could use my nickname. So I'll be calling you with Daddy.
Yes. Okay. Got it. We just wanted to ensure that we knew how it's gonna work.
Perfect.
All right. Let me get to watch. Oh hell no!
Oh yeah.
serious,
Listen,
y'all.
this is gonna be fun.
Baron.
Is
Hold on, let me put it up.
all
for the
right, man.
people. Okay.
This is gonna be one of those situations
squinting
where
'cause I'm
if
old.
you play the game or if you know it, you will know. It will be a little easier than you think, but you got to be out here playing games. Meaning, Fame will not get any of them right.
Baron.
Let's go with our first contestant, Barry.
I think this is gonna be completely wrong, but is it Xenoblade Chronicle X?
Ooh, good guess, but not the game we're looking for.
Man, you came with the Barons all confident too.
Well, because that's like the color scheme and everything. That's like the color scheme and everything.
Oh, my bad.
I don't
forgot
even
the
know what
rules.
it is.
Listen, this is what we're going to do. So, it's going to be a free for all. Whenever you see a new picture up, that is your chance to answer, say your own name like a freaking Pokemon. Now, if you do not get it right, the next person that answers it wrong, we'll just go around the room till everybody's had a chance. At that point, if everybody's answered wrong, we will be going to easy mode, meaning there will be another image
From the
which
same
will
game?
give you a better chance from the same game,
Okay.
which will give you a better chance at getting it right.
Okay.
Person with the most right answers wins. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
No.
Baron answered wrong already.
Daddy.
Yeah, Jeff, what we got?
Is it Stellar Blade?
Oh, you know what?
I know those things anywhere.
Yeah, you recognize. Listen, I'm mad that you recognized the thigh. That was like.
Oh no, I'm not beating the allegations. Oh no.
I could.
I'm kind of
I could not to use the whole cheek.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Maybe if you put a little more cheek, I would have got it. That was a little
I'm
more
quite
cheek.
proud of myself.
If I had
It's all
did this area, okay.
Oh yeah, I would have known
For the chat,
instantly.
these
Yeah.
all games from 2024.
Yes.
It's all 2024 games for the chat. Holy crap.
I don't even know why I'm here. I haven't played any of those games.
All right, y'all ready for the next game?
Yams were out. Yep.
Baron.
Barry, you better know this.
Oh.
Space Marines 2.
Yep.
Yep. Let's
Good
go.
job, B.
Good work.
Let's go. Yeah. Okay. Next game.
Jacob would be proud of me.
Oh, fame. Metaphor.
What's up?
Nice.
Y'all here playing video games?
You
That's
haven't
crazy.
even played the game. No. As
Like, that's
Ace of
either
Green River
Persona
would say,
or that.
collusion.
I thought
Ain't no
Persona.
collusion. Don't be mad because I'm on the board.
Because you probably would have got it. That easy mode image, you probably would have got it.
Oh,
yeah.
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 Gave it up.
So next game.
Daddy.
Who got it, D?
Okay, listen. I heard
my name.
Not Daddy.
He said the wrong name. You get the answer anyway. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Hey, listen, this crown that we see right here, is,
Don't talk
every
about
video
that.
game with a black person in it. Yep.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Man.
that was easy mode.
That was
Yeah.
easy mode. Low key it was, but I just had to do the Killmonger like first.
Mhm.
I
Had
couldn't,
to.
like,
Something's wrong with you.
I wish
Would
you
have
would
been
have
awkward if I
nose.
mixed them up with someone else, though. That would have been a
Oh,
problem.
yes,
So I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad that didn't happen.
It's all Valorant.
oh, man. Look, there's way too many games that hairstyle could have come from. So that's it.
Yeah.
Next game.
Baron.
Baron.
Tales of Kinsara Zhao.
Oh, that is it.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, I didn't see
Oh
anything.
no!
Close
I
your
gave
eyes.
something away. I gave something away.
Close your eyes.
No.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't register as processing.
Yeah, it was
I
very
didn't
quick.
If you need to kill it and then go back, like kill
Yeah, I would not do
yeah.
myself
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it
All
either.
honesty.
What I
Yeah.
did was I double clicked like a dummy.
I was gonna say use the arrow on the keyboard.
That being said, let's share this again. Boom.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Whoever designed that character, you made him to look like he got his. Like, don't just walk up to him in a dark alley, or he will use necessary force.
I didn't
Next
realize how
game.
competitive I was, guys. I apologize.
Yes, you
Very
did.
competitive.
Oh, Baron.
Baron.
Is that Rise of the Ronin?
It is not.
Okay.
Daddy.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Is it the other one? Is it Black Myth Wukong?
It is Black Myth Wukong.
All right.
What?
Whoa.
Yeah, easy mode picture would have made it super easy mode.
What?
Yeah. Right? Like it would have been
That's
easy to kind of.
crazy.
It was so close. Like you would have. Yeah, you don't understand how many like similar assets have been in games until you.
Yeah, that.
I think I would have said Rise of Ronin first as well. So I'm glad you said it.
Like, I was like, oh, it's
Yeah.
Rise of Ronin.
Yep.
Before you go to the next one, Dallas, how hurt are you going to be if this game doesn't get nominated for Game of the Year on Monday?
Ooh.
I'm gonna feel some type of way. I'm going to feel some type of way because this is like it's one of the games that lived up to what they talked. Like it really lived up to the gameplay. Everybody saw that first reveal and was like, oh no, it's not gonna look like that. This is all CGI, y'all. Nothing to see here. And the game ended up looking and feeling exactly like the pre-release footage. So I'll be
then B,
I didn't think it was real.
But we talked about Souls games earlier. This game was brought up and I missed it. Did y'all mark this as a Souls game?
No, it is not. It is an action adventure game.
Yeah, much more of that.
Yeah. We our honorable Souls panel all collectively agreed this was an action game. I mean the prominent Souls people. But no, I really. This is definitely. I'm excited that PM Studios is doing the shout out to them, our sponsors. You know, this is not an ad, but it is an ad. Shout out to PM Studios for landing the physical edition of this game. I am excited to pick up this one. I want this physical.
Let's get
And
physical.
this I want to say is our last game.
Oh dang, y'all two.
It's the last one.
I want to say we went through a lot. Yeah, y'all actually knew these. Y'all knew these. I want to say there's like.
I'm gonna slow down.
I told y'all I wasn't
No,
gonna
this
know
is
any of them.
good. This is good. This tells me I should have more faith in y'all. So, last game.
Baron.
I know you better know it. This of all people.
Dragon's Dogma 2.
All right. Yeah.
I recognize them too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That lady.
This is the Sphinx from Dragon's Dogma 2.
The Riddler.
Not gonna lie.
The Riddler.
I've seen some fan art of it on Tumblr. People are wild.
Hey man,
it's
drawn.
I'm
We didn't know that.
More from the fan
Didn't
art
know that.
than from we know who we was talking to.
But it was the quickness. The game wasn't even out like an hour, and people were like, "Here's my fan art." I'm like, "Oh, hey, whoa,
yeah,
calm down, you nasty."
The Tyson memes happened like as soon as like it's like they knew what was going to happen because they were getting ready to hit the upload button. Like, it's one of those things. And it don't matter what version, what medium, what game, show, or movie. A Sphinx is a creature you don't want no smoke with. None.
Nah, not at all. Like a gem.
No, yeah.
Yeah, a gem. Yeah.
Yeah.
No smoke.
So is
whatsoever.
ugly.
I mean, I wouldn't look. I ain't gonna say all that, but
It's
I'm
an
not trying.
acquired taste.
I'm not. Yeah, yeah. It's an acquired taste. It's not, clearly not for
Yes,
everyone.
skill issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least like
That part, Jeff.
You gotta be.
I want to say a
fair. You
good
get on our
part.
level.
62%.
You know, everybody
Yeah.
can't reach those heights. You know,
At least a good 62% of like the Lady D fanatics are
Oh, yeah.
also checking for her. Yeah, we
Yeah.
all know this.
I also didn't understand that. Maybe I'm
it's not for
boring.
it's not for you.
You didn't understand the Lady D hype?
No, because she looks like she
Des is
smells
Lady
to
D.
me.
That's the
If you
thing.
understand,
Des is the
like,
one that
okay,
likes to
so-
make people bow.
Oh Lord, we're not doing this. Nope. Nope.
So my-
I'm
my
putting
girl,
my
right?
That's
foot
where
down.
it comes from, Des. That's what the lady, the Sphinx, and all it is. That's what it is.
so
That, you don't get it
Oh,
'cause you are
okay.
that.
I get it. Oh, okay.
my
Oh,
partner, right?
that's
I
a
mean,
good
low
one.
key,
You are the one who steps.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
You don't
Low key.
understand the one stepped on. Like,
Yes. You
That
are
makes
mommy.
so much sense now that you've explained it that way.
like,
Yes.
oh, I hate this
Yes.
so much.
Yes.
You are the stepper. I
Oh
understand.
my,
Yes.
oh my God! How did we get here? Falling so
there's
far
a
from grace.
Kendrick Lamar joke in there somewhere.
Oh my God! Hey, but, oh wow! Not this.
I'm
big
proud
step
of us.
forward.
We blew through that.
Well,
You really did.
I wanted
I
to
should
my own
definitely
horn.
have more faith in y'all.
No, I want to toot my own
How
horn.
competitive you are.
I came up under the video game trivia crowd. Shout out to Jacob McCourt. He puts on some of the best trivia night stuff ever. Anytime there's an event, so next time you guys find yourself at I was gonna say Giant Bomb. I wonder if he is. I don't think he'll be in LA, but anytime there's any big gaming event like PAX, always outside and during PAX, he has a big trivia night, and he puts people through the ringer. Like, and it's really dope and it's really entertaining. He's one of the best hosts in the biz. We'll have to have him on next year. But yeah, I crushed
Jeff,
it.
while we still have you. So the
Please.
theme of our show, of our 8-hour show today, was the good and the bad and the ugly. We know we still have some things left for the year. We're about a month away. We still got some amazing games and drama yet to be had. But I would love to get your good, your bad, and your ugly from this year. Because I mean, there's a lot to choose from, especially with the ugly. But your thoughts on this year? What you got for your good? What's your ugly?
I mean, my ugly is probably gonna be what a lot of people's ugly would be when you ask them that, and it's like, you know, Concord and these companies kind of throwing themselves into big bets that have gone sour, and the concern I have for the industry wanting to continue to invest in games after getting their hand burned like that. So I think the ugly is, you know, we keep asking these companies to show up and make games, and they're like, okay, you know, like a company like Sony, like we're making a lot of first-party single-player narrative games, and we're doing that, but those are getting more expensive. So we're going to try to supplement with this other stuff, but we're going to make it for you. It's going to have narrative stuff and all these characters. Please maybe buy it, and then no one shows up. And I got to think that the conversations after something like that lead these companies to think, why do we keep going after? Why do we keep trying to like win over this audience with new stuff? We just got to keep giving them what they want. And then that makes us decide that this industry is not great for growth, and we got to try to look for growth elsewhere. So I think it's a little bit ugly in that the future of kind of getting big investments in big games from big companies looks a little bit shaky.
You know what? I want to ask, sticking with that, what do you think they approached the reveal and marketing for Concord incorrectly? Because that's what I believe. Like,
I mean,
we didn't know what the
would've
game
helped.
was until 0 hour. Like, we truly did not know what we were getting. Like, I was ready for Marvel's Guardian of the Galaxy, but built by Sony. That's what I was ready for.
Yep.
And then we got Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have helped if they knew how to talk about the game a little bit better. And I think they got hung up on this idea of, we need to make this game for our audience, and that means really focusing on the characters and the cutscenes and the importance of that, and telling people how we're going to have new narrative cutscenes every week, and that's what they should care about. And it's like, oh no, that's, people care about that after they care about, or they decided they care about the characters, and they need to, play the game and maybe see, the fun side of that stuff a little bit more, and it's just not working here. Yeah, I think if they knew how to talk to their audience a little bit better, that could have helped some, but I don't think it solves all of Concord's problems. It just turned out that no one actually wanted that game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and bash on them.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I
yeah,
mean?
I thought it was a fine,
Yeah,
fine game. Yeah.
yeah. It just so what's your bad?
Yeah, my bad. It's I try to like think off the top of my head. I think well, maybe the bad right now is kind of the uncertainty that's going to hit the industry now that like with the tariffs maybe coming. I did a video about this the other day, and this it's like God, these companies are so scared of everything anyhow, and just amping up, turning up the dial on the uncertainty a little bit of like, what is the tax situation going to look like bringing game consoles and games to North America or to the United States specifically in the next year going to look like? And then all of their experts at these companies and the people that they consult with saying, we don't know. These companies hate that. And so I think that if we were hoping for the industry to sort of settle down a little bit with price increases and with just putting out stuff in a reasonable time frame, there's a lot of reasons to think that maybe that won't happen now in the next year until we get on the other side of whatever the tariffs are going to look like. So yeah, right now that continues to be the bad in my head, where it's like a company like Nintendo Switch 2, they've been waiting so that they kind of knew what the future was going to look like, and now they're sitting there going like, oh, now we don't know anything more now than we did a week ago, and the chances are we're going to be paying more to bring these products to the United States because of taxes, and that means that these products are going to have to cost more, and we're going to have to maybe consider the possibility of future price increases, because if a trade war happens and they put even more tariffs on there, that's also on the table. So yeah, it's uncertainty is definitely the bad for me right now.
I wonder, leaning in with the uncertainty, right? I wonder, does this slow down R&D or stop R&D on consoles, or even like do you just kind of tell the teams stop? Because even if we did make it, the cost per part, look what happened during the Rona times. Look the pushback with that and how long it took to get PS5s in people's hands and chips and this and that. So now, even on another note, scaling it down, do you think this kind of pushes the death of physical stuff even further?
I think that these companies are going to like definitely look at that as an option to mitigate their costs and to control more of the end-to-end like relationship between customers. It's like, okay, we got them in our ecosystem already. Let's just make sure that we can maximize that and not let the problems that do happen with delivering a physical good, which have been proven volatile over the last 5 years, but potentially volatile, with whether it's a ship getting caught in the Suez Canal or whatever it was, or everything that did happen during the pandemic, or tariffs. There's a lot of stuff that these companies can't control. What they can control is all digital, and we've known about those benefits for a long time. That is why they've slowly been leading us as the horse to water, and they've successfully done that. Clearly they've done that as they sell more and more consoles that do not come with disk drives. That number of potential customers that even want physical goes down every year, and then obviously the number of people buying physical games goes down every year. It's not like we're not going to see a sudden death of it. It will just be like this trailing off that has continued to happen. Maybe it'll happen at an expedited rate, but it'll keep happening.
Yeah, that was my big worry. Because we kind of talked about this earlier, right, guys? Like, what was it during the first hour? I think Des brought it up. And that was my immediate thought. I was like, man, like it's funny because it's been a resurgence. Like, people want to hold things, people want to feel things. You see magazines, shout out to Fearzine and Dan and them over there. People want to hold things. People, the shocking close of Game Informer, like, people want things, but now it's going to be more difficult to hold things.
Yeah, these companies do not want that for us. Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah,
man, that means our PS5 Pro is going to go from 700 to 950.
Those disk drives are about to be gold bricks, bro. Yep. Like, no, seriously. And think about what it's going to. Oh my god, I didn't even think about like collecting, because that was already difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But this is all what ifs. But if the tariffs go off, I feel like it's going to be
Yeah, I mean, like I said in the video, even if they don't, like the uncertainty forces these companies to maybe mitigate for possible futures, and so they're like, let's maybe just set the price higher now in case it does happen, and that way we don't have to do such a drastic price increase later. So it's like we might get screwed here in a little bit, no matter what.
All right. Well, what's the good?
Man, we're beating our ass for that.
Damn, Black Club
Oh,
Supreme. Jeez.
The good is definitely not Alone in the Dark and all the Blight Club games. That's for sure. No, the good is that the thing that I kind of hoped would happen continues to happen, where it's like I am someone who's played games for a long time, and there's a lot of genres and kinds of games that I have loved that have either gone. They mostly have gone away from the major publishers because the major publishers don't find them to be worth their time. They're not the return on investment isn't worth it. But that hasn't mattered because more indie studios, more people in the space on Steam are able to just like, well, we're going to do it. We're going to try to fill in that gap. And they've been getting better and better at that. And these teams are getting more refined and the tools are getting better. So it makes it so anyone can do this. And if you have a passion for this sort of game, doing a good job on that is easier than ever. And it turns out it's like, the kinds of games we get from indie studios these days that are like, a Sega Rally clone or something like that. It's about as good as Sega ever did on any of those. Like maybe it's not as good as the original Sega Rally, but when Sega tries to do follow-ups to that or had tried to do follow-ups to that, it also couldn't match it. So it's like, okay, if I'm like willing to accept that there's like just going to be this little gap between that last little bit of pristine polish, I'm going to be very happy with these games. And then I think there's a chance in the next 5 years that these smaller teams are able to like make it indistinguishable from like what a big studio would have done in that space here pretty soon. I think that is happening. We're in the midst of it. And if you look around and you're not relying on these big third-party publishers or the first-party companies, there are a ton of great games everywhere. And that has been something that has given me a lot of relief because I don't have a lot of faith in these big companies because of the reasons we mentioned, like coming to our rescue and delivering the kinds of games that I want anymore. And that is fine. I'm getting them elsewhere.
Yeah. It's funny when I think indie leading the charge, I always think of Strange Scaffolding because they're making some very weird and very fun, great soundtrack looking games. Like, just all around solid work. Shout out to Zalvir. Love that guy.
Yep, that's a good boy.
I want to ask you because it's something that we brought up last segment. It was a big part of our last segment. We talked about because we're celebrating, right? So we know a lot of PlayStation gamers have been celebrating this no red line talk that's been happening. Your thoughts on the possibility of us, Halo, Gears, Forza on PlayStation? Because a lot of PlayStation gamers who have never and will never own an Xbox are excited about the possibility of jumping into these franchises.
Yeah, and I think that, the way I look at it is if I'm at Microsoft right now, I probably get that there are people on each side of the argument, and they are probably very passionate about, like, we can't do this. This would be the end of something. And then other people saying, we got to kind of just like figure out what the future looks like, and we need to build that now. And I definitely find myself on both sides of the argument very frequently. But I think the way to look at it is try to imagine, and I've said this elsewhere, but I'll repeat myself. Try to imagine what the industry is going to look like in 20 years. In 20 years, like, would Halo being on a different console even like register at a certain point because it's just going to be everywhere, right? Like the whole point is to get stuff everywhere. So if the industry develops in the way that everyone's hoping it will over at Microsoft, like it'll just be, your phone, you kind of beam it to your TV and suddenly it's just as good as any console, and Halo's on there and it's just on everything else. So the fact that it's on PlayStation just wouldn't even matter at that point. So why not cut to the chase? Why not just right now accept that that's the future we want? And the best way to make your predictions come true is to build the future yourself and just say, let's just do that. Let's get it done, get it over with. And they've been saying that this is the direction they've been going for a very long time. So the fact that we're getting sort of the natural conclusion of this way of thinking of Halo on a PlayStation shouldn't be too shocking. But yeah, I think that they're just looking at the future. Like, I think all of Microsoft's console game business planning right now is very long-term thinking. They just made a $70 billion investment. You don't like that. That is, that's not like oh God, we got to get our $70 billion back. That's not how these companies think. They think as it was $70 billion sitting in the bank. Now it's $70 billion sitting inside an investment into a publisher. That's making more money for us, but we want to like enjoy the long-term benefits of that investment. So we should be thinking long-term. And I think that leads them to these decisions sort of just like by default. Like there is no other option other than just got to get these things everywhere because we want this industry to be bigger than the console can actually support.
No, go ahead, B. Thank you.
No, I was gonna say because I wasn't here at the last segment, but I am extremely happy they committed.
Yeah,
like I used
just
to
do it.
Just do it because you're gonna and commit, and I hope they don't stop because that's one thing.
Yep.
They're like, let's be real, the HoloLens would be perfect right now. It would fit alongside what Meta put out and what was the other one?
There's
the HoloLens,
the Vision Pro.
Yeah, like it would fit. That's crazy that tech from like 10 years ago would fit perfect in today's world. But they stopped, and they're notorious for that. The phones, there's just so much that
they're very fickle.
Like, and my fear now that parent company Microsoft is heavy involved now, and it's more of Microsoft's Xbox and not just Xbox. My worry is that if it doesn't return quick enough, they'll pull a plug somewhere or make a heavy pivot instead of just riding this wave. Like, fine, let everything be an Xbox. Triple down on Game Pass. Get more AA and third party titles in the service. Like, I'm still butthurt that Hogwarts Legacy didn't make its way to Game Pass. Like, that was a game that should have been in Game Pass. Like, I still don't understand. Even now, they could just hit a home run by adding it in there. Oh, by the way, for the holidays, here's Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah,
hell yeah. Even at this point, like oh man, without a doubt. Look, I said Hogwarts. It's time. But
there it is.
It just,
Nerd.
but no,
Nerd.
Yeah.
Nerd.
I can't wait for my kids to read them. Yeah. Slytherin. Oh, we bleed green. But no, like I just double down. Like that, commit and stick to it, and know that gamers lie all the time. We say we're gonna boycott, we say we're gonna stop, we say we're not gonna participate.
Yeah.
But Call of Duty is the best thing I've been playing right now. I want to play right now. You guys are cool and all, but I got a double XP I would like to use.
Listen, Jeff, I know you got a dip, right? But I want to ask you one more thing before you go.
Please.
What's upcoming for Jeff Grubb? What's upcoming for Giant Bomb and Jeff Grubb?
Yeah, no, thanks. So yeah, we talked a little bit about the GB at night thing. There will also be a weird other thing we're doing I can't talk about yet, but it's been constant, a lot of meetings, a lot of planning. It'll happen around that same time though. But we'll also have like our the Giant Bomb Game of the Year awards, our big podcast and stuff like that will be happening. But yeah, I don't know. I think the thing I always really am proud of is, we mentioned a couple times, Blight Club. We really go in there and play the entirety of a bad game. You see so many videos of old bad games or new bad games, and people are like, "Yeah, here's the first level and why it's bad." Like, everyone knows about Superman 64 flying through the rings, right? There's so much terrible stuff in that game that no one has ever seen. And I have, because thankfully I watched Dan play it, because that was not one of my Blight Club games. But like going and like really seeing what makes a bad game so bad, and seeing just how terrible they can get, and like the kinds of ways that these games that didn't really have the plot to begin with lose the plot over time, as you could tell the developers lose steam on it and they break in amazing ways. It's a series I'm proud of. I beat games like Bubsy 3D and things like that, things I never thought I would do because of it. So definitely check that out. It's a good time. We try to do it every Wednesday. Right now, Lucy James is playing Skull Island: Rise of Kong. That game came out a couple of years ago, and we always wear a costume too, so she's dressed up as Donkey Kong, because I thought that would be funny. So yeah, it's a good show. Tune into that. You can get it on giantbomb.com.
Listen, Jeff, you know, one of my biggest regrets from this year, I didn't get to meet you when you went to PAX. That you're one of the few people like I really wanted to meet, but I am going to make my way out to California next year. I have to be out there. There's so much happening that nothing happens in Texas. It's just bad votes and all type of stuff, right? Nothing good happens out here. So I got to come out to California next year, man. It's been an absolute pleasure. I know you got things to do, so we're not going to hold you hostage.
I appreciate it.
I hope your hair grows back.
I hope so too.
Ha is what you get. It doesn't go back.
Looks like it's doing just fine. I think it'll just burst right out
Yeah.
through like a chia pet. Yeah.
Just throw a little water on it. It'd be
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
It'd be good. Hey, Jeff, thank you, brother.
Thank you
Yes.
all for having me. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I really appreciate it. Love being on whenever I can. So I hope to see y'all in person sometime very soon. Baron will make it happen. You know what? Next month? Jeez.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Cool. All right, y'all. You have a good one.
See ya.
All right, take it easy.
Thanks.
Later.
So to my panel, I gotta ask y'all a question. How we stall in the next 15 minutes?
Oh, I got two. Okay, I got a couple. So,
what do that? Before we do that, I'm so sorry. I want to say this. We are take your bios.
That's to help nails and hair growth.
I want to do a couple things. Number one, I want to say big shout out to everyone who are new channel members. We did hit our goal, so the channel members will be entered in to win a separate headset. If you want to also be win a headset, type a Vega in the chat. We also are up 15 new subscribers. Subscribing. This ain't Twitch, baby.
It costs you
$3.99.
nothing.
Gaming Addict. Yes.
Yeah.
How we feeling about VGAs this year? That's actually a topic coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll be joined by Rand Thor and Celeb. So we're definitely going to get to that Game Addict. Shout out to you, man, for coming through. And our second representation of the Iron Lords, because we did have Lord Cognito drop a video for us, which was freaking awesome. We played during the last section. But yes, we're a little bit away from our subscriber goal, but it's okay. We had a subscriber goal of 100, but we did hit our membership goal. We still have a bunch of games to give away. Thank you to PM Studios. I want to make sure I get that out there. But go ahead, B.
Yes. So we got a couple of questions. I wish I'd have did more, and I'm glad I was delirious when I did it because they probably don't make no sense. But we're gonna play 2 truths and a lie. And I'm gonna need you guys to majority rules pick the answer. So I got this, and hopefully you guys didn't read it. I don't even think I picked which one was the right answer, but
I didn't read it.
So question 1. So these are 2 truths and a lie. So A, Xbox made a Series S toaster. B, PlayStation partnered with Stanley Cups. C, Nintendo released a clock.
Oh, B is a lie.
Yeah, the Stanley Cups.
Thing.
No, it's collective agreement. You guys
yeah.
discuss amongst yourselves.
Oh.
Majority rules,
It's definitely the Stanley Cups. That's the lie.
Yeah, I think it's the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Nintendo made a clock.
What was the first one again?
Xbox made a Series S toaster.
I don't know if they made a toaster. I know they made a refrigerator. Oh, did they?
Yeah, they made a toaster.
They made a toaster.
That's
They
so
made a
dumb.
toaster.
So we're
Okay,
playing
then
that,
it's B.
right?
Yeah, B
It's B.
is the lie. Yes, PlayStation
All right.
partner. But isn't it crazy that all 3
I
of
don't
those
put it
things
past
sound like
PlayStation.
absolute lies? Like they all sound insane.
B doesn't sound insane to me though. Like
that
they
sounds
would
like the most
just have-
plausible because it's bougie.
Yeah, it sounds like
and-
the most plausible. Yeah, just
Go to
PlayStation on a
Stanley.
cup.
PlayStation Stanley does sound pretty cool. Okay, so number 2. Horizon Zero Dawn was remastered for PS5. Halo Infinite has a third-person mode. Metroid Prime 4 has an official street date.
He is a lie.
See,
It's got to be Metroid Prime for it. It's the lie.
So
Because how?
you guys agree? It's C.
yeah.
Well, you're right.
find out.
You're correct. It is Metroid Prime. It has a release window of 2025, not a street
date.
The whole year.
A whole year.
Girl,
They definitely.
That's vaporwave. Vaporware at that point.
I still don't believe it. But my belief has been completely wrong lately, as Dallas will tell you, and I think it's because I haven't been talking to him about it. So I haven't been saying it out loud, so it doesn't make it real.
Stop putting it out in the universe.
I think because I keep talking about Little Devil Inside, that's why that game's not getting a release
Just look
date.
at it like side eye, the side eye. Come from here, just you're not looking.
Okay.
You know.
So this is number 3. Okay. A, No Man's Sky charged $9.99 for its latest DLC. B, Starfield Shattered Space DLC cost $29.99. C, Black Myth Wukong cost $59.99 at launch.
I don't know.
Black Myth Wukong cost $59. No, that's true. That's true.
The No Man's Sky. I think it was free.
Yeah, they don't charge for their DLC. Unless I'm tripping, they don't charge for their
Fan,
DLC.
you're muted.
Does that popcorn be
My bad. I
good
ain't had a
though?
break yet. And I'm hungry. My bad.
I think it's no.
Hey, is that chocolate
Yeah.
covered popcorn?
No, it's protein.
Oh,
I'm glad you had to look at it to like make sure.
Because it's sad. He's eating a
It's
sad meal.
like-
It's not a happy meal.
I haven't taken a break. I've been streaming. We've been streaming nonstop since 10.
You should take a break.
Yeah, why didn't you take a break?
Why don't you take a break?
Why didn't you take a break during one of the 2 shows that I was hosting?
Yeah.
Yeah, live by the 3 and die by the 3.
Oh,
Ain't going
Lord.
nowhere.
Oh, my God. Okay,
Amen.
Steph. All right, Steph. So wait, what did you guys agree on? Hey, No Man's Sky. Yes, you guys are all right. No Man's Sky does not charge for their DLC. This
I
was
did
pretty
really
good,
well
though, right?
when like
That was
I'm on a
good.
team.
Like, but these were good questions, though, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no, they were good.
I was like half
That
asleep
first one
when
had
I
me
wrote it.
stumped for a hot second. I was like, toaster.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with some
Same.
cool ones.
I was like, why would you make a toaster? Make a microwave.
No, they made a toaster and it sold
It's a
pretty
real
well.
thing.
I think you can go online and order one, but they sold really well. The Food Lion and Walmart. Hey, but no, hey, like real talk, man. I'm super excited for this year. Like one thing that caught me off guard, right, is I didn't expect to have so many games actually released. Like I thought this was going to be a slow year. Because remember, 2023 was the year that all the games that were supposed to release during the pandemic finally released. So I thought that was just the backup, like the big release valve of all the games we had been waiting on that were delayed, and they finally came to life, like games we didn't think were real. So I thought 2024 was going to be like a lapse year, like another year of like, it's kind of slow, not that many games. Remember, what do we have to look forward to? Like Suicide Squad. Like it felt like there wasn't that many titles. People were unsure about Helldivers 2. But like, because I was even unsure about it. But then for it to be a Game of the Year contender. So I'm looking at all of this. Did 2024 shock you guys in terms of games releases and level of enjoyment, hype? Like, because for me it did. I thought this was going to be a dud year. I really
in a lot
did.
of ways. There was things that I thought I would fall in love with that I did. I love Final Fantasy, and I thought Final Fantasy VII Rebirth would be one of them games that I wouldn't be able to put down, and it went to backlog heaven. That's not something I expected. Right alongside falling down the Dragon's Dogma rabbit hole, which, truth be told, was only meant to get me to the game I was really excited about, but that's neither here nor there. Never mind the fact that I made Sun Wukong as my character as my character in Dragon's Dogma, and just ran with that until I could. And then Wukong came out, and that was like the first game that I was really, really excited about that I just couldn't wait for. And
can we
it was
all
amazing.
acknowledge Arcade as our guest who answered all the questions right? Acknowledge him like Roman Reigns.
Yes.
Put your fingers up for our 2 truths and a lie tribal chief. Much love, Arcade. You did it. You deserve it. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
But no, like for you,
my
Des.
bad, wrong
No. Like even like Des, I think about the games we play, right? And I say we because I usually run with you on a lot of different games. Once Human came out swinging this year, yeah, like it. I know I put it down, but that's just because the way I play.
I did too,
Yeah.
because of the season thing, and I was like, just let me do what I want to do.
Yeah.
That killed it for me.
They ruined a very good thing.
Yeah.
And I but no, like even in that, I think we got the 1.0 release of Core Keeper.
Core Keeper's still popping.
Yeah, no, but that's the 1.0 full, like it fully released.
Yeah,
this
the full
year, right?
release was this year.
We got Mirthwood. which I think
Mirthwood,
you would
yeah.
love. Des, if you haven't played it, you will love Mirthwood.
I know. I need to check it
You
out.
will love it. Just imagine Stardew Valley mixed with Plum Village.
Echoes of
Plum,
Plum.
yeah, Echoes of Plum
Or-
Village. Like that. That's the feel of the game.
Okay.
But it's been on all angles for me. This is one of the best years of gaming. Like from my RPG loves, my sandbox experiences, my my MMO experiences. Like I'm thinking Once Human, I could put a lot of hours into that. This for me, 2024 has been truly something special. And
Yeah,
I
I'd
did
I'd
not
agree.
expect it. Like, what
I
about you?
think
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Des.
I was just gonna say I think Baldur's Gate started for me last year, coming
Mhm.
into this year. Because I don't, even though I have like a couple of games in rotation, like I said, I'm not the type of person who will pick up every new game as soon as it comes out. Like a game will come out like this year and I won't pick it up for like 2 years just because
Yeah.
I'm not ready to play it yet. But honestly, I think after playing Divinity 2, like
Mm,
I didn't realize how much I liked those types of games, which is weird because like it's just like an Americanized kind of like JRPG kind of thing.
yeah.
But Dragon Age, I watched Jeremy play a little of it and didn't like his choices. So
Freaking Jeremy. He's like, I want to be evil and I want to take over the world.
so I'm
Love you, Jeremy.
we're just like literally playing and like well basically we're playing together, right? And like
Yeah.
I'm helping pick stuff and then like if I look away for 1 second and he gets a moment to make his own decision, it is always a mistake. It always leads to some stupid stuff. And I'm like, Jeremy, why'd you pick that? And he's like, I don't know.
You guys have like no, there's a video I clipped together of Jeremy driving off a cliff. And we were all riding together in Once Human. And Jeremy notoriously, I don't think he expected to be talked about during our 8-hour celebration.
He didn't.
He magically falls off cliffs. He finds
Any
every cliff,
game,
any game.
any hole, anything.
Yeah, if you can fall off the ledge, he's gonna do it. And I've watched it. I've run with this crew. I've seen him do it quite a few times. And then he does a wonderful thing where he leaves us hanging, and he goes off, and he'll come back with like a level 4 motorcycle.
Yep.
And we'll still be walking. And like this is, and it's the funniest thing.
Because I get so angry.
Yes. Oh, it is hilarious. And I'm just sitting in there laughing, and she's getting mad, and then Jeremy's like, "What?" And then it's just this fun cycle. Like, but Fame, like, I don't know if you were here, but we were just talking about how 2024 has just been such a shocker, like for me, in terms of how many games that I'm truly excited and enjoying came out. Like I thought this was going to be a dud year.
It definitely wasn't a dud year. My biggest issue is I fell in love with one game in particular this year. I fell in love with the First Descendant.
You did.
And it just it completely pushed aside damn near everything that I was expecting to play this year. Flintlock, Siege of Dawn, we talked about earlier, Undisputed. And then they keep doing the things I want. And now we got a black character in the game, bro. Like that comes out next week after next. You think I'm not gonna go back to grinding
the hell out
every day? And then you put another game in front of me, Call of Duty. So it's like this year was a great year for gaming, but I can only say I'm playing 2 games relentlessly because they just happen to release 2 amazing games that fit how I play and what I want to play around the same time. And so I'm just hooked. And shout out to Baron for hooking me on the First Descendant. Baron hooked me on the First Descendant, right? He told me, he hyped it up for weeks. Hyped it up. Bro, I'm in the First Descendant, bro. And I'm like, oh, okay, let me look at it. I'm like, oh, this look dope. All right, we can play this game.
Did we play that together?
Hell no, because Baron left.
I feel like
Remember, we
We
were in one of
played
the
a beta.
betas. We were in one of
We
the
played
betas.
the beta together,
Yeah.
and like
Y'all
something
did.
happened with it. We didn't
Yeah.
finish it. So that's
Yeah.
the game, though, right? It
Yeah.
was dope. For
Hey,
what?
I have fun. There's just so many other games to play.
Yeah.
And Fame, we filled that slot, bro. We took over the minutes you was worried about. We had a great conversation.
yeah.
And you had a
Mhm.
good break. I seen you.
I
Yeah.
did.
I seen
I
you.
did. Well, because so my wife, my daughter are leaving for a thing at a friend's house, so
Oh,
I
so
want
we
to say
about
I
to
want to say
duty
bye.
after this?
Of course, I got all. We're gonna drink Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And play Call of Duty, baby. But listen, we are going to do a quick transition over. We do have 2 new guests that are about to join us. We're going to take a small break. You guys are going to see some words from our partners, James for Games, Avid, and PM Studios. We got a lot more games to give away. We still got 2 gaming headsets to give away. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. And I am so glad I heard Baron say that because I didn't have my listening ears on and I didn't hear Hugger say that we were back from our small break. But we are back, man. We are talking about gaming and celebrating everything that happened this year, man. Shout out to every guest that we've had on so far. We have been at this thing since 10 a.m. We've had some amazing guests come on so far, and we still got more to come. We got 2 new guests with us right now that I do want to jump right into. But first, I want to give a big shout out to our partners for the show. First off, Dames for Games. The woman who makes that happen is actually on the panel with us there. She is right. I don't know where she is on y'all screen, but for me, she's right over there. For some of the people, she's down. It's different all over the place. Just to let you know, the submissions for her upcoming showcase in March. Yes, that same showcase you see on IGN, that you see on GameSpot. Her submissions are open. So if you are in the industry or you have a friend that's like, hey, you're making a game and you guys know about Dames for Games and what they represent, please get that submitted because that is coming up in March. Also, big shout out to Avid. Thanks to them, we are giving away some headsets. If you want to enter to win one of the Aviga headsets that me and Baron is wearing, just type Aviga in the chat. At the end of the show, we will draw for the winning of that. And then thank you to our new channel members. We did hit our goal for channel members for the show. And for that, our channel members will be entered into a separate pool to win the Aviga headset. Lastly, thank you to PM Studios, one of the best in the business. They provided us a lot of codes to give away, which we have been giving away in the chat throughout this entire show. We still got a lot more codes to give away. We do have a new section. We're about to get started. We are talking games of the year. You guys know nominations are around the corner on Monday. The Game of the Year awards, I guess the Gotties, whatever they're called now. It's like the end of the year type deal, and that's coming around the corner. We're gonna get to that, but first we're gonna get going with some introductions. Back with us again, my brethren from the great state of Tejas from the Second Opinion Podcast. Caleb, what's going on, brother?
Howdy.
Hey.
Hello. Thank you for having me back. I appreciate it.
Caleb,
glad to be here.
Before you try to just push us out, who are you and where can people find you?
Well, my name is Caleb Celeb, or known as Celeb. I've been working in the games industry for about 17, 18 years now. Now working through Cinelinks.com. I've done a lot, and I'm just getting older and older as I do it. So I'm starting to be that guy that's like, get off of my lawn on a constant basis. But my lawn is my video game, so I'm like, shut up, youngins. You don't know nothing about the gaming struggle. But yeah, man. You can find me on most social medias as S0LEB. And yeah, just podcasting, parenting, and cooking my way into an early grave.
Heck yeah.
Good eating. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong with
that's
it.
right.
There was a time in my life, I am super grateful that I am in a different financial space than what I used to be, right? But there was a time in my life where I didn't have a vehicle and I used to walk home for work. And during that walk home, you know what made that walk go by so fast? I used to listen to Rand Outdoor. They podcast always came on at this time, right? And I'll be like, yep, this is time. And I will walk home listening to Rand Outdoor, who is guesting with us today. Rand, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, everybody? How we all doing? Doing good? Hope so.
Yeah. No, we're doing great, brother. For people who live under a rock who don't know the greatness, the man with the million, who is Rand Outdoor and where can people find you, my boy?
I'm nobody. Just a dude on the internet. Just a dude on the internet with a mic. Not even a camera. But yeah, I appreciate you inviting me on again. I always told you, man, you can invite me, guest. I told you that last time when you were all surprised.
You did.
It's
I'll
here we
be
are.
afraid to bother you sometimes, Rand. Honestly, man. You got you. I feel like you guest on a lot of people's shows, and you got a lot of stuff going on amongst your own show and your own channels. Which you don't make us videos as much as you used to, Rand.
Yeah. I know. It was just one of those things where things need to change. Probably when I come back to making videos, most likely next year it'll be like on camera. So like I'll change it around. I kind of wasn't really feeling it anymore. And once you kind of, for me at least, when you lose that passion, you just don't do it anymore. YouTube's never been about money or any of that stuff or fame, quote unquote, right? It was just something that I was passionate about. I like to talk about it. And I just kind of lost that passion. The podcasts we do every week, because I love doing the podcast. I love, interacting with, everybody in the chat, and I love the conversation with Jez, which is why we still do it, is because it's still like, this is fun. This is fun to do. Making videos, which was fun, no longer was fun for me. And I just was like, I don't really want to do this anymore. And I kind of been waiting for that feeling to return of like, I want to do this again. And when it does, I'll be back. So, but I do think things need to change, because I don't think I like doing it the way I used to anymore. So we'll see what 2025 brings. I ain't out of the game, so it's just taking a hiatus a little bit.
Just know your video. I always tell people, man, if Rand didn't say it, it ain't true, man. Your videos ring a lot of truth. It didn't come from a clickbaity, I'm about to get you into this video.
Please, I would clickbait those titles sometimes. You know what I mean?
Really? It never felt like that to me.
YouTube, you got to do that in YouTube, man. Sometimes you have to. I would call some of those titles dramatic. Some of them for sure. Remember the good old times back in the day, Fame, when it was none of this nonsense going on now or whatever. It was just Or even the times of like Jim Ryan versus Phil Spencer.
Oh man,
taking us back a little bit.
Yeah.
So
no, for sure. It's definitely changed. Oddly enough, I had this conversation with Baron. I was like, man, I want to start making videos again, but then I really don't. But I enjoy the podcast though. I enjoy getting on the podcast with the team and us cutting up every week. But sitting down and making videos just don't feel the same anymore.
That's why I started streaming more. Because I wanted to make sure to put the content out there. But the idea of me sitting down and editing, like it just, I feel Rand, I feel you.
Yeah.
You experience
100%.
burnout and you need to take a break. I think that's the easiest way to put content out there, though. If you're already playing a game, just stream it.
Yep.
Play with your friends. That way you don't have to sit down and worry about editing. Like, hey, y'all, we're going to play some games. Be yourself, play them. And then when it's time your time to, say bye, you say bye.
And it's hard to do that sometimes too, because whenever those things happen, I'm sure all y'all are very like-minded people like myself, that like when you do take that break or hiatus, you're like, man, I should be doing more, that's constant on my head. I had to take off. I took off. I just realized, talking to the people on Cineleaks, like I had to just mentally check out for like 2 weeks. Like there's been all kinds of stuff just going on, and it's just been, I got to that point where I was like coming in the house, sitting on the couch and being like, I can't go to the office right now. I gotta sit down and just relax, because it was week to week to like literally back to back games of reviewing podcasts and video work, media editing, social media stuff, all that. And, it burns you out after a little bit of doing it, but you still have that passionate voice in your head, like, get the fuck up, you lazy bastard, get in there and get to work. So, but it's hard doing that, especially whenever you have family. I mean, with my kids and the multitudes of jobs that I have, it's hard to kind of get to that point, but it happens. It happens.
y'all know that I
also think that's a problem with our society, like within the US, the whole grinding mentality. Like,
Oh man, yeah.
you start feeling guilty because you're not working. You know what I mean? And that is something that we're all dealing with here. I was talking to some people in the industry here just about like the way that I work, and I had to work with like my previous employer, and they were just really surprised and shocked by some of it, you know? And like, I think a lot of people tie their self-worth to the work that they do.
Well,
And
we started this segment off pretty damn sad.
Yeah, this
And
got
so we're gonna
sad.
transition.
yeah,
It got a little dark in here, right?
It got heavy, bro.
yeah, but real, you know, and I don't think enough people
It
talk
did.
about that burnout. Yeah.
It did.
They don't.
So we're gonna jump right into it, man. First off, Arcade 4247, thank you for becoming a channel member, helping us further us go past our goal for today, man. Much appreciated. So I do want to talk about Game of the Year, right? Because the Game of the Year nominations is around the corner. So I'm gonna go through a handful of games, and then in no particular order. Love to start with our guests. You guys jump in, let me know if you think this game will be a contender or does it deserve to be up there. And their very first game on the list is
One question, Fame.
Yeah.
Is this? Are we doing this based on what we think should be Game of the Year, or what are we doing this based on what we think Jeff Keighley's panel thinks is going to vote for Game of the Year? Because there's a difference. There's like my personal Game of the Year and what I think is up there versus what I think the jury is going to vote for. You know what I mean? Which way are we going here? Personal, or are we trying to guess?
Let's do both. Do you think it'll be there, or will it actually get there? And so, Rand, I'm gonna start with you in the first game, which I think, because we know how Jeff Keighley seems to lean. Astrobot, to acclaim. People love this game. It was heralded as PlayStation's Mario. Does Astrobot will it be there Monday?
Yes, I think it will be there on Monday. I think
personally and Keighley.
Well, I mean, you look at it, you look at the reviews, and usually the people that do the reviews are part of the panel of Jeff Keighley's thing. So the game got a 94 on Metacritic. So the people I think are going to vote it in for Game of the Year. I mean, Paris has been campaigning for the game to be Game of the Year for months now. So yeah, I think it shows up. And if it would be my Game of the Year, I think so. If I had 6 candidates for my own personal, like my top 6 games, I think Astrobot fits in there towards the bottom end of it.
I haven't played Astrobot, but I totally agree. I think on both sides, I think it fits. It fits the mode of what I think is going to be, automatically getting a nod for Game of the Year. I think in a year with so many big games, we're not going to have a what was it? It Takes Two, even though It Takes Two was a great game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not It Takes Two year. It's not one of those. It's like, oh man, this is honest. Like, there's not a lot of big contenders. I think Astrobot amongst the big boys, it's going to hold its own.
Yeah.
100%. Anybody disagree? B, you disagree with Astrobot before I get to the next one?
I think it'll. I feel like it'll be there. I think it's gonna be there. Do I think it should be there?
Come on now.
No, I don't think it should be there. But
really?
Spicy.
Yeah, I don't think it should be there. That's just me.
Why not? Paris is mad at you right now, bro.
I got beef with platformers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say PlayStation. But...
Oh no! Hey, look, hey man, I play all things wherever I can. But yeah, it's I just have an issue with platformers, and then it in a world where a game like Hogwarts Legacy didn't even get a nod. To think that Astrobot 2, which didn't even sell as well, is going to be Game of the Year potential is weird to me.
Yeah, but it's not based on sales.
Yeah, it's not based on sales. It's not based.
And maybe Hogwarts Legacy just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, look.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to get politics tied into it either, but you do like.
Yeah,
Hogwarts Legacy is kind of lined out into a different thing. If a lot of that revenue wasn't going to a
Specific
transphobic,
Yeah.
Person, then I'm sure the game would be recognized a little bit more. But I do agree that Astrobot definitely should be in there for sure. I mean, think about what the game came from, of it just being like a test phase game of like, hey, this is how your PS5 works, to, hey, we're going to make a game that is not just a really fun platformer, but is also a museum of everything that has been a great representation of gaming over the last 30 years. So I think it's a fantastic choice. I mean, do I think that it's going to win? No, but I mean, a nomination for sure.
Now this next game, Dallas. I hope you're here, right? Dallas, is he here?
I know his mic is muted, but
because he gonna be upset about this one. But the next one, Black Myth Wukong, I don't think it's gonna get nominated. I don't know if it should. I haven't personally played the game, but from everything I've seen, a lot of people were. I think it was too much of a divide on. Hey, this is a boss rush game. This isn't the action adventure God of War-esque game that people thought it would be. It's more of a soulsy boss rush type game. We talked about this earlier, B, with Black Myth Wukong. I was hoping Dallas would get his opinion, but B, I'm gonna start with Hugs. I'm gonna start with these. I didn't get you on the last one. Black Myth Wukong, will it be there Monday?
I don't know. Personally, I don't think it deserves it just on the spiders alone. You see those how fast them spiders were in that one section? Oh my
god.
But no, it's a good game. Will it be up there? I don't know. I'm not Jeff Keighley and his voting panel. But it deserves, because people love it, and I ain't heard. Like, I'm out of the gaming sphere. I haven't been on Twitter. I'm not really checking for news unless we're doing it, and I ain't heard not a bad thing about it. So people are enjoying it. There's no game-breaking bugs. It deserves to be at least a nod to it. And just because a game doesn't get a nod, I think people need to remember, just because it doesn't get a nod, or it does get a nod, doesn't mean it's a bad game either way, because Stray got a nod for GOTY. It was a nomination. But Stray is a good game, but it shouldn't have been up there. But it's still a good game. The games there's a lot of hard work, and we've talked about the good, bad, ugly. There's a lot of hard work. So don't just be happy for every game that gets nominated. And yeah, Black Myth will definitely should. I was stalling, hoping Dallas would come back.
She's working hard.
I'm working hard. Like,
Hugger, you brought up Stray. Before we move on with this, I want to ask you guys and jump in whoever wants to. Do we have an indie darling this year? Do we have a?
I think we do.
What's the indie darling
Balatro.
this year?
Oh yeah.
People love Balatro, and that's on mobile now and everything. And you look at the reviews, that's I think it's like a 90.
And it feels like it brought on a whole wave of roguelike literal card game experiences.
I'll tell you this. I mean, in the small town that I live in, like, a lot of people always ask me for, game advice and what games to play or whatever. And there's actually a good chunk of people in this small town that are like freaks about this game. And it was something that, because I was so busy, it just kind of went outside of my radar. And it was actually brought up to me by somebody I work with, and they were like, "Hey, have you played this yet? It's like a rogue-like kind of card game." And I was like, And I looked it up, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I could definitely see that being the indie darling this year for sure. I mean, there's too many people talking about it. There's too many people playing it. It's definitely got its fan base now.
And then it's partnered up with a bunch of other games. What has it been, like 3 other big games that it's partnered with? For some reason, I can't remember for the life of me.
I haven't followed. I mean, I've heard about it, people talk about it. I have yet to really care for Balatro. I honestly didn't even think about it. When I think about the indie darlings. I didn't think we had any. But yeah, that game was like on everyone's Twitter handle at this point.
What about Helldivers 2? That's not an indie darling?
It's not an indie.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're published by PlayStation, you're not an indie game.
And by the way, just to knock out the way, Helldivers at one point, I ain't gonna lie.
No, No, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing recency bias. Because if that game would have released in summer, it would be a game of the year talk without debate. If everything, with all the flubs they had and everything, with everything that went on at the beginning of the year, if they would have moved it to summer, if they would have released like July, it'd be game of the year talk without debate. It wouldn't even be we wouldn't even. Okay, so are you gonna put Dragon's Dogma 2 over Helldivers in game of the year talk?
I would say it has a better chance.
I just look at Game of the Year a little different than what everybody else does. I mean, whenever I go off a Game of the Year, I don't base games off of like the way Keeley and his team do and stuff like that. Like Game of the Year is the way I look at it is you got up until like the first week of December. If some of these games that have launched before in the last few years that have launched in like October and November have been like fantastic games, and they get passed over for these lists because, oh, well, it launched, a little late and so on and so forth. I don't feel like, and it's always been some of these, good indie games or third-party games, but mega hits like, Call of Duty, they could release in November, no ifs, ands, or buts, and they're still going to be considered for Game of the Year. So I just look at my calendar on that aspect is just a little different, and just to shout out, Indie Darling Games. If you haven't checked this game out, you should definitely check it out. Steam World Heist 2. It's a fantastic indie title. If you haven't had a chance to play it, definitely check it out. It's a really great game.
It reminded me of Worms. It reminded me of Worms. Yeah. Which
the best thing about it is it's just got a really unique feel, great music, unique gameplay and stuff like that. And I mean, the team they're very, very passionate about the, of course, Steam World aspects stuff, since every game they've come out with is Steam based. So,
what?
I'll check it out.
This next one will be a little bit controversial. Rand, I'm jumping back over to you.
Okay.
Entry is it? How do you pronounce it? The Elder Ring DLC.
Erdtree?
Shadow of Erdtree.
Shadow of the Erdtree, I believe it's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it? Will Elden Ring DLC, because it qualifies? Am I not correct? If I'm
they just made the announcement. Yeah.
You want to know? I look. Conspiracy theories are cool. I was big into those back in the day. And I do like me a good conspiracy theory, right? There's a part of me that thinks that rule suddenly changed literally because of Shadow of the Erdtree.
I agree. Totally.
People loved Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring is one of the games of the generation. And this is coming from someone who doesn't like Dark Souls, didn't care for the franchise, but loves some of the other From Software games like Sekiro and Bloodborne. But Elden Ring, I somehow jived with that game, even though it was open world Dark Souls. And I haven't played Erdtree, so it's tough to say where it would be on my list because I haven't played it. Just like Black Myth Wukong, right? You mentioned Black Myth Wukong before. It's tough to say because I haven't tried it myself, but I feel like Black Myth Wukong might be the Hogwarts Legacy pick this year, where it's like it's the highest seller that doesn't get any recognition really from the awards, just like Hogwarts Legacy did potentially. But yeah, I have this feeling that a lot of these people at these outlets were probably emailing Jeff or texting him being like, Erdtree's my number one, but I can't do it because it's a DLC and stuff. So then it just completely changed the game and was like, well, actually, now DLCs, remakes, game seasons are all up for awards and stuff.
Terrible,
so
dude.
It's like, okay, so that means like a Fortnite season could be up for something, what have you. But I really do think this all began because a lot of people do have Shadow of the Erdtree in their list, considering like by itself, it's like a 30 to 40 hour campaign.
It was like 60 bosses. Like it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's bigger than most actual like new games.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be there. And I think it has a very, very good chance of winning the whole thing.
Same.
I mean, I agree. I agree in that aspect. I mean, I do disagree with the fact that it should be considered a game of the year. I think
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
I think it should be broken into its own category. You know, like DLC of the year or expansion of the year or something.
Which they do have, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do because
No.
Resident Evil 4 was nominated for Game of the Year last year, and that's a remake.
That was
And so it was Final Fantasy VII remake in 2020. So the remake isn't. Another part of I've seen this floating around is, Jeff is doing this so PlayStation can get their remasters in, like Last of Us 2 winning again, or Horizon finally getting a win, because PlayStation loves to remaster their games.
Yeah.
So.
But and I mean, how much would that really change things and hurt things to make a couple of extra categories? Like an expansion of the year or remake of 2024, or do it to where it's like best remake of the decade or something. I don't know, man. I mean, there's got to be some type of like way of doing that to where it could still seem fair based off of and I agree with what Thor said as well, is this DLC is a little different comparing it to something like a Fortnite season or a season in Call of Duty or something. This DLC, it was like 40 something hours, had 60 something bosses, had all this additional stuff. It felt like a complete new addition to the game, almost to the point where they could have released it by itself, but it does put things into question like that. Does it actually deserve to be up there with a full-fledged, $70 to $100 game that has 100 something hours worth of, whatever. So it's definitely something delicate, but I mean, I agree. I definitely think it's going to be up there for sure, and there is a possibility, that it could be voted for the big award. So
I'm 1,000,000% against it. I don't think DLCs, remakes, because here's another one to kind of go in that category. I guess this may be a little bit different to how you feel. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
No, I mean that's not different. I mean it falls in the same category. We can all admit that, of course, Final Fantasy, the remake or re-release of Final Fantasy is a lot more expansive than what it originally was whenever it first came out, but those are they're remakes, so it does put into question, like, should remakes that release, should they be considered as actual, full game of the year, since they are just a reimagining of something that already previously released, but as well as should they be put in the same category as something like a DLC, since it is a continuation of something that's already been released before.
I mean,
Bring more categories back. Spike Game Awards had like 60 categories. Bring some categories back.
Yeah, let it go. Yeah.
But I mean, some remakes I do think like constitute the label of a brand new game. Like, it's not every game basically an amalgamation of mechanics they saw in a separate game. Not everybody does something new. And that being said, I think it's a case by case thing. Yes, expansions I think should have their own category.
Yes.
Maybe, and I know they are not all built equally, but maybe something like Shadow of the Erd Tree could influence the next thing that wants to be video game award bait. Maybe that could
actually, it's not even Shadow of the Erd Tree. Go back last year, the year before. Drake brought up Phantom Liberty. Didn't they win?
Yeah, Phantom Liberty deserved it too.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Those are full on.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. It's my bad.
Go ahead.
It's just that's what we think when we think expansion. Give me new areas to explore. Give me new enemies. Give me something else to strive for. That's an expansion. DLC, on the other hand, if we can make that distinction, I guess, it's just a little something extra to do, or a little something extra to play around with, or sometimes a mode. But who knows how much enjoyment people end up getting out of those things, and who knows whether or not they end up becoming like ongoing things, ongoing games in and of themselves. Like somebody, one of y'all said earlier, or maybe I saw it in the chat, that Elden Ring could fit that category. And it's not ongoing. It's just a game with an extra chunk added to it. It just so happens that that's a sizable, pretty hefty chunk.
Welcome to the
So,
podcast, Dallas.
oh man, listen. Like I said, I haven't slept in almost 3 years. That was more of my non-sleep aid. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I think we do need a couple extra categories. But we are eventually going to again run into situations where something kind of falls outside each other.
Yeah.
But it feels so restrictive that we are talking about how big and collaborative and expansive and accessibility that we talked about earlier, and then to not have categories that could include that. And then again, you get to the line, where do you stop? But gaming is so big, and let's not forget, gaming is art. To have our Super Bowl restricted to not acknowledging all the players almost, it kind of feels like,
damn, that's a good way to put it.
you could do a little better. You could do a little better.
Yeah, that's
You could
what
do
I'm
a lot
saying
better,
is
but
like,
you could do a little better.
there is no reason why there shouldn't be more categories, and it's hard to think about it like that because we've been so used to always like the same basis of things. But when you brought up when Hugger brought up the Spike Game Awards, I remember that, bro. Like they had all kinds of categories, bro. It was like it was award after award after award. And I mean, you're not in the aspect of saying like, oh, well, every game category should get this but I mean, I just think we should be a little bit more open-minded to expanding, the calendar of things and also the categories of things. We can't have like a shut off of like, well, if a game releases,
Like October
past
20th or
September, then
something,
it's
yeah.
not going to have an opportunity against some of these other games. I mean, I sure as hell didn't expect Call of Duty to be as big as a success as it is this year. And bro, I mean, coming from somebody that's put in hours upon hours into it, man, it's the best Call of Duty to come out in a long time.
Yeah.
I
I feel like I'm playing Black Ops 2 again.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a great game. So
I was going to say, what the problem is that we're all thinking about the Game Awards as an actual show that is highlighting the creators with the industry, when the show is literally an advertisement show.
Yep,
it's a show designed around.
That's what it is. We are the
well,
hardcores.
Well, no, I know, but even to us, even to all around, like we all know it's just a show to advertise products that are coming in the future. It's not really a show about uplifting creators and all that stuff. Because there is a show that does that. It's GDC when they do their stuff where the developers vote on it, but nobody watches it because they know gamers aren't going to care. Like nobody really watches the look. There's a difference between the Oscars and the Game Awards, right? So last year, for example, I watched both of these with my friends in Discord, right? So we're watching the Oscars, and everybody is interested in who's going to win every single time. It's like, oh, who's going to win Best Supporting? We have like pools going on, right? But then when the commercials hit, everybody doesn't pay attention anymore. They care about the awards. With the Game Awards, it's flipped. Nobody really cares about who's winning the award. It's all about the commercials and what games are just about to get announced and what trailers. And it's structured that way. We talk about adding more different categories. They don't even give most of the awards away like on stream. They give them away off the thing. It's not an award show. It's an advertisement show. So I mean,
or it's a showcase.
You just started the revolution, sir.
Yeah,
okay?
we're fighting.
Yeah, we're fighting now. Yeah.
Yes.
Keely.
Let them people come up and thank Jesus.
Last year when they were like people would get up there and talk for 2 minutes and then they get ushered off stage with the music. Please wrap it up and stuff.
Yeah,
You knew some, and almost like I don't know how many awards were given like in batches. Like, oh, and the winner was this, and the winner was this, and the winner was this. Let's get back to our next sponsor. Like
that did happen last year.
It
I
did,
remember,
yeah.
like you know, in between awards, he's like, "Oh, hey, by the way, the best sports award was so and so," and I'm like, oh, "What is going on, man?" Like, it's more or less. It got to the point. It got to that point to where it was like, "Hey, let's focus more on the game announcements or
like,
world
"Here's your award,
exclusives."
out of my face.
Yeah,
Here's your award, nigga, out of my face.
Yeah.
Y'all tossing them.
Maybe it'll be. I don't know. You know, it hasn't happened yet, but maybe it'll be different this year. Who knows?
Don't be rude when people are
being
talking.
optimist.
Don't start that music. That
The
was so rude
feedback-
after a while.
Yeah,
It was. The feedback maybe it gets to him. I mean, he did sort of acknowledge the no. Okay.
I mean, he might do a couple things different, but I mean, this is a show that also I think is bigger than the Super Bowl now.
Yeah,
I think they had more people watch it than the Super Bowl, and I think more people watch it than the Oscars. So,
And that's why he can charge a premium for his trailer spots. Like,
Yeah.
it's the
Which is why you're probably going to start seeing a lot less. You're going to start seeing less. I mean, people are these companies who are quick to pull a game and close down a studio willing to pay. Was it? Well, how much was it? What was the number
400,000.
we saw?
It was like
Yeah,
400,000, some crazy number.
ridiculous.
But
it was like 400,000 for 30 seconds or something. And
you know what we're gonna see though? Which what's crazy? Let's be 100% honest here. That's actually cheap because we know the 60-second slot 15, 20 years ago on the Super Bowl was $1 million. Like
Yeah.
we know that. That was a fact. That was always a big thing. Like they paid $1 million to get that ad up. So for them to have the biggest event with the most eyes on it in the year, US eyes at that, 400,000 for 30 seconds is actually pretty cheap. But the problem is when you're putting these numbers in front of indie companies and within but that's a whole different thing.
If it stays that way, then it'll be fine. But you know, Keely definitely knows that the ESA went down that path, and we know what happened with that. So,
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I wonder if we're, especially with the way the industry is going and how shaky things are. I wonder if we're gonna start seeing where it's more tech and not so much gaming. Like, remember, the big thing was during Summer Games Fest was Samsung. Like, will we get more? You know, oh, here's the Samsung TVs. Will we start seeing the Microsoft control? Not so much Game Pass, but here's the controller, Game Pass Fire Stick. Like, you know, will we see ads for this stuff more so than, hey, here's the next upcoming indie title, or here's the next.
I wouldn't say more, but I would say it wouldn't surprise me if it's more kind of like tied in that perspective, you know, because like you and me talked about at Summer Games Fest, you know, the big push, which was not just by Samsung, of course, but it was by Microsoft themselves of saying, you know, hey, listen, this is where we're going. And this is a visual aspect of like kind of what you can look forward to. You know, I'm being the one that got rid of my Xbox console because there wasn't a reason to have it since I had Fire Stick. You know, like everything I could do on an Xbox, I could do on my Fire Stick. So what was the point of having the console? You know, and it just got to that point to where it's I think it's gotten to that point now to where we're just going to start seeing that tie-in. I mean, I don't know how many people on here have worked in consumer relations and stuff like that, but you know, that's one of the big things that's always constant in consumer relations is the tie-in buy-in, you know, like what can you get a customer? Can you get a customer to go out the door with their main purchase as well as an additional purchase? You know, that was one of the big things at GameStop for the 10 years that I worked there too. Like if they're buying a PlayStation 5, they need to be walking out with 2 controllers, you know, a headset, a game. So I think that's just what these companies are getting around to doing the same thing. It's even with adverts. Like if we're watching the Game Awards and they're talking about this one game, and if they're not getting clicks off of this, then their advertisement didn't work the way it was supposed to. So That's just me. That's my mindset on it. I mean, it's all about consumerism. It's all about making sure that more people are watching and more people are checking out the things that have been paid for to be checked out. So that's kind of where the game awards are kind of going.
So I gotta ask, right? What is your game of the year? What do you, in your heart of hearts, believe is gonna win?
Me personally,
Yeah, I want round table. Yeah,
man, it's it's a hard year in that mindset because you have to think there's a whole list of games that have come out this year that have been really great experiences and great games. But two of the games that have come out this year are remakes that have been touted as some of the best games of the year. With Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Silent Hill 2. But I would probably say I mean, not coming from somebody that hasn't even played it. It wouldn't surprise me if Dragon Age got it. There's too many people talking about it. I mean, it was a massive launch. It's one of the better BioWare products that have come out in recent years.
I was going to ask you guys if Dragon Age would have gotten the Hogwarts Legacy treatment.
No.
No, I just actually finished Dragon Age last night, 60 hours.
Yeah.
Just finished it up.
Yeah, and comparing
I think we gotta put Hogwarts
Go ahead.
away because you brought it up. Is Hogwarts has a lot tied to it with a known person that just hates people.
No. I get that, but because it had,
but like it affected so much
before release. Dragon Age sort of had this around it where people are like, oh, I don't, and hearing there were certain scenes that people couldn't be talked about. There was controversy. Is there enough controversy around it to where it made like, you know what, we're not going to do it because we don't want to. That's why I brought it up.
I don't really believe so. And I mean, and kind of, to tie in with what Hugger said too, I feel for the Hogwarts dev team because I've played Hogwarts. I know what the game is, and but it's that it's just the fact of that
it's a true gaming.
A lot of that money, a lot of that revenue goes to the original writer of the series, and it's just it's hard to support that. But whenever it comes down to something like Dragon Age, I haven't, like I said, I have not even played the game. And it has been such an utter success. Watching some of the Becky was shocked when she did her review and our review got picked up for the adverts, and she was just she was blown away by it. But I told her, I'm like, I read her review and I went and bought the game. Like I hadn't played it yet, but like I read her review and I was like, oh shit, bro, hold up, this might actually be some hardcore BioWare stuff. So the last BioWare product that came out, of course, that I was excited about was the last Mass Effect, and I was of course shot down with disappointment. But from where they're going, it's going. I feel that Dragon Age could possibly have a little bit of a treatment that Baldur's Gate got last year, and get a good little chunk of awards for the amount of work that they put in on this game. That's just me personally. So,
Rand, what's your game of the year, Rand?
Right now, because I haven't played Stalker 2, and I haven't played Indiana Jones, which Indiana Jones I'm really looking forward to.
Me too.
So currently, my game of the year, like 1A, is Prince of Persia: Lost Crown.
Ooh, look at dig deep.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, so I played it when it came out in January, but I just went back to it recently to play the DLC, and it reminded me so much of why I like that game, right? But 1B for me is Silent Hill 2. The work that Bloober team did on this is like fantastic. As someone who's like a big fan of the original, I was in like awe of the game. I was just like, holy crap. Like I love Silent Hill 2 so much, which is weird to say because it's such a sad and depressing game. But those would be mine. My two. But I think what's going to win at the Keeleys is this whole DLC thing is running a monkey wrench. Because part of
Yeah.
me thinks it's going to be Shadow of the Erdtree, right?
Mhm.
But if I had to take a guess, I haven't played this game yet, so I don't know how I personally feel. But I feel like it's lining up for Metaphor Refantasia.
There it is.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that thinks it's lining up for that.
Yep. It's our modern day Persona, like
Yep.
Persona 5. Like
I haven't played it either, Rand. I
Yeah.
have not played it at all, and I really don't have no interest in playing it. But my heart of hearts, I feel like that's what's going to win.
I can see that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I was
It'd be
gonna.
a deserved victory.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Because it hit the numbers. It's got the love. It's got the, it's got the everything. And it has the media. It has every angle it needs to have, and it has the vibe and feel the vibe from what I've heard of Persona. And we already know Persona moves the needle. Like, period. Like,
yeah.
The last like 4 years we've had nothing but Persona remakes, and people have absolutely lost their mind over it. Like, and no, but this is what I'm saying. Like, literally,
so true, man.
no, think about it. Like, you think last 4 to 5 years it's been nothing from P2 to P3, P4. Like, and people have lost
Persona
it.
4 Golden as
See
soon
what
as
I'm
they
saying?
announced it.
See? Like, this is so to get something made by the same people that has a feel, may not necessarily be the same story or exact same mechanics, but I think it's enough to move people to move it. And I that's fair. I really do hope, and this is a big hope. I hope Helldivers 2 gets in the conversation. Even though I don't even play it, I haven't played it since since summer.
Recency bias does.
Oh, it murders.
affect
It
you when it comes to that.
murders.
And I think because of the controversy of them almost ruining their own game.
Well, Sony.
If let's say Helldivers released 2 months ago,
it would be game of the year
before they patched it. It would be in the conversation, no doubt.
Yeah,
for game of the year. I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot when they kept messing with stuff. And I think it kind of what was the game? Or why am I drawing a blank that Xbox sold recently?
Oh,
Hi-Fi Rush.
What, Hi-Fi Rush?
Yeah.
Remember Hi-Fi Rush came out around
That should have been game of the year. That should have been game of the year. Yeah.
But I think because it was so early in the year,
it got washed.
And time went on, that it became an afterthought.
Yeah.
I think that plays an important role.
Yeah.
Into who I think it does. If your game releases, I mean, unless you're just a cultural phenomenon like Elden Ring, and you release in January or February, you're gonna have a hard time winning that award in November and December because so many games have come in since then, and people have stopped playing your game a long time ago. That they sort of like, because again, Hi-Fi Rush was people like, oh my god, this game could be game of the year. When game of the year came around, no one gave it a chance.
Suicide
that was
Squad,
my
we
game of
forgot
the
it
year.
came out this year.
Yeah, we did. Look, and that sure did come out this year, and I did not know. I forgot.
Sure.
You could have lied to me. Y'all could have sold me that one. You could have sold me that bridge. I thought that bad boy came out last year, and I would have believed you. Like, oh yeah, November, December, easy.
You know what game I thought would have had a chance before it came out? And then it came out, and I was like, Star Wars Outlaws.
I can't stand you.
Ooh.
But yeah,
I did.
I did too.
I did at first. I was
Yeah.
because I don't like Star Wars. I said this. I was on
You said that
podcast
out
on
loud.
did it yesterday, and I was going to do something about culture. I said, I don't do. I don't want the Star Wars fans to come after me on the IGN channel, right? I don't like Star Wars, but I was like, yo, this looks kind of dope. Like this looks really good. Like this can be up there. And when it came out, I was like, oh yeah, this game doesn't stand a chance.
Damn.
And it was misleading because the Avatar game was good before that.
Yeah, that was a surprise hit.
Avatar.
Avatar.
Look,
You didn't like it?
That game sucked.
What?
I hated that game. And it should have been third person. That game sucked.
What?
I'm glad I didn't have to pay for it.
Hey, yeah.
That game sucked.
I don't even know what to say right now. Jesus Christ. I ain't never
I'd
heard
been
of
mad if I'd have paid money for it.
Hey,
It should have been third
wow.
person. I want to see my big stick I think I would like it more if it wasn't.
Wait, what?
Hey, yeah, I was gonna move on from that. Hey,
Listen,
but look,
hold up. I just gotta say the anger,
He's angry.
the anger in your voice when you said that. I'm not looking at the screen right now, but I can just imagine your face. You're like, that game sucked, man.
I haven't heard you talk like that about a game. Damn.
No, he doesn't talk like that.
I don't get why some of the people like that game, bro. That game sucks.
Look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. This is such a foreign experience for me. I have never
game was
heard him
Forspoken.
talk about a game like this.
Yeah. The only other game was Forspoken that you just hated. Damn.
Oh, that game sucks, bro.
Hey, bro, you can't do this. Hey, yo,
I thought everybody was lying, and so I went and got a physical.
Look, he is mad.
I'm
No, y'all I went and got a physical copy. I was like, "Oh, y'all just lying. Y'all just mad because she's black, bro." When I say this is the worst dialogue,
yeah.
This game suck. I hate this game. I want my money back. I need to just
listen. Wait. Hey, real quiet, everybody. Real quiet, real quick. Fame. What happened? How do you feel about Forspoken and Avatars of Pandora?
But that game sucked.
We gotta clip that. Hey, we need that sound.
You gotta clip that.
We gotta use that sound.
And if a game is just really bad, then instead of having an actual score, it's just an animated face of Fame coming up.
That game sucks. I hate that game, bro.
You're right, Matt. He said it with whole chest.
I've never.
He doesn't talk like this about games. That's why I'm surprised.
For real, dog.
Like, he's very cordial.
Why do I want to give him like a bunch of bad games that I know are bad just to have him play it, just so he'll say this?
Right, Retribution. Find him a copy.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Uh-oh. Oh no, not Discord freezing. Oh no, guys. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. We're just having some technical difficulties. I'm gonna throw it to the trailers.
Yeah. No, that pivot you did to the commercials, that was solid.
Girl, your whole hate burnt up the whole stream.
That's not what I'm saying. That's heat. And the hate.
Hey, I ain't never heard
Hate
Fame
said
talk
nope.
about a game like that. I have never.
I was so excited for that game, bro. I think that's part of it.
Like Forspoken. Like I knew he didn't like that. I watched somebody play Forspoken. I think a lot of it was caricatured off of like what her life experience was with the whole
my
like,
dad's in prison.
my dad's in
No,
prison.
that intro was one of the most racist things I've ever seen in my life.
But I thought the world itself and the graphics were really nice.
Oh yeah.
And Forspoken. I thought that was really, really nice. I thought some of the gameplay was really dope.
Do you want me to
But
tell you what I
like
really think it was? I think it was a
what?
tech test for the Final Fantasy like rebirth and all that other stuff.
It could have been, yeah.
Like honestly, I think they just threw the assets together. It was like, hey,
My
let's
worst game, so I can't be
yeah.
like that game sucked. Then
She said it.
games, too. So
We're gonna have a podcast and just run out some games, bro. I'm gonna the game suck.
Barney!
Listen, I didn't realize we hit the hour.
Oh,
Listen,
Yeah, me either.
Caleb, Rand Outdoor. I really appreciate you guys coming through and rocking with us for this hour, man. Time went by way too fast. I felt like every segment been an hour, but this felt the shortest.
Well,
Am I
yeah,
tweaking?
because the last 20 minutes we talked about how those games suck. That was
I was
like
going to
the
say
last
it's because
20
that
minutes
game
of the
sucked. That's
segment.
why.
My face so
Oh, I
bad.
missed some
It
hate
took us
going
out.
Oh man,
It took us
I-
out.
Hey,
Listen,
Baron, please
before we
just do
dip
me
Caleb-
do me a favor, Baron. For Christmas, I want a clip of Fame saying that game sucked. Just send that to me,
I
and
need
I'm gonna put
that.
it in
Yeah.
a digital picture frame.
I
And
need
anytime
that,
I get
bro.
mad, I'm just gonna push play.
You know what I mean? With just Baron's face and then the words under it. Like, I would rock that at
This game
conventions.
sucks.
This game sucks.
Hey,
We
bro,
have
you
our
was
opposite of the
So
game of the
easy.
year show. We have an
That
opposite of the game of the
that
year
game
show.
sucked. 2024.
hey,
Yeah.
bro.
Listen,
I
no, we're
ain't
gonna burn too
never.
many
A
bridges.
dope podcast where you just talk about games suck.
Yeah. Well, I
Listen,
do
Caleb,
appreciate you all having me on the
before you
show.
dip, before you go,
Yeah.
where can people find you?
You can find me on most all social medias as S0LEB. You can find me on Cinelinks.com. For most of my video work, I am, of course, the media editor at Cinelinks.com. And then you can listen to the Second Opinion podcast that's been somewhat on a 2-week or 3-week hiatus. You know, we had a couple of people in the family getting married, and we got kids that we got to take care of. And, you know, sometimes I just come home and I'm like, I think I got to take a day off from
Hey.
podcasting. So it's
Breaks are
time to
important.
just, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, and you know, now with of course, the Lego Horizon out, my son was like, when I get home tonight, I got to play that with you. I was like, okay, no podcasting after a certain time. So I appreciate y'all having me on like always.
For sure. And last but definitely not least, one of my favorite content creators. He don't make a lot of videos anymore, but I love when he does it. I love the Xbox 2 podcast. Rand Outdoor, my brother. I know you don't do social media as much, but if you were to tweet and stuff more, where would they find you?
Yeah, I mean, you can, find me at Randall Thor 19 on YouTube, which has all the links to social media like Twitter, because my Twitter thing has all underscores and stuff in it. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Hour went by really fast, and we got a legendary clip out of it, so it's all good.
Yeah,
all good.
That
Listen, we are not done yet. We got one more section left. We're going to swing it over to a quick break. I want to give a big thank you to Caleb, a big thank you to Rand. Thank you guys for coming out and talking Game of the Year 2024 with us. It has been a pleasure. You guys are family now. Feel free to walk into the house, into the kitchen, and grab whatever you want at any time. We catch you guys on the other side of this break.
Oh God.
No, bump that. Who just died? I was looking down, adjusting my knees because they hurt, and I heard somebody's
That was a
turtle.
horror movie scream.
Who? What? Raise your hand. For the people,
It wasn't
we
me.
are back.
We both know.
We are back.
I can't do
But
that.
Not me. That's not me.
one
Now,
of the women on the show did a death
suspect. Talking about the person you least suspect on the panel. And it's not Dallas.
Dang, you dry snitching.
Was it Dallas? Dallas, was that you?
Did that make it
Well,
onto
listen.
the screen?
We are at
No.
we're towards the end. We're towards the end of the show. Listen, I put a poll, and 67% of people who did that poll said they have not entered to win the Aviga gaming headset. I'm gonna give the instructions one more time because I'm getting ready to draw here in a little bit. If you want to be entered into win, all you gotta do is type in the chat Aviga. AVIA. We have two different we've been giving away games all day. I still got more games to give away, right? But for the headset, we have two different ways you can get in. One, just type Aviga, and everyone typed in Aviga is entered to win. Or
See it. Type it in so they can see it. You can
Huh?
see it. That's somebody type it in so they can see what you mean. Because sometimes people don't understand.
somebody
Yeah,
write.
I got you.
somebody
I got
type
you.
Aviga.
Hey guys, so I'm currently typing AVIGA. Aviga.
Some people I got already, and if I got you already, you won't be in it twice. But I got you now. Another way to get entered into a separate pool is to become a channel member. Channel members have a separate pool from those who are not channel members to win this gaming headset from Aviga, from Avid, one of our partners. They have been doing audio for a very long time. They're one of the best in the business. They have created one of the best headsets for people, and it's the retail price is $60. However, if you don't win one and you want to buy one, if you use the link in the description and use the promo code CELEBRATE, that code is unique to Level 1 Gaming. Use the promo code CELEBRATE. You can get 30% off and free shipping. Shout out to Avid, man, our newest
a
partners.
lot.
Also, partner for the show, Dames for Games. As you guys see, the wonderful, beautiful lady Des is with us today. Their showcase is coming up, and their submissions are open for their March 2025 showcase. Make sure you guys go if you know someone in the industry, or if you are in the industry and you fall into the correct categories. Please reach out so you can get your game into the for the showcase. Last but not least, thank you to PM Studios who gave us a bunch of games to give out, which we've been giving out the entire show. I still got about 3 more codes to give away: 1 for Steam, 1 for Xbox, 1 for the Nintendo Switch. Thank you to PM Studios for helping us put on the show and make it all possible. If you guys can, please hit that like button. We would love to hit at least 50 likes on the show. We're at 38 right now. If we can hit 50, that would be fantastic. If you have not already, hit the subscribe button. We're in the last part of our show. This segment will not last an hour, but we do have a new person with us. She is half of one of the 3 shows or 4 shows on the Level 1 channel, Cogs in the Machine. Bordy McBoard. What's going on, Bordy?
Going on, guys. It's nice to reach you guys at the last leg and give some energy, inject some energy, because I know it's a long day. I know it's been a long day. So I'm here. I'm glad to be with y'all. I miss y'all. So yeah, let's rock it.
Listen, so throughout the day, we've had various topics. We've talked about consoles in 2024. We've talked about games in 2024. We talked about game of the year. We talked so many things in 2024, right? But I want to look ahead. 2025 is right around the corner. We're a month and a half away, let's say, from 2025 being here, right? And in my honest opinion, I think 2025 is going to be great as far as games go. Hardware, we got possibly 1 console releasing next year with the Nintendo Switch 2, which is really exciting. Even though I don't play my Switch anymore, I am excited for the Switch 2. New technology gets me excited because it's going to be a new console, not a mid-gen refresh how the PS5 Pro is, which is why I didn't get one. But the Switch 2 is going to be a little bit different. I'm expecting a lot from the Switch 2. So I want to go around the ring, and Bordy, I want to start with you. Your expectations. What do you want to see the most? And chat, if you guys put some stuff in the chat, I got that as well. What do you want to see the most? This year's about to come to an end. What do you need from 2025?
I'm glad that you brought it up. I look back at it, and I've been one of the more loyal Nintendo console getters that I've ever honestly, of all the consoles that I have, the Sonys and Microsofts, it's all been Nintendo, specifically Nintendo handhelds, and the Switch 2, baby. As we know, the Switch, you can put it on a dock, but you can also take it to go. I'm very excited to see how Nintendo approaches it. Obviously, we know that Nintendo has chosen for consecutive years to be like, hey, we're not going to invest the most in the hardware. We're not going to have the flashy stuff. Instead, we're going to make sure we put the quality and content in the games. But the fact that they have this reset, especially because we're probably in the middle of the gen with all the other consoles, allows them to basically play catch up so that we can have a little bit more of the high fidelity games on the Switch. So I'm excited, especially to see the creativity that Nintendo has. We talk about it all the time about how they're one of the few publishers to make sure, even if they have lesser graphics, that they still have all the creativity, all the ingenuity, and different wrinkles to their games that other developers don't have that consistency of doing. So give me Nintendo finally stepping up to the plate and getting a little bit closer to being like a higher fidelity. Obviously, it's still not like up there, but catching up in that regard to where they're not like all the way back.
Okay. Hugger, I want you to, I got something I'm sharing on the screen because I'm just waiting on folks. All right. See that spin. Everybody knows legit. B. And listen, type of Vega in the chat. This is for the non-member headset. The member headset, I haven't drawn that one. I haven't put the names on yet. This is for the non-member one. Type in Vega. B.
Remember, you got to US and Canada.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry. I should have said that from the very beginning. I am so sorry. United States and Canada only.
Apologies for folks. Yeah.
My apologies.
And if you end up winning and you're not from there, US or Canada, I'll make sure to shoot you a code for a game. Like just to honor the fact that you won something.
Yes. So we're so sorry. And please, as I'm seeing more people type of Vega, I will be adding you to that on the screen. Let me take this off of there. So it's not showing.
But you were asking me what? Am I great? Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
great.
No, your wants and needs for 2025. Man. What are your
So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, KCD 2, Warhorse Studios, medieval blacksmith, not so much sim medieval experience. This is 2025's Mirthwood for me. Kingdom Come Deliverance and Toby and Warhorse Studios, they have a special place in my heart because when I first started like seriously creating content back when I was mainly just doing trailer reaction videos, Kingdom Come Deliverance Warhorse Studios was the first studio to take me serious as a creator. And I remember reaching out. This is my first time within the gaming space doing the whole finding an email, DMing somebody, getting an email, emailing that person, going through the steps that it takes to get a review code. And I made it all the way up to Toby, who is the guy you see. He's like the face of Warhorse Studios right now. He was the first person to take me very serious. Now, yes, I was denied, but they took me serious, went through all the steps, walked me through it, held my hand through a lot of the process when they didn't have to. They could have just said no. And so not only was it a game that, if you go to my old YouTube channel, I think even my old Twitch, I think the pin videos are Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 videos.
I want to see this.
Yeah. And the game has it's a medieval sim. You're there, it's realistic physics in terms of fighting, like your stamina, it's realistic fighting, weapon mechanics, like you're not going to be able to bash somebody over the head with a sword. You're going to have to cut them, but if they're wearing an armor that is like a plated armor, your sword's not going to do as much damage, and it sounds like you're slapping metal because that's basically what you're doing. But then you get a mace and you're hitting somebody over the head and they got a helmet on and it's denting them. Like it just, there's so much there.
Like it.
Yeah, it's an experience. Like there's no reticule for when you're using your arrow, your bow and arrow. Like you have to use your knuckle. Like I even made a video about that, but you using your knuckles to and fam, you're still screen sharing, just letting you know. But there's so much in that game. And the fact that I got hands-on with it at PAX West, this past PAX West, and seeing that they've only expanded upon it. It's just gotten bigger. Like, and they've just added more to it. And more Kingdom Come Deliverance is something everybody should experience. So that's my big, like, that, and then Monster Hunter Wilds. I mean, the amount of hours I put in. Do I have time for that? No.
No, did you? No, that's not what it says.
Oh. Yeah.
Did you get it? Like, I don't care anymore.
Oh, yes,
No.
yes.
So far away.
Yes. Hold on. Let me pull it out of my pin wall because I have a pin wall. I got cork all over my wall. But yes, so I have the Monster Hunter Wilds pin. Shout out to Des. She's awesome. She gets me all the cool stuff. Yeah, you guys aren't as cool as my friends. But yes, Monster Hunter Wilds and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Those are the big. But what's crazy is that's all just February. So February is enough to carry me through the year. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. That's how big these games are.
Especially Monster Hunter. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
I did find Baby Baron's the best archery tips on his channel.
I'm telling you.
A little twist, Baron. Yeah, man.
I don't even think I have facial hair. I don't even think I have facial hair.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. But yeah,
he's a grown man now,
right? Kids and all. But that's what I'm saying. Like it was a big part of my career in this Kingdom Come Deliverance. So to see that Warhorse Studios is making number 2, and that a lot of the same team is involved, a lot of the same actors, and shout out to Sexy Biscuit. Like it just, there's a lot of I'm excited for this. Play on. Much love to those folks.
I like that. I guess because we're going around, I I kind of want a prequel to Forspoken. I just want to know what happened to her daddy. And
Well, he's black. No, I'm sorry.
Is she for real?
No. My face hurts. Oh.
Hangry
I really
Fame
want to know
is goaded.
like, what is? No, not no more.
I want the
I
episode
mean, I
of
know
Jerry.
you hated the game. I know you hated the game. I just want to know what happened to her dad. I just want a little more about, her upbringing and stuff.
I know you lying. That game sucked.
I could.
Oh, my face hurts.
No, I
so bad.
just wanted to mess with you. I don't have like a huge list that I'm looking forward to. I like being surprised. I was surprised by Dragon Age. I was also surprised by how many people were like, "This game is woke." Like, did you not see the other games? Like, I'm literally just watching the first. Like, I just finished watching the first playthrough of the first one, and I was like, "It's the same energy."
Yeah.
And all times, like, what are you talking about right now?
But at this point,
So,
like having a woke game is just having a woman in it at this point, or having a singular black person. So like, at this point,
Yeah.
talk about it. I mean, but yeah, I'm excited to see what is going to surprise me next year because I feel like the most news I get is when like we post stuff in a channel and we're like, this is what we're talking about today. Because I'm just really not on that tip like that. And I surprise myself every time we have a podcast that I sound educated enough to stay within the conversation. Talking. But yeah, the prequel and then whatever surprises come.
Dallas, you
I
still
love
there?
you, Fame.
I love you too, Des. I love you too, Des.
Hangry Fame is goaded. I promise you. Like the
Listen.
very first thing I pulled up to was just this game sucks, and it was just like, I guess how much time.
Yo.
You know you like yourself when you don't have a Snickers, but I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I feel
It's
you.
great.
Starting to get a headache myself.
But D,
We're almost
what
there,
do you?
y'all.
We're almost there. D, what do you need from next year, man? What are your expectations for 2025 in gaming?
Well, I have learned not to have expectations.
Wisdom.
But I do have like hopes. Obviously, we know we get Monster Hunter in February. I know I'm gonna be all over that. That's just gonna be one of those games for me. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. Off the top of my head, what else? Oh, GTA 6. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Besides that, I don't know what we'll get. Like, I don't know what else is confirmed. I mean, hopefully we get Death Stranding 2 sooner than later because that's one of those games for me. Like, a lot of people hate it, but I enjoy Death Stranding. I enjoy Kojima games in general. But I'm really just kind of looking forward to.
Out there.
Oh man. Oh, listen, I'm really looking forward to seeing what sort of surprises we get. I'm pretty sure we got a surprise or two waiting on us for the rest of the year. Don't know what it's going to be, but that's why it's a surprise. Besides that, that's it. Like, Monster Hunter and whatever surprises. We got a long way ahead of us before we make another, revolution around the sun. We got a long time. It's going to be a lot of stuff to pop up, and if what we are seeing now at the end of the year, if what we've seen now, like Black Myth ended up being as good as it turned out to be, I'm gonna keep talking about that. And then the games from a couple years ago, we don't know how those influenced the ones that were in development at that time. I'm looking forward to surprises. I'm looking forward to not knowing and then seeing something that I think is just so cool that I got to yell about it on the internet.
See, for me, I want Xbox to continue putting out great games. I think they have an opportunity here between, you know, I know people won't give them credit for, but like Black Ops 6 was fantastic. Indiana Jones looks amazing. South of Midnight looks super dope. Avowed looks super dope, right? That comes out in February, I believe. Right? I want that to continue for them because even with the whole third party things happening, I still think it's really good for the industry when Xbox is doing good. Even though you don't really have this quote unquote competition. But if we're getting good games from our major publishers and hardware makers, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, that makes gaming really, really, really healthy. So could them to continue to release games that people are excited for, continue to release games that people think are going to be really good, that are in there really, really good, it's really good for the industry. I'm hoping that the Switch 2 is what I hope it is be, and it not just be a mid-gen refresh. I hope it is an actual new console and be just differently with full backwards compatibility because I think with what we're doing with our libraries, that's super important for you to have full backwards compatibility. That's the expectations going into next gen. Is that if I buy a PlayStation 6 or Xbox Next, is that I have access to all of my games from the previous year. I hope that continues. And just continue to make great games, man. I hope that community stops trying to kill games before they are released.
Man,
because it whether the a woman isn't sexually appealing or you're mad because there's people of color. Like I want that to stop. I think it's time for us to realize that gaming is awesome and gaming is for all of us. And um let's gatekeep gaming a little bit. Let's keep some of these weirdos out. So we can we can have civilized discussions and let's gatekeep gaming again, man. Let's continue to fund it. Let's buy games. I pray we have way less layoffs next year.
Man.
Yes.
And I hope the metrics as which these companies see games as being a success changes, and not everything needs to be. We have to make this ridiculous amount.
Yes.
Before we consider a success that needs to go away. I
Mhm.
need that because so much of this year was clouded with layoffs, and that sucked.
You brought up a good point. I hope we talk more about indie games next year instead of all these AAA and AA games because if they had the same kind of budgets for marketing as AAA, I think the conversation would be a lot different.
And that
100%.
underlines those surprise games because like it's the indie games you never really know until you see the clips on like TikTok, Twitter, and everything like that. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, let me go ahead and buy that, and it ends
Dave
up being a
the
way
Diver
better
was one
experience.
that was
Mhm.
incredible. Dave the Diver was a dope
Yes.
game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just need people to talk more about indie because I feel like we're always talking about like Xbox and PlayStation, but there's so much more to gaming. There's so much more happening. Um, so I hope that indie continues to grow at the rate that it's growing, where it becomes the competition for AAA because they are not afraid to push the boundaries. Like we're talking about what was it? I'm so sorry because it's like 10:30 here. The new game that's coming out down south. What is it? No, Midnight Gospel. What was it?
South of Midnight.
South of Midnight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Say
Hey,
Midnight
Midnight
Gospel.
Gospel. Hey, Midnight
That's
Gospel
another
sounds like a dope horror game. That sounds like a
That's a
dope
TV
horror
show.
game.
That's a TV show.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's,
A really
I
it's a
didn't know
TV
that.
show,
introspective
and
TV
it's
show.
not a horror game at all.
No.
Is it a
But
corn
I was thinking
TV
Black
show?
folks and gospel, and then I don't know. Anyways, there's an indie game, and she's a developer, and it's basically it's kind of controversy, I guess, a conversation, but it's where this black character gets to go back into the past. I think you interviewed her. I think you, me, Baron, Fame. I think we interviewed her. But it was a game where you go back into the past and you're actually this character who takes on like slavery. Do you guys remember us
Oh
talking about
yes. Yes, yeah.
we
Oh
don't
my
talk
god.
enough about
Wait,
those
what game?
games. Do you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
that one is talking about the culture. That one is speaking to things that like most people, most Black African Americans have had family members in the
Yeah.
past who are part of that. So like I love that like AAA is picking up on it, but like the indie scene has been doing it since
Dave
the
the
beginning.
Diver was an indie. That's
I
right.
I will say
That game
this.
technically wasn't an indie.
I'll say Blue Sky, and I'm not just saying this because I'm enjoying myself there, but because of the layout, and if they keep true to form, at least for the next year, I think indies are going to catch a big boom because of the TikToks, but really also because of the conversations that are going around. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a elevation and positivity around the talk of games because of the new platform being Blue Sky. Because in my opinion, real talk, I truly believe Blue Sky is the next. When Xbox just created an account yesterday on Blue Sky,
that was big.
that was a huge because if Xbox will do it, and everybody else will follow suit in terms of getting on the Blue Sky.
Moderate it properly,
yeah,
it'll blow up. If they continue to moderate it properly, then I think it'll be great. And I hope that they do, because I think there's a lot of chatter just talking about how great it is compared to what Twitter has become. This could be huge just in general from all of us, not just people who are game developers and things like that, but like artists. All kinds of stuff. Also, I don't know what's going to happen with TikTok because supposedly it's getting banned January 19th.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that's going to happen. That's going to really ruin a lot of indie
but that's
discovery
just
as
gonna
well.
push to Blue Sky. I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Blue Sky.
I think
Let's
Blue Sky
speed
is
up
the new
with the video support.
folks. Anybody out there listening? Like, I know we're supposed to, this is for the future. We're supposed to be talking about 2025 going forward, not the future. If you're in the space, if you got an indie site, if you have an indie game, if like, shout out to like Chase Bethea, he's on there. But no, like, if you do anything in the gaming space or music, anything, get on Blue Sky now. While it's booming, because there's very few times where people are able to get into a new social media at
the forefront
like this, because it's been out for a while, but now it's really moved. Like, this is the time to get on. Like, now.
First it was invite only.
Yeah.
Now it's free for all.
And it's booming. Like, I think they're up to like 18 million users in the past. It's the number one app. So folks, if you're trying to get the word out, the new safe, I say safe in terms of stability at this point in time, because TikTok, of course, is up in the air. Get your game, get your website, get your information, get your content, get it on Blue Sky now. Yeah.
No, that's my bad. I'm gonna cut you off.
No, that's
really
just that's
quickly,
real.
I'm about to draw this. I'm about to drop the Twitter handle in the chat. This is for our partners at Avid. If you could please go give them a follow on Twitter, it will be much appreciated. We got like I'm gonna give like 15 to 20 seconds because of the delay. Last chance to enter to win the Aviga headset. The first one. The second one, that one's going to be done after show, because we got to get the stuff from the other members, the other channel members. So I'm gonna get a little bit more information to redo that one. But the channel members, you guys will see a post on the Lv1 YouTube on who out of the channel members won the second headset. But for the first one, I'm giving like another 15 seconds. Type Aviga in the chat. It's not that many names so far, so if you type it now, you got a chance to win. And then once we draw this, we're gonna end the show because some of us is hungry.
Hey, I wrote mine. Like, hey, I don't see my name.
Nuh-uh, Baron, you can't end the win.
I just want to give a shout out to
Baron, you don't
Stroley and Nat. They've been rocking with, well, Stroley's been rocking with us since hour one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Arcade, Ender, like, you guys have been here with us, man. I appreciate y'all so much. Like, this means the world to us.
Wait a minute. Ain't that that's Caleb. Does Caleb count?
What's that for me?
Caleb counts. We leaving him. He
Yeah, I
typed
was like,
it
why
in.
can't he enter?
I just realized that's in the links. I typed it in there. You can't go twice, Caleb. Second opinion or send a link. Pick one. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this because I know it's you.
He said, Aviga!
Yes, I'm down to run COD 100%. 100%. We're gonna be
I,
on
I,
Smack.
I don't think you want to run COD with this version of him right now because he's going the toxic version right now. Prime COD player.
She's
The
level
winner-
800 in Warzone. She's fine.
Yeah.
Well, she's gonna be on my team, so it's all good. The winner of the first, remember, there's 2 Aviga headsets. The other one will be done post show in a post on YouTube because we got to get the rest of the channel members' names and stuff entered. We got to. So the winner of the Aviga headset is.
Oh, this is kind of exciting. Arcade.
Arcade.
Let's go. And he's been with this show the whole time too.
Yep.
Yeah, Arcade.
I'm glad.
Arcade. Listen, Arcade. What I need you to do is to go on Twitter or Blue Sky. You got to DM me because I'm gonna need some info from you. I'm gonna need that address. Avid themselves are going to send it to you.
Yes.
So I'm gonna need your information. If you can please go over and follow them on Twitter. I would like for all of you guys to follow them on Twitter because they're an amazing company.
This is the headset. This is all I use. When you guys see me riding my bike and playing duty, when you guys see me when I'm just chilling and I'm just in a Xbox lobby hanging out playing duty because it's all been duty. It's been the Vega headset. I even take this and plug it into my ROG Ally when I'm not trying to wake up the wife and I'm just hanging out and playing my handheld. Like it's the Vega headset, and I got a big head and a lot of hair. So
I'm gonna need shipping information to DM. First name, last name, address. I'm get it over to them, and they can go directly to you. And so for the new channel members, thank you. We got 17 new channel members today. For the people who gifted and the people who are already members and the people who are members, we're gonna get you guys' names together in a separate pool. We gotta get the other members' names. I'm gonna draw it, make a post. And you guys are going to also be entered to win. And I'll record it like I did this one. I'll record it in a quick short. So you guys can see everything is fair and up to snuff. We're going to get you guys a headset as well. B, anything before we go?
One sec, folks. And for those out there who did not win, but the holiday season is upon us. And for the rest of it's for the rest of this week, right? That the 30% off?
The rest of today is 30%. I believe after today, the rest of the week is 15%. But then we're going back to 30% for Black Friday.
Yes. So
look, guys, for Black Friday, so we'll announce that.
Yeah. So, but guys, 30% off of $60 for a solid quality wired headset. And there's a USB-A headset, which is just a standard USB. And then there's also the 3.5 millimeter, which is one I'm using. It is solid quality. It's comfortable. It's got a great mic. Guys, look, if you're looking for a headset or you got family who want to get into gaming and you don't want to break your pockets to get quality audio, please, please, please check out our partners. Use the link. Use code CELEBRATE today to get that 30% off and free shipping off of $60. It is a great gift for the holidays. Holidays are coming up. Like, this is a quick, easy, low-cost way to get somebody a quality item. So the link is in the chat. Use code CELEBRATE.
And so before we go, let's do this. Here's a code for Let School on the Nintendo Switch. Paste.
Oh, let me drop another code.
This is a Switch code for Let School.
This is
I don't know why Switch merged with that word. Let me try that again.
Hey, YouTube's been kind of weird with the chat because that's why, like, even with when I'm posting the ads and stuff, it's separated, but when I paste it, it's groups up. It's weird. But
there's
this
Switch code right there, and then also my bad, B.
Oh yeah, this code that I'm dropping is Cosmic Shake. It's SpongeBob. So SpongeBob gang. Oh, and that's for Steve.
And another code from PM Studios. This is for Xbox. This is also Let School. This is for Xbox. Bam. That's there as well. Last but not least, I do have a code from PM Studios, Cricket J's Really Peculiar Game. This is a Steam code. Let me grab that. Boom.
Another one.
Boom.
Another one.
Another one.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
It's games, y'all. That's what it's
Come
all about.
on.
It's games.
A whole Rolodex worth. Come
It's
on
just
now.
games. Like,
The
that's what
library
we're all
should be
about.
full now.
I want to give a big thank you to Avid
Yes.
For helping us put on this show, giving us headset to give away. Shout out to PM Studios.
Yeah.
PM Studios, thank you so much for being partnered with us. And then also thank you to Danes for Games. I have no idea the things that Danes for Games did for us behind the scenes to help us put this show on. They were key contributors to all the artwork you guys seen and everything that we was doing with the promotions. Danes for Games was a major part of that. So I want to thank the lady who makes that happen, Des, who's all the way over there in the UK eating beans and toast every hour because there's nothing else to eat in the UK but beans and toast.
I'm gassy, y'all.
And fish and chips. Shout out to Des.
Hey, fish and
Bit
chips.
gassy,
Fire.
aren't you, bruv? Isn't it, bruv?
Hope you guys
Bit to the pupils.
scroll through. There may be some sun that people didn't redeem. Scroll through. Thank you guys. Please, on the way out the door, hit the like button. Helps out a whole bunch. Subscribe. It's been one hell of a 6.5, almost 7 hours. Bordy, thank you so much for spending the last hour with us. Level 1 Gaming families in the building. We will be doing this again next year. Bigger and better. Thank you guys so much. Don't forget, if you want 30% off this headset, code Celebrate, link in the description and in the chat. I'm going to Whataburger. With all of that said, congratulations. You guys are leveled up. This has been Level 1 Gaming of 2024. We won't see you guys next week for the podcast, but the week after, because we tired. But the week after, we'll be back with the podcast, back up and running. Thank you to Baron J67, the communications director of Level 1 Gaming. Thank you to Dez, the founder of Danes for Games. Thank you to Bordy, half of Cogs in the Machine, and an amazing Twitch streamer herself. Shout out to Dallas, man, one of the most talented people on this planet. I wish more people would hear his music. And then the creative head at Level 1 Gaming, also the other half of Cogs in the Machine, my right hand, one man, the floor hugger with the hardest of R's. It has been one hell of a day.
Wait. Can we get a special, just much love to one of the greatest hosts in the biz? Who was just on it was just on Podcast Unlocked yesterday, and then brought over those Podcast Unlocked people over here to Level 1 today. And just a solid host who keeps us on track and is the head of Lv1 Gaming and Sacred Wings LLC. He's the president and head, and he runs all of this. And I work for him in all things. All right, much love.
Boss man.
I appreciate that. We out here, y'all.
사랑해.
Thank you.
Peace.